we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? middle of something dark and deep. The urge to be somebody that's not me. He's on my side, the devil in disguise. I feel it running through my veins, yeah. This feeling will break these chains. Poison seeping through my skin, oh. An evil that was deep within. He will meet you in your darkest dreams. Don't cry for help, no one can hear your screams. He's on my side, the devil in disguise. I feel it running through my veins, yeah. This feeling will break these chains. Poison seeping through my skin, oh. An evil that was deep within, deep within. Through my veins, yeah. This feeling will break these chains. Never thought I could love, I was down to the wire. You took me on by surprise, there was summer inside. Now I can think of a time that I wasn't sober. We're on a high life and the seasons don't mind. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter night. You always know where to go, where to spend our time together, don't mind. Wherever we are, we'll be fine. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter, December night, December night. You know what I like, do it once, do it twice. Heat up by the fire, December night, December night, December night, December night. On a throwback to summertime, drinking red cups and see the lights. And with a burning heat, we just fall asleep till the seasons change. You said I'll be your fire, I'll be your savior, I'll be your lighter, lighter, no, no. we're never gonna fade away. Let's take it to another disappear. I'm your eraser in the cut just like a razor. Murder business, world my blazer. I got all the boys on me. I got all the lines on ring. Knocking dead, turning heads. I got all the eyes on me. Pretty face, 걸어 들어와. 유행 선두자. 원하지만 못하잖아. 애가 타잖아. You like whoa. 갈리 유도 go. 난 알지, I know. 준비해. Cause I like a ball. 멈추지 않아. 나는 내 그게 like a bag. 그거 말고 bye. 믿어봐. 그만큼 크게. 어깨 펴고 high. 100% 덤비지 못해. 죽여주잖아. 나는 boss. 간지 with the sauce. 원하면 줄게. I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모든 날 따라해. 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. Coming at you loud. Real, real wild. Here to light it up. Set the world on fire. Gonna break rules and hearts and tools. Cause that's what the baddest do. I never gonna back. Nah, nah, that. Diamonds on drip. Cause I came to make a splash. Gonna break rules and hearts and tools. Cause that's what the baddest do. It's crazy. Sorry for the bad news. Sorry, I'm so bad. Only took a minute for me to get what you had. Sorry for the bad news. No, it makes you sad. There for a minute, baby, you should back.
This is a day, a year in the making. This is the pinnacle of our sport. This is a stage that every pro player dreams about being on. And this is a trophy that every fan imagines their team lifting. Over the last year, 22 teams have fought and clawed their way to the top of their regions to make it to the world stage. But only 2 remain. And while these 2 can be proud of the achievements that they have made at this year's World Championship, only 1 can be crowned champion.
Edward Gaming immortalized the name EDG when they defeated T1 in a historic series to raise the very first mid-season invitational trophy back in 2015. Expectations were sky high for the LPL champions, but they have failed to make it past the quarterfinals of Worlds every year until now. This EDG has already broken that curse. And now the only question that remains is if they can earn their spot in the history books once more, as they look to reclaim the trophy for the LPL and become the second team in history to earn both an MSI and World Championship title.
Domination. That's the best description of Damwon Kia there is. Domestically and internationally, Damwon has crushed their opponents time and time again. They are almost unanimously thought to be the best team in the world, and while they're not quite pulling up the Bonjour chairs just yet, they are well on the way to building the next great LCK dynasty. And as Khan steps up for what may be his last series of competitive League of Legends, the reigning world champions will be by his side to give him the international title he's been chasing his whole career.
In 1 hour, 2 teams will walk through this entrance onto the stage for the series they have worked their entire professional lives to reach. In 1 hour, 2 teams will fight to the limit, but only one of them will lift the trophy in the end. In 1 hour, one of Edward Gaming and Damwon Kia will show us why they deserve to be the 2021 League of Legends World Champion.
It all leads to this. Make or break.
Vitality will take them down!
A new era is awaiting.
What was that?
Make it yours.
Hello and welcome to World's Countdown before our finals in Reykjavik, Iceland. EDG and Damwon Kia were the main favorites going into the event, and today we'll see the LPL and LCK champions battle for eternal glory. For these players, it's not just the biggest moment of their career, it's as they step onto the stage where legends are made in front of millions of fans watching across the globe. I am Dash, and it is my great pleasure, absolutely great pleasure to be joined by Azael and Kadra
me.
live from our studio in Berlin. Gents, we have made it to finals. It has been quite the journey here at Worlds. 5 weeks in the making, but only 2 stand to do battle on that stage looking for the Summoners Cup.
Not just 5 weeks, 11 months in the making, right?
True.
From start to finish for all these teams, we're finally down to the last 2.
Well, we have arrived at our final destination of Worlds 2021. But before we preview the finals, I think it's right that we take a look back at the journey here, starting with the play-ins.
Yeah, I think the journey in the play-ins really highlighted the LJL and the rise of their region. First time ever making it through play-ins all the way to the group stage. It's just been incredible to see the development of the league over the last couple of years. They're getting better and better every year.
Oh yeah, they definitely are, right? Making it to groups now, the best wildcard region, you have to say, after making it out of that play-in stage. And then any win on top of that was just kind of more prize to their accomplishment, in a sense. So massive step up from the LGL.
I was going to say, and a long time coming, right?
Yeah.
Because this is a team that we've seen on the international stage a number of times, and each time we have that conversation, is Dead FM going to make that next step for the LJL? And this time around, they're able to get it done, push themselves into the group stage. But as we turn our attention to the group stage of the main event, I think you look no further than FPX, the former world champions, kind of floundering and petering out.
Absolutely. I think this is perhaps the biggest gap between expectation and reality for a team at Worlds ever, because coming into this, many people had them as the best team from the LPL. Even though they didn't win, people were convinced Juinbi is the best player in the world. This team is going to make a very deep run, if not win. And not only did they not advance past groups, they were last in their group.
Yeah, they were last. And this is a team where we have the Dade Award every year, right? And the Dade Award tends to go to one individual. I think it has to go to the whole team, right? Because in scrims, rumor has it that this team was dominating scrims. 7% win rate, and we heard it from other teams as well. Rumor has it they were the strongest team, but coming 4th in that group, no one expected that.
The Dade Award shop, man, they're out of inventory. They're going to have to stock up for another go next year. But if we talk about a disappointment in groups, I think we have to talk about a couple of pleasant surprises. Number one for North American fans is going to be Cloud9. It's going to be that team that kind of eternally keeps us alive on the international stage, but also Hanwha Life Esports, who didn't have a ton of expectation from the community at large coming in.
Yeah, both these teams have a very similar story, where you look at NA and you think TL and 100 Thieves have a massive chance of getting out of groups because C9, group of death. You look at Hanwha Life, you're thinking more T1 and Damwon to be the front runners for the LCK, but from play-ins to quarterfinals for both these teams, huge achievement. I think group stage is where everyone expected them to end up and to fall out of the tournament, but they made the quarters.
Absolutely, and it's been a lot of those runs for Cloud9 have started actually in play-ins, right? They're the team that always seems to do it for NA, and it was so exciting to watch that miracle run. You know, as an LCS fan, being able to surpass FPX and actually get through was incredible.
Now, if we flip to the other major Western region, the EU, I'm going to separate them because I think history has shown us that expectation should exist for this region, right? Oh. And unfortunately, this time around, while matching NA and getting one team out of groups and into quarters, I'd say that's a disappointment for the LEC.
Definitely, right? 2018 finalists, 2019 finalists, 2020 semi-finalists, and this time they fall in quarters with only one team. This time 2 years ago, every single European team made it out of groups in 2019. This time around, only one. Mad Lions were the ones to make it out. Fnatic had their issues. Rogue lost the tiebreak to C9, who was the better team on the day, and Mad Lions drawing down one in the quarters. We knew there was very little hope in that best of 5.
That one's not bad.
They're not bad.
They I do think too, though, it's a good note, right, that the LEC in a sense was not dealt the best of hands when it comes to the Fnatic issues that plagued them, unfortunately. So still managing to get the #1 seed out and into the bracket stage, of course, facing defending world champions.
It was close, but they made it.
It was close, sure. But as we talk about bracket stage, then I think we've talked about it a bunch already, but it needs to be re-hit. The fact that we had 2 5-game semifinals, we saw 10 games across last weekend, which previewed an incredible matchup today.
I mean, we've already had the most 5-game series at Worlds in history, and we haven't even played the finals yet. So maybe we'll get lucky. We'll get another one today.
One more, baby.
It has been so exciting to watch. I mean, I have to say, when you talk about the semifinals, though, T1, Damwon, that is going to go down as one of the great series of all time. The level of play, the storylines, how close it was. That's something I'll treasure forever.
I mean, the whole thing came down to an Elder Dragon in Game 5, a stare down between two teams. Yes, Damwon had slight control of the river, right? But this was the objective that would define the series. Similar to the EDG RNG series, where one Baron steal defined the whole series, the T1 and Damwon was on a knife's edge.
Yeah, some people would look at those 3-0 quarterfinals that we had and go, oh, another dominant kind of bracket stage, or at least the way it looks. But EDG having to run with 5-game series all the way to the finals, and then Damwon now being pushed, as you mentioned, with that incredible historic series against T1. This year, we have seen history made, not only by the players, but also by the champions, with the most unique champions picked ever at a World Championship so far. Kobe's going to walk us through the main highlights.
That's right. We have had 92 unique champions picked or banned at Worlds already this year. By far the most at a World Championship we have ever had, and the second closest was only 82. It's been such a fun journey following the development of the meta and these unique adjustments made by different players. If you remember, we first started out with all this hype coming in around Tryndamere mid and a Mumu support, which quickly died out, and the Sad Mummy ended up with a 3-8 loss record. But the better half of that Sad Bullet Time combo lived on in Misfortune, who actually remained the most picked champion for the entire main event, with teams making use of her strong lane phase, the high move speed from Strut to rotate between objectives and plays, and of course, that teamfight ultimate and wave clearing ultimate that has so many uses. And Misfortune ended up being paired with several different partners, from Leona's hard CC kill combinations to Yuumi, who led the charge once we got to groups, bringing in some of that scaling threat of enchanters back in to buff up their AD carries and assassin picks alike, putting huge threat on those backlines. And this took Yuumi from hotly contested pick to straight up permaban in all 10 games of semis. As for the mid lane, we had Twisted Fate, LeBlanc, and Ryze dominating. And yet, even with their power so evident, several teams went very far, embracing their own style instead of conforming, namely Gen G. Superstar BDD never played Twisted Fate or Ryze a single time in this tournament, and yet still had some of his best performances ever, sticking to his tried and true champions like Zoe and Ryze. Meanwhile, we also had players like Cryan, who are limited in some ways, but went so far as to pick Annie rather than give up on their roaming and crowd control heavyweights to set up his own team, and even ended up drawing an Annie ban in the quarterfinals of the World Championship. And then, when you think you've got it all nailed down, we get more innovations. In the semifinals, at support role, we had Barrels Maokai, providing zone control and extra sapling vision for Damwon picks, as well as Keria then answering with a Zillion pick of their own from T1, countering all-in burst damage, as well as scaling very well into the late game, providing that extra speed boost to Jhin to make him a truly offensive threat. Which leads us all the way to the finals here between Damwon and EDG, where some bot lane preferences have really taken over the spotlight, namely that Jhin we mentioned, as well as Ziggs for Ghost, these long-range champions, providing lots of utility and options for the team. Meanwhile, the Nami Lucian for EDG who have really aimed to dominate that bottom lane. And if EDG show their overwhelming preferences that they have so far this tournament, Graves top 9 picks, J4 jungle 8 picks, Ryze mid 6 picks, I do expect Damwon to put huge pressure on that top side of the map with solo lane counter picks. We've seen Showmakers LeBlanc already, Khans Kennen and Jace having success, but really what I want is some more spicy picks, maybe a Yasuo or even Cassiopeia counter pick from Showmaker mid, or Khan going back to his roots with some style, some Riven, some Fiora. One thing's for sure, we have seen players dig deeper into their champion pools than ever before, and I'm excited to see if there are any more surprises left in store for us.
92 champions picked and banned in this World Championship so far. But I'm with Kobe. I want to see what else people have to pull out here in our final 5 games.
Well, Showmaker had the interview with Horizon where he was saying he's still got lots more in his bag of tricks. So I'm hoping we're going to get
97, Showmaker.
Yeah, I really think that T1 pushed Damwon, right? They picked so many different champions and they had to really push themselves into what they want to pick and how to adapt, whereas EDG just kind of kept falling back on comfort and sticking to what was working. This is the last best of 5 they're going to play all year. Give it everything.
That's the thing, right? Leave it all out on the Rift here in this final best of 5. At Worlds, we've watched the best players around the world battle it out, which led to some epic plays. So let's look back at the best of them in the Axe 0.01% effect replay.
Look at the poke coming out from the Mad Lions. The wave is there. LNG are committed.
For Armut, a big dive. GA popped. Icon Sonia's. Tarzan low. Tarzan dunk is gonna miss, and Karzi kills him. The base is alive, but Light is not. Humanoid on the chase.
Very scary pushing up these waves.
Oh, Josh Hill for FBI, but he wasn't quick enough, and that means he's just instantly taken down.
Can they keep him away? It's at 2K. They can burn this down. They find the first bit of CC. Oh, GA who blames it. Does it happen again? Will we get another Baron steal? Oh, it does it again! We do! Again and again!
Battling against LWX, that's the bullet time. He's taken down relatively low, but Nogari's teleported in. That's the curtain call, and Hansama doesn't have a whole lot of places to go. He's playing some DDR pretty decently here, as now he gets himself out.
Oh, they have to burn through him. They have to kick him back. They have to use every form of CZ known to man. They stop him. They punch him into the fountain. Oh, it goes through that.
I told you they're gonna flip the channel to the BDD show. The BDD show keeps on rolling.
Coming in, Khan has flash, slices and dices up the Mad Lions, and they did not respect Khan. Damwon Kia cleaned the Lions off the map. They wear their pelt as a cape.
The hope is alive for Rogue.
Stunned into the hook. Larson almost down, but he pops the stopwatch just in time. Supreme said Talon will come out. It's a double for Khan. Benny, the hope was there for Rogue, but immediately it's slammed right back in their faces. Canyon and Khan can do no wrong. Hansama tries to get away, but Khan gets the quadra. He TPs. Couple more shots. A penta for Khan.
No better way to end than on a penta for Khan in his final world championship.
How about a world championship?
I mean, yeah, well, no, for him, there's a better way to end it.
better.
I'm just talking about this set of plays. For me, though, while it didn't amount to much or really result in anything changing, the headbutt or the kick into headbutt of the Tryndamere into the fountain has to be one of my favorite plays of the entire World Championship.
Yeah, kind of saved the base as well, so it was such a big play. I think my favorite is for sure the T1 Damwon series game 2 where they stole Baron, owner on Lee Sin, and then they cleaned up and they won that game.
I don't know how many times I have to watch BDG just ruining NA hopes with that Zoe.
Yeah, I'm trying
That's
to
a terrible play. Who put that in there? Get that out of there.
Alrighty, well, we're going to step away for a quick break, but make sure you stick around because after the break, we're heading to the ground in Iceland for some reactions.
What are you willing to lose? You cover your wounds, but underneath them a million voices in your head that whisper, stop now. Another twist of the knife, a turn of the screws. It's all in your mind, and it's fighting you on yourself. The storm is coming. Wow, kid, what you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, Phoenix fly. And now you're playing with matches, come out of the ashes underneath you. A million voices in the crowd, they're screaming, stop now. Well, let them swallow the pride, you're turning the tide to true believers. Got them in the palm of your hand, you're playing God now. What you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive?
welcome back to the 2021 World Finals. It's been an exciting year for League of Legends, and we're closing it out with the biggest event of them all, the battle for the Summoners Cup. Now, across the last month, 22 teams have given us a spectacle worthy of the greatest stage for our beloved esport. And let's hope that we can share it with you in the arena when Worlds comes around next year in North America. There's a lot to look forward to in the coming months, both on and off the Rift. And for more on the World Championship and the future of Riot Esports, let's check in with Shocks and some special guests in Iceland.
Thank you so much, Dash. I have two incredible guests with me here, John Needham and Naz Alatea. John Needham is, of course, the global head of esports at Riot Games. And we have the newest global head of LOL esports at Riot Games, Naz. Welcome to you both. And first up, how are you doing? John, maybe?
Doing amazing. It's awesome being here in Iceland. The tournament's been great. Been a very busy year, but it's been awesome, man. I couldn't be happier with this event.
I mean, I couldn't be more excited. It's actually my first esports event that I've been live at since 2019 because of the pandemic. So I could not be happier to be here. I think we had an incredible weekend of semifinals. I don't think we've seen more epic, two days, 5 games, right? So just thrilled going into the weekend.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I was very, very happy that we got to the full 5 games for both. That doesn't often happen. Now, Naz, I want to talk a little bit about your new role, the global head of LOL Esports. You've been, of course, with the company for almost a decade. You have so much experience, but what was it like taking up this role so close to the biggest event of the year?
Well, first of all, it's a huge honor to step into the role. Like you said, I've been with Riot a long time and part of the team in the early days when we had this vision, to build this sport and our community has really gone and done it. And so it's really exciting, overwhelming, I'd say, in a good way to step into the role. And I'll have to say, look, I stepped into it, like you said, right before Worlds. All credit goes to the team that's been working and cranking on Worlds. As you can imagine, it's a year-long process and then some to plan a World Championship. And given the challenges of both 2020 and 2021, the team has done a truly miraculous job of pivoting, and here we are in Iceland, about to head into the World Finals. So.
Yeah, it's all amazing. Now, of course, in your role as global head of esports, it's not just the League of Legends World Championship. It's also everything else we've seen rolled out this year. Valorant, of course, TFT still going strong. Wild Rift. What has that been like? Because all of a sudden, you were the global head of esports, and now I feel like it's become more tangible because they've all rolled out this year.
100%. So, this has been the first full year of Valorant esports. And it's been great. One thing we want is there are some kind of fundamentals of esports we'll always deliver. We always want a high quality show. We always want to innovate with technology and kind of blow our fans' minds. And we also want to maintain competitive integrity all the time with our sports because we take this very seriously. But Valorant has been so cool because the personality is just different than League. It's stylish. The teams are yelling at each other on stage. It's just a lot more competitive.
We're not stylish, John?
No, well, listen, it's a little bit more stylish than League. I'll say that.
It's an FPS, right?
It's an FPS. And so it's just been super fun kind of seeing the personality of Valorant shine through in the sport as well. And then right after Worlds, we're going to do the Horizon Cup for Wild Rift. And I think we're going to have another iteration of a sport that's just going to kind of feel different for our fans. Because at the end of the day, we want to deliver a sport that our fans expect. And the fans are different for each of these games. So we're trying to be very flexible while keeping our fundamental principles and how we do things.
Yeah, it's turning into an all-encompassing lifestyle almost, right? There's something there for everyone. And I think that also goes for Arcane. That's about to be released and all the activations we saw around the final specifically, Naz. What has it been like trying to set that up? Because from a fan perspective, overwhelming. There is so much to look at, so much to do, and so much to look forward to for the final.
That's really the hope, right? I think what's so exciting is in the last year, right, there's more kind of expressions of the League of Legends IP than there ever has been before. And so for fans or even audiences who haven't played League of Legends, there are more ways to come into our universe. And for us, we really see it as our job to deliver a sports entertainment experience that draws those fans in, that engages them and really makes it delightful, right, to be a fan of those sports. So I think it's going to be really exciting to see what an Arcane, what Wild Rift does for League of Legends esports fandom. My guess and my hope is that we kind of have a whole new swath of fans who are about to enter the sport.
I want to ask you about a couple of things, and I don't know how much you can say. Naz, I want to start with the show open presented by MasterCard, which we've already seen the video for and the artists that are involved. Can you give us a little bit more of a sneak peek somehow? Or no? How excited are you for it?
It's going to be epic.
Yeah,
I will promise you that. Like you saw the lineup of artists. We have Imagine Dragons back.
Yes.
You know, they I think threw down the gauntlet for us in terms of opening ceremonies in 2014, and we've just continued to try to kind of bring that epicness to the show open since then. And so we're thrilled to have them, and also of course to welcome the two finalists to the stage. But no spoilers, no.
No spoilers. I like that. You know, we're going to it blind. Can you tell me anything?
Sadly, I can't.
Sadly not.
Sorry.
We're not too far away from it now, though. So let's focus on our finalists then. We have Damwon Kia and we have EDG, a representative from the LCK and the LPL. How happy are you both with that as the global head of esports and LoL Esports?
I couldn't be more thrilled. First time we have 2 #1 seeds. EDG, that's just been trying for so long to get in finals, and I'm super happy for them. And Damwon, I mean, they are just an absolute force. You know, I just haven't seen team fighting like that team does it before. So it's going to be a thrilling finale, I think.
And the idea of Damwon Kia being the repeat champion, kind of that new dynasty, that's very exciting.
This is where dynasties are built. I think it's always really exciting to see rival regions, right, at the end in a world final. So we're really, really excited for Saturday. I've been watching videos and seeing photos of LPL viewing parties, you know, in China, and the fans around the globe are excited. So it's going to be a great showdown. Yeah.
Let's hope for 5 games, a slugfest, great quality of games.
100%.
Let's, you know, have the longest best of 5 possible. I would sign up for that.
Absolutely.
Thank you both so much. Looking forward to all you will bring us in the next couple of years. And thank you for the interview.
You've been doing an amazing job this tournament.
Oh, thank you very much. Awesome. And back to you.
Thank you so much, Shaks. Definitely a bright future for League of Legends esports. And at the helm, we have, again, the LCK. With Damwon picking up the World Championship last year, 3 of our LCK teams in the semi-finals this time around. I'm joined by none other than Atlas, who will be casting the World Finals later today. But how does it feel to know that the LCK is back on top, my friend?
Feels pretty amazing. I don't want to gloat too much, as people would assume that that's probably what I want to do right now. But I'm so proud of both Damwon and T1, but I think that they were expected to do really well. I want to talk about Gen G and Humble Life just for a little second, because I couldn't be more amazed with their performances this year's Worlds. And it's been just incredible to go from this region where it feels great to be a Damwon fan to a region that it just feels great to be a fan, right?
Right. I mean, so yeah, there you have it, right? We've expanded beyond that idea of a one-team region.
Yeah.
It seems to a degree the LCK had adopted as a persona. But I do have to illustrate, or even pinpoint, the fact that there were a couple years of drought there for the LCK. 2018, 2019, definitely some struggles. But it makes this period almost feel a little sweeter.
It does. It's almost like it's the big elephant in the room, right? Because I feel like the expectation for the LCK over their years of dominance just kept mounting and growing. And that didn't stop when we got to 2018 and 2019. I felt like, you know, teams like KT moving in with their super team in 2018, not being able to perform, then only added extra gravity to the T1 super team that was put up in 2019, and then was also falling short internationally. The teams and players in Korea just had so much expectation and pressure on them that I couldn't have imagined how it must have felt to not be able to deliver after so long being at the top.
I mean, when you're the first region to create a true dynasty, a true era of dominance in an esport, right? You're going to carry the weight of those expectations really for the eternity of the existence of that esport. And I think while we will get to, and we do want to talk about what lies ahead of Damwon, I think we have to talk a little bit about how they've been tested already. And they've been tested by the very team that they're looking to join in that kind of godly sense of the League of Legends world, being tested by T1 already. But that era of dominance, the 3 championships that T1 picked up over the course of 4 years, that's what they're chasing.
Yeah, and it's a really difficult topic, right? Because you've got a lot of people that want to jump on the Damwon Kia hype train, but I think that we all need to take a little bit of a step back and realize just what was achieved by teams like T1 as well as Samsung, of course, with very different rosters, but still the same organization across that 5-year period of LCK dominance. But it was fake as SKT. It was this T1 roster that was just so extraordinarily powerful for all that time. They did manage to win the back-to-back finals in 2015 and 2016, but I think it goes beyond that. They felt inevitable. It felt like there was no other team that could even stand up to this squad. So being able to compare what Damwon is doing now to that is a very difficult prospect.
Yeah, and we're definitely still not there, right? There is some work to be done for Damwon, but let's talk then about the best of 5 that they have in front of them, looking to be only the second team in organization to do back-to-back world titles. How are you feeling about their chances and them as a team overall?
I mean, I think that their chances are extraordinarily good, but I don't want to say anything before, you know, the dance is done. But if they can win here, then I think that they will be restarting that LCK legacy, and that's what I'm looking forward to.
All right, well, thank you so much, Atlas. I look forward to hearing your World Finals cast in just a few minutes, well, more than a few minutes time, 30 minutes-ish time. But it's been an absolute pleasure, and we'll see if the beginning of that new era of the LCK dominance is around the corner. Now, to learn more about what today's final really means, for the LPL, we're going to hand it over to Shox, who's standing by with the LPL host Candice on the ground in Iceland.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Candice, the host of the LPL, to talk about Edwards Gaming road to the finals. Candice, first off, what can you tell me about the importance of EDG making it to the finals this year?
I think it's super important and crucial for us because one of the LPL team finally got into the final, and also they are the first seed of LPL, so that proves that we're not that bad, actually.
Not that bad, I'd say very, very good indeed. Now, EDG is, of course, one of the most established organizations in the LPL and in the world. What can you tell me about their domestic success?
Edward Gaming was founded in 2013, and they have won the most LPL championships with 6 trophies and 1 MSI championship, and alongside with the third-party championships. So I kind of like to say they built a kingdom domestically at that time.
Absolutely did, and they won so much, and you mentioned it already. MSI 2015, the international success came almost immediately.
Yeah, I think everyone should remember the epic Game 5 they played against SKT was Clea Love's pocket pick, Evelyn, and also Pound's Morgana versus Faker's LeBlanc. So I think everyone should remember that, and they won their first MSI trophy back, and this is the first international kind of championship since IPL 5.
Wow.
Right.
So
it's super
long
important.
Time. A long time in the making. And I think we're all a bit familiar with the curse, I should say, of EDG. We thought after MSI 2015 they would just keep racking up the wins, but that's not what happened.
The old meme was that EDG performed really good domestically, but never performed that well internationally. But I'm very glad that in this year, they kind of broke the curse, the quarterfinal curse. And I think this year's slogan, make or break, suits Edward Gaming super well. They broke the curse and make the history.
Absolutely, and they're in the finals. Now, if we take a step aside from EDG before this year, it wasn't going too well for them. There was a quarterfinal curse, but luckily for the LPL fans, some good things happened, right? 2 world championships back to back.
Yes, EDG is one of the LPL representatives, but this is the 4th consecutive year for LPL team make it to the World's Final. And in 2 of the 3 World's Final, a LPL team took the trophy home, right? So with IG and FunPlus, their success kind of built the confidence inside LPL that we should be more confident on the international stage.
I'm really glad that Europe was able to help you build that confidence in those 2 finals. But talk to me about Edward Gaming this year. How did they start this year, and what changed about their roster and their journey towards Worlds?
I think they have put a lot of work into that, and also I think Edward Gaming is fast learning team during the group stage. They learn very fast with their drafts and all kinds of things, but now they're in the semifinal, and quickly they will be in the final. They should put up a good fight against LCK teams. And as for the LPL fans, a lot of people think maybe we should be the underdog when we play against LCK teams. But there is another point of view that we already overtaken the LCK as the first region, but I'm not very sure about that. But for this year, I don't think we have painted a picture of LPL dominance because we only have one LPL team in the semifinal, right? So we didn't expect that at all. Yeah. But I'm very glad that EDG, they keep up the honor of LPL to make it to the final.
To make it to the final, indeed. I like that spicy take about maybe already have overtaken them. Finally, we're super excited for this final. And I've heard that the fans in China are going absolutely crazy.
Yes, because there's a lot of watch parties in different cities in China. And those watching parties are full of audience and fans. They're cheering for EDG. Even there is some guy to wave the flags in front of the crowd and cheering for EDG. And other than that, there are a lot of university students. You can see the virtual videos, the students sending their support to EDG and LPL with the signs overhead during their freshman military training week. So it's really incredible to see those kind of like supportings or cheerings. And the others will be the students shaking the building with their like booming voices. I'm kind of shocked about that kind of things, but those kind of things kind of remember me of the 2017 Worlds in China. So it's a pity that we cannot have the Worlds in China this year. We would like to show our passion and enthusiasm in this year's, or would like to show to the world.
Oh, we definitely miss that passion coming out of the fans. Thank you so much, Candace, for that excitement and also the insight into EDG. We're going to throw it over to a short break, but we'll be right back.
This ain't where the legends come from. You know what a hero looks like. Pretty little flower, won't you sit back down and go play nice? So keep talking, keep laughing. One day you'll wish you had it. Other people on fire, fire. Maybe it's time they meet their dragon. If you're gonna hold me down, you're not gonna let me in into your castle walls. None of you can keep them. 'Cause if I gotta
일단 모든 팀원들이랑 뭐 코치님, 감독님, 그다음에 저희 프런트 분들까지 다 열심히 노력해서 갈 수 있었다고 생각합니다.
我们主要是心态能稳住吧，然后我们的每个选手都比较强的吧。
지금 매우 차올라 있는 상태고 결승전 때 꼭 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있도록 열심히 하겠습니다.
觉得这一次该要打到决赛吧，然后我不希望错过这次机会。
정말 짜릿하고 빨리 결승전을 하고 싶습니다.
挺有自信的吧，只要我们做好，我觉得是能赢的。
Welcome back to Worlds 2021. We just heard the players describe their road to the finals thanks to our friends at Oppo. And it's only fitting that the reigning LCK and LPL champions are the ones left standing.
As always is, isn't it? Unless Europe's there, it's LPL versus LCK or LCK versus LCK. We saw it last year. Went in favor of Damwon. Can EDG break that?
Yeah, absolutely. Also matching up, in the MSI finals, LPL, LCK, it is very historic. For EDG, though, this is not the norm. Though LPL has been having a tremendous amount of international success over the last couple of years, EDG has not enjoyed that success themselves. They're the most domestically dominant team ever in the LPL, but this is not only their first World Final, it was their first semi-final, and they are just having this incredible run.
Yeah, and they've had splits in the LPL where they go like 16-0 and they dominate the finals. They 3-0 the finals, they come in and then they just bomb out in quarterfinals. EDG is the team that you always doubt, it feels like, right? Finals of the LPL, FPX is going to win. The RNG EDG series, I think most people kind of thought RNG had that series because RNG and FPX were the front runners for the LPL. Now they're in the finals, I think most people are thinking Damwon's going to win, so the underdog story is doing them pretty well.
Absolutely. I mean, they've had this historic run already. 2 5-game series, back-to-back. They've had to claw and fight their way here, and they're looking to become the second team ever to win both MSI and Worlds.
I think that's a big point. And of course, it hasn't been an easy road. Second out of their group, 5-game series quarters, 5-game series semifinal, and now they challenge the defending world champions in Damwon Kia. You already called them the favorite, at least by most people's standards, Kadril. Let's talk about this squad.
Oh yeah, because if you think of Damwon 3 years ago, this was Challenger's career. Reckless said in an interview in 2018 at the World Championship, we're scrimming 2 teams, Griffin and Damwon. And Damwon is now on the cusp of winning back-to-back world titles. In the Kesper Cup, the remnants of that roster, Canyon and Showmaker, all the way from 2018 to 2021 as their star players.
And I think it's so incredible to think about how meteoric their rise has been. From that team that's not even in the LCK to this team that has ran the LCK over the last 2 years and been so incredibly dominant internationally as well. They're being talked about as some of the greatest players of all time. Canyon here, if he wins a world championship, only one other jungler ever has more than 1 world championship.
And I think part of becoming, or rather retaining that label of best players of all time, you've got to win multiple titles, and even better to do it back-to-back. But while the majority of the squad, the core of the squad is looking for those back-to-back titles, Kadril, we're looking at Khan as well, still searching for that first.
It's his last dance, make or break. He's going to leave a world champion or a world finalist when he leaves at the end of this year. This will be the last best-of-5 he ever plays at an international stage, even in League of Legends at all.
And I think he's been in some of the best form of his career, which makes it the perfect time for it. Everything feels like it's coming together for him to have this incredible moment. He was so dominant in the laning phases, through groups, through knockouts. He has the team supporting him, and he is looking incredibly strong.
For me, that's the best part of it, right? That if he does take a world championship here, he'll do it in some of the best form he's ever had in his career. Now, Damwon Kia made it to the finals thanks to a crucial fight around the Elder Drake in Game 5 versus T1. And here's another look in our State Farm Assist of the Week.
Hold on tight because we're barreling right into this Assist of the Week presented by State Farm. With one fight standing between Damwon Kia and the Grand Finals, Beryl made a grand entrance, opening up the fight so the rest of Damwon Kia could cut down T1.
3K getting lower, going all the way, trying to lock up the nuke, but who's going to get it? No! In the end, it is Canyon. When it matters most, he will find the spike. Megumi Yushi standing strong on the backside. It does not matter. In the face of the Elder, Damwon Kia.
Now, Beryl played a pivotal part in that team fight on the Rakan, and lucky for us, we've got Kadril, who looked a little closer at Beryl and his performance here over the past couple of weeks, and he's going to help us understand it all in this edition of State Farm Neighborhood Tactics.
6. Yeah, as a viewer, we tend to see the big flashy plays, the team fight setups, the 1v1s, the 2v2s, but there's a few small things you tend to miss on the build-up to those plays, and one of them was Beryl. Now, there's 3 clips we're going to look at from 3 games in that T1 series, and the first one might not stand out as anything very different, right? Very standard thing happening here. He's running mid with his AD carry, Herald is just spawning in a couple seconds, and the setup is good. Showmaker will move towards the top side, as we can see, and he will get the XP on the mid wave. Now, notice how he gets level 6 just as the wave dies, and Keria doesn't. So he moves to the objective, and you have a level 6 support versus a level 5 with engage ultimates, which are so pivotal. Now, this first clip doesn't look very astounding, right? It's just a support running mid. But as you look deeper into the series, it just gets to tend more of a trend. As we see in the second game, he's playing Alistar. And this time around, his mid laner is actually in base. He left him. He's left alone in mid. Now, it's very unusual for a support to just push the mid wave, but he does it intentionally to get level 6.
Hard flamed in solo queue for that.
Oh, you would get hard flamed for sure, but he does it intentionally to get level 6 on the wave. Perfect timing to run towards the Herald, while the enemy support is level 5 once again. And the third one was the most important. Game 4. Beryl on Rakan, and this is the one where it becomes the most obvious, where we see it, where Showmaker intentionally leaves Beryl, and let's just keep our eyes on his experience bar at the bottom and see how close he is to level 6 for this Herald fight. Now, all of these plays are at 8 minutes into the game. Herald is just about to spawn. The last caster creep, he hits level 6.
That's disgusting mathematics right there.
And then what's the scariest thing in this entire fight? It's the level 6 Rakan zoning away the whole of T1. Support advantage on level 6 3 games in a row. This time around, the Lulu was 6, but the positioning of the Rakan and the timing is perfect. And I think this is something we can keep our eye on in the Damwon series to see if, you know, Beryl does come mid at 8 minutes to get the level 7 mid wave and get level 6 for the Herald.
Now, so often in League of Legends, we talk about the gold leads, we talk about the item advantages, but just as important, the experience. You know, the ability, as you mentioned, to pick up that ultimate right on the cusp of a team fight and be the difference maker of an extra ult versus, you know, versus none on the other side when it comes to those support engages.
And when you see something like that happen once, it can be coincidence. When you see it happen every single time, you realize the planning that goes into this, and that is what really separates the good teams from the great teams, is these little things that they do consistently to find an edge, realizing, hey, I'm exactly one wave of experience off, this can change the game.
Now, Beryl definitely looking in top form moving into this World Championship, a lot like he did when they took the last one. But he's just one piece of a bigger conversation, which is the bot lane between these two squads. Kedra, let's start there.
Yeah, EDG's bot lane, definitely the biggest win condition for them. Viper and Mako were fantastic in that 5-game series, getting back-to-back so many kills in lane itself and so much aggression coming out of it. I mean, the team drafts around their bot lane so heavily and plays around their bot lane, and it comes with so much success.
Absolutely, and I think, you know, when you're looking at them, they have to have this kind of a series to really be able to compete against someone. They've got to be able to get 2v2 kills if they want to go for that lane prio, play for the Lucian Nami, play these types of picks. But I think when you're looking at the other side, when you're looking at Ghost, people have given him so much criticism over the year, and I think that, you know, really people need to wake up and realize where he is as a player now compared to where he was at MSI and where he was in spring. He has improved leaps and bounds, and going up against T1, I think we saw that. Going up against this incredible area Gumayusi bot lane, they were expected to get dominated. Well, he died 0 times pre-15, even though he gets way less help from his jungler than his opponents do. I think he's having an outstanding tournament.
Yeah, and it's just interesting the way the map works. What we tend to see is, as we saw in those clips earlier on with supports running mid, it's 4v4's topside for Herald at 8 minutes. So you're on a timer of 8 minutes to get those 2v2 kills. EDG's bot lane was able to do so, and everyone thought EDG's bot lane was the best bot lane in the world coming into the tournament, but Damwon have shown that they can nullify bot lanes quite easily.
All right, you take a look at this. As you mentioned, much less help, a 6% jungle proximity to the almost 13% on the side of Viper.
Absolutely, and I mean, his CSD is worse than Viper's, but that's to be expected. Beryl roams a lot more. You know, EDG always was the more lane-focused 2v2 team. Even in the LPL, when Mako was playing Gage supports, he spent more time around his AD. But the gold at 15, you know, he's getting kills, he's getting plates, he's being able to fulfill the role that his team needs precisely.
Now, speaking of gold, that's where I want to go next. Taking a look at both of these teams by kind of zooming out to see the whole picture of how their previous series went. As we pull these gold graphs up behind us, I just want it to be known for everybody at home that the gold bars are the teams in wins versus blue in losses. We're starting with Damwon Kia.
Yeah, look at Damwon, right? It's slow and steady at the early game, but once they get a lead, they just skyrocket ahead. And even when they're behind, as you can see in one of those lines, they actually pull it back a little bit, right? They try to find ways to get back into the game. And this is remnants that we saw in the Mad Lions series where, you know, they're 8K down, they just start up a Baron, they force you to walk into them, and then Khan has a great position to turn the entire game around. If you compare that on the side of EDG, it feels slightly different where once they start to fall behind, the game just explodes and that's it. And when they have early game gold leads, then they do make it slow and steady, but as you can see it behind us, a little bit more fluctuation in the early game, and then when it fluctuates towards the mid game, it's really explosive on either side.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, EDG, I think this is partially due to the fact that they struggle with some of their setups around objectives. I think they're not nearly as clean, you know, in how they control vision and how they approach objectives compared to Damwon. When they are winning, they're so much more comfortable in how they want to play out the game. They get priority in lanes, they shove it out, that gives them river control, that gives them an easier in to actually get these setups. And that's why I think the early game becomes so incredibly important when you're playing against Damwon.
I was going to say, especially because you take a look at the two graphs, and at least for me, when we compare the two, the thing that jumps out the most is how divergent this graph here becomes earlier in the game, right? Speaking to the fact that EDG, with the lead, can definitely push the advantage, but also in a losing situation, struggle a lot more to find their avenues back in. Damwon keeping it close for longer, whether it goes one way or the other.
I think that's because in the T1 series, we saw a lot of cross-mapping, where in EDG Gen G, we saw a lot of team fights. So I'm interested to see how EDG plays out the map in this series, because T1 versus Damwon was more like a dance between the teams to just trade off objectives and trade off gold. But I think EDG is just going to throw a punch at Damwon and see what happens.
Well, and I think one of the scariest parts is we saw in Game 5, T1 versus Damwon. Damwon doesn't have to ever fight you to win. They can poke you out, they can choke you out, and make it very, very difficult to play your style.
A scary prospect right there. We've already talked about the bot lanes. Let's hop to the other side of the map and talk top laners. Khan, we've talked about him already. Incredible performance individually throughout the tournament so far. Today, he's got one final opponent to get that Summoner's Cup, and it's Flandre.
This is two Titan veterans up against each other, right? Khan has been to multiple kind of international events. He's been to MSI finals. He's been around. But Flandre has been playing in Snake, for 5 years, then to LNG, and now on to EDG. He's been in the LPL for 6-7 years, but this is his first international events up against a Titan like Khan, who's having a fantastic tournament.
I mean, Khan's lane phase is so incredible, and that is difficult enough to deal with. I do think people were overlooking Flandre a bit as like, he just plays Graves and Jace. Well, he broke that stigma in the semifinals, but also in the LPA. He's played 24 different champions over the course of the year, so he has the flexibility to try to take some swings here at Khan. The difficulty for me is it's a team game, and Damwon's top side work miraculously well together.
Yeah, I mean, he'll play Jason Graves if you give it to him, right? But he's also very willing to jump to some other things, and the way that top lane meta develops is going to be very intriguing to me with what Khan has already been willing to pull out. From there, we hop to the mid lane, and while we do talk about the importance of those side lanes, and I'm sure they will have massive influence over the matchup today, we're going to talk about the duo of mid jungle, because in so many ways, Kadril, to me, that has become more and more the focus of Worlds as we narrow in towards the finals here.
Yeah, mid jungle is the meat of the team. It's the main course. The side lanes are the side dishes, but everything will come down to this mid jungle, and they play so much different. If you just look at the champion pools, you've got Damwon on one side, which is very aggressive, and EDG on the other side, which is very scaling heavy. So just look at the semi-finals mid jungle pools, right? On the left, you've got Damwon, Lee Sin Syndra, Lee Sin LeBlanc, Talon Zoe, massive gank setup, massive kill pressure on the enemy mid, massive single target damage to get mid push to move to side. EDG on the opposite side, Olaf Azir, Jarvan Orianna, Jarvan Victor, these are massive teamfight champions, spiking at level 6. Not really looking for so much gank setup, but more so push-outs and good bases for objective timers and team fights, which is EDG's bread and butter.
Absolutely, and I think that's a big reason why we're seeing so much Jarvan from EDG, because of kind of the meta shift here. You know, they were so relying on Mako in the LPL to be that primary form of Engage, where he's playing the Leonis, he's playing these Engage champs. And with him playing more 2v2 dominant towards Enchanters, they've needed someone to fill that role, and that's where the Jarvan comes in. Because as you said, you look at the semifinals, they were winning their games through 5v5, and the Jarvan is the go button.
Yeah, and it's almost like comfort right now, because JJ just picks so much Jarvan, and it just focuses so much on team fights. The way these teams work, it's so interesting. Not only in the 2v2s, but the draft, right? Damwon will early prioritize Showmaker and Canyon. They'll first pick LeBlanc. They'll first pick Syndra, TF, Lee Sin. This is their focus. On the other side, you've got EDG, who, yeah, they'll first pick a Jarvan, but most cases they're focusing bot lane. Scouts will go 4-5. JJ will pick a losing jungle matchup just to make sure their winning lane is bot lane, and mid jungle will facilitate and be more kind of flexible.
And now I know we're talking about mid jungle as a duo, but when I isolate those junglers, right? I see JJ having a really tall task ahead of him today because he's taking on the likes of Canyon, who I think is fast becoming a piece of the conversation for a best player in the world, bar none.
Absolutely. You know, maybe best jungler of all time, right? The only guy who has more than one championship, world championship in his role is Bengi, right? And Bengi played a very different style. Canyon has been so incredibly dominant. And the thing that has just impressed me the most about him is he looks equally dominant when his team is losing as when they are winning, right? He doesn't just have to snowball a game and rely on getting early kills to look incredible. He's playing Lee Sin from behind and making it look so unstoppable in team fights.
And I'm so happy it's a carry jungle meta so we can see Canyon really flourish. He ticks every single box you'd want for the jungler, and that's why he's in contention for best player in the world. I think both these junglers have a very interesting trajectory where Canyon started out in Challengers Korea and then into the LCK only on Damwon. The only team Canyon's ever played for is Damwon. Same thing for JJ. EDG youth team to EDG main team. Very young. I think he's almost like Canyon, but 1 or 2 years ago.
Right, of course, I do think that clash of styles is going to be very interesting. While JJ's going to have his work cut out for him in terms of containing Canyon in the early game, try not to let him get Showmaker off the ground, then maybe find his effectiveness in the team fights and ultimately bring it home for EDG. Now, in the semifinals, we had 4 Korean mid laners, and now there's only 2 left standing to fight for the Lang Kingdom and the world title. Our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz is Showmaker versus Scout.
It's time for the biggest series of the year, featuring 2 domestic champions fighting for the biggest title in esports.
Out, Damwon Kia, they're going in. Gobushi going down. Conan forced to back away. Carrying Faker just getting torn apart.
Returning champions Damwon Kia want to win back-to-back, and while their dominance is undisputed, the semifinals showed that they can bleed.
Wins it, Showmaker finds Carrier. Faker getting burned down. But Kana, can he turn it back? Kana can make it happen. It is not enough. Damwon Kia will not be stopped.
Leading the charge is Showmaker. Having just defeated the unkillable Demon King, another star mid laner awaits in the form of EDG's veteran Scout.
He will not go out quickly. Now Showmaker in.
Pascal beating at 1 health, but Scout is in. Scout is here for supremacy.
He and Mako have been the faces of the team for years, and now that they've reached their first World Finals, they want to continue making history.
Misfortune gonna go in for the play. That'll auto get the ball.
Both of these mid laners are pivotal to the success of their team. Winning here will launch them into the history books. Don't miss the most exciting league series of the year, Damwon Kia versus EDG in the World Finals.
Our featured matchup for the day, presented by Mercedes-Benz. It's Scout versus Showmaker. Kadril, what do you make of it?
Well, you've got Scout on one end, who, although he's been a bit quiet this tournament in a way, the finals were fantastic in the LPL. I think he's kind of overshadowed by people like, BDD having superstar performances, Faker, Chovy, Showmaker, all these people kind of standing that little edge above him just because of the notoriety they have. But Scout's been just such a consistent rock for them, and he's kind of like a veteran. He's been on EDG since 2016.
Those are some big names. Those are some big names to try and overcome.
They are, absolutely. And I mean, when you're going up against Showmaker, one of the things that really impresses me is how well he facilitates Canyon. We talk about Canyon, maybe the best player in the world. Well, he's got some help in getting things done in the early stages. Showmaker is so good at trimming the waves just enough that people can't actually fully reset it, at holding that wave in kind of this neutral state so that Canyon can come in, can find these ganks, can get kills, can get flashes, and they're able to do it so incredibly consistently that really makes it worthwhile to go for these early game 2v2s that you were talking about, going for the Lee Sin plus the Syndra and the LeBlanc and these types of picks.
So yeah, that's basically how Damwon function. Just mid-jungle, early gank setup, and whether they kill you or not, they get your flash and they keep you under tower. Now what does that do? That unlocks the map. They play through mid to side lanes. That's how they want the map to unfold, whereas EDG play the opposite way around. They play side lanes into mid, so you have more scaling picks, Scout especially playing these control mages, where when it comes to the late game team fights, that's where he will shine. If they can neutralize the early mid jungle stages and get to points in the game like this, where Scout can play Victor, can play Orianna, can play Azir, then that's where he will start to take over.
And as much as you have to look at this and say, okay, Showmaker is the favored player, it feels like this keeps happening to Scout, where he keeps being overlooked. You look at the LPL finals that you mentioned earlier, going up against Doumbé, everyone had Doumbé pegged as the best player in the world. Scout across that series, 26, 24-26. You go into the semifinals against BDD, who was having a tournament of his life. Scout, another incredible series, 24-6-25. This guy has just been absolutely rising to the occasion when he needs to for this EDG team, and he'll certainly have to do that if EDG are going to be in with the chance today.
I'm going to jump in here because we got a minute 30 ahead of the opening show. Now it's time for the predictions, so let's see how the fans voted at home in our MasterCard Nexus on Twitter. 79% in favor of Damwon Kia. I'd say that's to a degree expected and somewhat representative of the matchup we have in front of us.
Oh yeah, Damwon look unstoppable. They've dropped 2 games the entire tournament long. They've looked fantastic from start to finish. They have superstars in every player, in every role. World champions from last year. It's really hard to kind of favor EDG in this.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, well, I'm going to make you put your money where your mouth is. So if you think it's hard to favor EDG, I can already make the assumption of who you think is going to take it. But Pedro, let's get it on record. Who are you going with in our World Final here, and how many games?
I think it's going to be a 3-0 for Damwon. I think Damwon's playstyle is fantastic. I think T1 was able to kind of capitalize it on a little bit because of how flexible they were in draft with things like Lissandra, Poppy, these kind of target picks, Zillion, to actually win out games by neutralizing Damwon's early game and winning out in mid to late game through neutral objectives. But
No
I think
chance for the LPL squad.
No chance. I think EDG don't have the flexibility that T1 did, and I think Damwon is just going to run away with this series.
All right, Azale, where's your head at?
I mean, I'm on the Damwon side. I think it's almost impossible not to be. You know, I do think that Canyon is such a difference maker here. I think he really is too much for JJ, but I do think that EDG can team fight with Damwon. I think that they will be able to get a game. I have it 3-1. But I think if EDG can have a strong early game, they can match in the 5v5. I just think they're not as well-rounded, and they struggle with their setups, and Damwon's going to abuse that.
Aligning with the fans, both my analysts, but the wait is finally over. So without further ado, let's go ahead and kick off the Worlds 2021 final with the show open, presented by MasterCard.
What are you calling this one?
Whisker.
You want to talk about today?
What's the point? I ruined everything. I'm not a fighter.
You don't have to be. Look, I've got these. And you've got those.
They never work.
They will. Come with me.
What?
Come on.
Across the river, my hands are cold and bare. Dear friend, across the river, I'll take what you can spare. I ask of you a penny, my fortune it will be. I am you without envy. We wait through musty towers.
You promise
the sounds of the silence that allows for my mind to run around with my ear up to the ground. I'm searching to behold the stories that I told when my back is to the world that was smiling when I turned. Tell you you're the greatest, but once you turn, they hate us. Oh, the misery. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Spare the sympathy. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Look out for yourself. My enemy. Look out for yourself. But I'm ready. Your words up on the wall as you're praying for my phone, and the laughter in the halls and the names that I've been called. I stack it in my mind and I'm waiting for the time when I show you what it's like to be worse fit in a mind. Tell you you're the greatest, but once you turn, they hate us. Oh, the misery. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Spare the sympathy. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Look out for yourself. My enemy. Look out for yourself.
Look, okay, I'm hoping that somebody pray for me. I'm praying that somebody hope for me. I'm staying where nobody supposed to be. Posted, being a wreck of emotions. Ready to go whenever you let me know. The road is long, so put the pedal into the flow. The enemy on my trail, my energy unavailable. I'ma tell him I still away go. They wanna fly on my drive to the top. I've been out of shape, thinking out the box. I'm an astronaut. I blasted off the planet, rock that caused catastrophe, and it matters more because I had it. Now I had I thought about wreaking havoc on an opposition, kinda shocking. They want static with precision. I'm automatic. Quarterback, I ain't talking second pack it up on panic. Batter up. Who the baddest? It don't matter 'cause we just.
talking, keep laughing. One day you wish you had it. Other people on fire, fire. Maybe it's time they meet their dragon. If you're gonna hold me down, you're not gonna let me in. Into your castle walls, none of you can keep them.
rights of fashion. Started a faction, stuff that I only imagine. Digital action, none of us lacking. Tuck it right under my fabric. Grabbing my sword, then move like I asked and heard them mystical hatches. Yeah, for all my enemies, dangerous, and as soon as we go in. Yeah, filled with adrenaline, time to get elegant, then we start rolling. Yeah, see all these ops, they all gon' drop, they burst and float away. These burning flames surround my heart, so y'all gon' burn today. Feel like Rambo snapping, arrow pulling, man, ain't nothing to it. Armor reign supreme, set the scene and gasoline fluid. Burning like furnaces, like getting turbulent. No one's impervious, you're in this permanent. Sin is subservient, service to suffer a fire, regret that it's early and permanent. Cause if I gotta
리그 오브 레전드란 게임은 이제 제 인생에 전환점을 준 게임이라고 생각해요. 목표가 없던 사람에서 이제 목표가 생긴 사람.
지금 이 자리까지 오게 됐다고 생각해서 이번 결승전이 더 간절해지는 것 같습니다.
我每时每刻都在为决赛做准备，我不想浪费每一分钟。
팀원들끼리 정말 깊은 관계가 유지되어야 한다고 생각하고 있어서 팀원들과의 관계는 정말 깊은 관계인 것 같습니다.
也经历过一些低谷，然后就今年的话就是重新起航那种感觉吧。
이번 경기가 마지막 경기라면 결승이 마지막이라서 다행이라고 생각할 것 같습니다.
꼭 끝에는 좋은 기억으로 남을 수 있도록 꼭 우승하고 싶습니다.
我准备好带领队伍获得场胜利。
EDG, the last of the LPL, are headed to their first World Final.
What you call an icon living? Start a record label, Misfits just did it.
Dom1, the new era has well and truly arrived.
Too hot in the business.
对战熊猫的话，一直以来都想遇到一次吧。
Not the next Faker, Showmaker.
우리가 언더독이냐고 물어보면 그 정도는 아닌 것 같아요. 그만할 것 같은데.
가문기아 자부심 확률이 높다.
我们准备好战胜 DK 了。
I am just an icon living.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the caster desk for the 2021 World Finals. I'm Atlas. I'm proud to be joined by Kobe and Vedius. Gentlemen, it all comes down to this. Finally, 2 first seeds in the final.
And that shining Summoner's Cup in the middle of it all, Atlas drawing everyone's attention. Let's jump right in to the picks and bans. Yuumi and Twisted Fate from red side, no surprise here, expect these to remain, but Lee Sin is a big question. I feel like every team that was given Canyon Lee Sin has regretted it. And what is their final ban going to be? Are they going to cover jungle?
And already, how interesting is this? The Lissandra ban comes out from Dom1 to say, hey, want to ban Lee? We'll take LeBlanc. Oh, you want to remove LeBlanc? We'll take Lee.
This is a trap card. They set up the trap.
They
have a free ban. They may as well throw it out there. The Lee Sin, as you said, going to be banned away. Obviously, LeBlanc the follow-up, but now what do we do on the other side? Jin's been such high priority. Jarvan's still available as well.
I love the Jin point because it rose to astronomical levels of priority in the T1 DK series, and Ghost showing that he does have other options though, because now Jin taken away, he has gone to the Ziggs, which also gives you long range, safe wave clear, or even the Draven, which I expect a much less chance of because Jin's already decent pick into Draven, so this puts more priority, more crunch time on that. Ziggs possibility, and that kind of loads you up with AP. So the bottom lane, there it is. They don't hesitate with that AP. All right, question answered immediately. Thank you very much.
I really like it, but the whole top lane champion pool is wide open. Both of these top laners love their Jace, love their Graves, and if you've got a Ziggs in the bottom lane, you need tons of AD damage. The lethality becomes all that more valuable. And so now, that Graves or Jace looking real juicy for Damwon.
They certainly do. And Khan Jace would be so big for him in his last professional series.
Oh yeah.
Iconic champion for him, but they're going to go with support down on bottom side, grab that Rakan up very quickly. This has been a super high priority champion as far as the engaged supports go. Yes, there have been more and more enchanters creeping in, but Rakan puts a lot of threat on those, and you can combine with Ziggs for some very surprising kill opportunities as well.
Well, I am a little surprised to see the rise. Of course, if you've looked at Scout's match history, you probably wouldn't be.
It's top of the list.
It is top of the list
But
for
he's played
him.
11 unique champions, Betty.
Right, but his most played is definitely the Rise, so it's a big comfort pick for him. And when you kind of look at the mid-jungle duo, yes, it can certainly be strong, but picking it into LeBlanc, Showmaker loves this matchup. It was one that he was more than happy to play into Faker himself and was able to get the better of him especially when paired up with the Kiana. And this is something I'd love to see EDG ban away. I like the Talon ban, but they also need to take Canyon off that Kiana because of how well it enables the LeBlanc. But then, of course, Xin Zhao still up and available, so you know that Canyon's options are still very, very wide.
Yeah. Big thing for Damwon is that they have been so flexible, especially Canyon and Showmaker in the champion pools, so they have a lot of confidence in being able to get through the second round of advance here. But I just love that we're still seeing similar trends continue for both of these teams, and EDG have focused very heavily on team fighting and still went with that setup for Jarvan. You mentioned the rise and the possibilities for affecting those side lanes. I want to see the question of Flandre. They already banned out the Kennen here from top side by DK, but if they also leave the Graves up, that feels like a no-brainer with it being picked over and over and over for them.
I really like the Leona removal as well here from Damwon. It is something that Mako did bring out, even though throughout this tournament he has been playing a lot of range supports. Showcasing the Leona was a big answer last week in their semifinals that helped them pull through. But with the cannon gone, with the Gwen still open, it could be an option for Damwon. But when you already have an AP bot side of the map, perhaps EDG is sitting there saying, well, we expect you to do an AD top jungle right now, and that means that Graves should be a pretty solid blind.
Yeah, and so far this draft looks like the meta combined with EDG. It's pretty quintessential right now. But if you look over the other side, Damwon are doing a similar thing to what we saw T1 try to do against EDG in their first matchup, which is probably going to be the Jace, Ziggs, sort of pseudo-poke composition for late game threat around objectives and things like this, as that's a Yasuo, so never mind!
Yes!
Never mind! And that's Khan playing Yasuo as well.
Yes, we were looking for the spicy picks.
It happens in game one?
Exactly, we get it in game number 1 here. Definitely will create a volatile top side of the map, and that's one of the two things pulling these two teams in different directions in a lot of cases where EDG is so much focused on Viper on the bottom side, and yet Damwon expected to put a lot of pressure on the top triangle of the map, that mid-jungle top lane picks. Now they've got Xin, LeBlanc, and Yasuo topside. That is as spicy as you get. Those are very volatile lanes with lots of kill pressure.
And now Mako's looking at one of these engaged supports. You guys have already mentioned that we haven't seen him so much on these. Okay, never mind. We're putting a clock in the bottom lane instead. All right, the spice wasn't reserved just for Damwon. It is, of course, also for EDG as the Zillion is locked in last.
Zillion is so good versus teams that have large amounts of burst damage. And Damwon definitely do have that in spades. They've invested in it. It's going to come down to some very quick timings and quick fingers. Zillion can be a big flop if you don't get it off before the Rakan engage. It's all about bursting people down before you get that cooldown out, or having good positioning and utilizing the speed to keep your spacing between your carries.
Oh, I'm just so excited about this matchup. First game already, we've got very unique drafts. And gentlemen, this is Khan's first ever professional Yasuo game. Yeah. And it's in the World Finals, potentially his final series. What a time to pull it out.
Perhaps fishing for a World Skin, maybe?
We were having a chat about this, weren't we, Kobe? We were wondering whether there was going to be a sneaky Riven game thrown in or something, but instead, he's gone with the Yasuo. I'm very much looking forward to seeing what he's been cooking up in solo queue and behind the scenes for us, because when Khan debuted, He was all aggression. He was basically a Riven one-trick when he made his debut, which was many years ago now. To come back to his roots here in game 1 of the final is, yep, that takes some stones.
And I love how both teams are making adjustments here. On the other side, EDG taking one of the tools that T1 used against Damwon successfully early on to counter some of the burst options that they had in the Zilean. Now it's about executing, though, and actually piloting that well. They've also invested in stealing away the Jhin from Ghost, and we have seen some very big pick opportunities off of this champion, so we'll see if they can make it happen. So excited getting into the World Finals here.
Yeah, here we are onto the Rift for game number 1 of the 2021 World Championship. Already, I think the teams have delivered these drafts feeling very EDG, feeling very Damwon Kia, and especially the top lane feeling very calm at the moment.
So the first thing I would like to draw our attention to, as we wave at the camera, is Beryl is running Predator on Rakan. He is all about the Rones. It seems like that each Damwon member is taking it in turns as to who will run Predator. Perhaps we'll see a Khan Predator top lane later on in the series. But what is crucial here, and what is something that we need to focus on, is when we saw Showmaker drafting this LeBlanc into the Rise in the semifinals, it was constantly attacking that mid lane, looking to shut Scout down. And when you have the Rakan, Xin Zhao, LeBlanc combo, I expect Damwon to be looking to do the same thing again.
And this is them learning off of their series versus T1. One of the ways that you want to try and punish the Zilean pick is either try and go super hard at the Zilean in lane, very weak early laning phase and is much more for scaling, or you just roam heavy. And the Predator is really signaling that, yes, he definitely wants to go roam heavy here. Beryl, I feel like, has really been an underappreciated part of this Damwon lineup since the MSI underperformances from him, but especially this year at Worlds. He has been a integral part of the entire amount of success that they've had here in this big run.
Yeah, and of course, Beryl took that underperformance at MSI and brought it to the summer season as well. It was not a great time for Beryl all the way up until the World Championship. But ladies and gentlemen, we want to hear from you. Use that hashtag Verizon5G all chat and let us know how you feel about the World Final. Are these compositions exactly what you wanted to see? Some Biffo on the bottom side here, Viper throwing out some bullets. Not quite the 4th one just yet, but EDG with control of the wave.
Now we can see that both junglers are doing opposite paths to one another, with the Xin Zhao starting on the bot side, passing towards top, looking to potentially cover Khan in the event of any early ganks, or perhaps to look for a potential gank themselves. Or meanwhile, JJ starting up on the top side and passing towards bot, where he expects to have prio. With the Jhin and the Zilean, you should have push in the early 2 versus 2, especially against the Ziggs, who doesn't have the strongest wave early on, so he should be able to secure himself that first Scuttle Crab of the game.
Yeah, and exactly. And the reason that EDG went for the deep ward on blue buff and Gromp that you can see right now for Flandre is because you want to get the most out of the early pushing there with Graves. You know you're going to shove lane early, so they've got the early vision here on the blue buff that will expire, knowing that Canyon started bottom side and should be able to play accordingly. Flandre, he's already been able to bounce his wave off of the tower and should be playing around, as Betty has said, the opposite side starts for these junglers.
Yeah, and it looked like that ward didn't quite spot Canyon, but did give them enough information, right? They knew that he hadn't headed towards that blue buff area just yet.
Yeah, it's the process of elimination.
Yeah, right.
Jungle camps early
He cannot be anywhere else.
They're very easy to actually track and coordinate with just one single deep ward. So it will be traded Scuttle Crabs, and as you can see, after bouncing the wave, Flandre playing it much more safe, even stayed up here, lets Khan push back. Thank you, Observer, so much. He's playing around jungle presence. Very big for mid laners to also do this. It's a much less obvious way where they just kind of hover up to the side where their jungler is, but is equally as important, and Showmaker should be able to catch this one.
And as we get close to those first backs, because you can already start to see them come out from a few members, it will be this level 4 from Beryl, where you need to keep track of what he is looking for elsewhere on the map. Because we do know that he loves to roam, we do know that he loves to try and make plays pretty much everywhere that he can on the map, and you only have to look at some of the stats to identify some of those early game plays.
Yeah, I love it. And you can see here, displayed in the graphic, how high of a dual proximity Mako has on the other side. Guess what? With Zilean, that's going to remain very, very high, giving over experience there with the passive. And Beryl's is going to be extremely low. We expect a back first purchase of boots so that he can use that Predator to go make that support jungle play early on.
And I really love that Mako is just showing his versatility, right? He basically designed engaged support play over in the LPL and has this Worlds demonstrated that he has a whole nother string to that bow, of course, and has been just playing for so long.
Yes.
Really cool to see.
So many enchanters. He fully embraced the Yuumi meta.
He certainly did.
Bunch of Yuumi there as well, and it does go into this team being so constructed around Viper and Viper's success.
Having a look at Flandre just shoving that wave in once again. Yasuo not exactly having the greatest of times in the early laning phase, but which Yasuo does, you know? The enemy team's Yasuo does.
In the early stages, especially up on top side, is just looking to use the wind wall to avoid damage while still picking up CS. And then you can get some kill threats since you have a Xin Zhao. Once you get post level 6, you've got knockups from Beryl, you've got knockups from Xin. Even later, Ziggs can throw satchel charges and set you up. So they've shown here that they can definitely coordinate towards the later stages. And there's Beryl's first roam. He has his Predator boots, and he just comes over to support Showmaker as Scout and Mako already showing here and shoving the wave in to get first move.
Yeah, feels like a bit of a chess match at the moment. Moving the pieces around, but not actually going for any takes.
I mean, I always love it. The first game of a best of 5, especially finals, there's just so much pressure mounting. Even as we have calm trades of CS and the draft kind of plays out as expected. But really for all of these players, as we see Beryl slowly returning to the bottom side, their entire year's worth of work, all of those scrims, all of those solo queue games, all of that practice, all of those reviews are distilled down to this one series. And everything rides on this.
So just a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, you know.
But you're quite right. And you know that in that first game, the person that makes the first play often is not always the one that's best set up for success. So it's about who will strike first, who will be the first to try and mount that lead. Because right now the gold is dead even. It has just been a large part of trading. The CS is even across the board. No early Drakes have been prioritized, but it is this Herald that we have seen be a big part of the first contention. As we are getting closer to that point, we're going to keep track of who looks to move first and these crucial item spikes.
Yep, JJ on the bottom side of the map at the moment, but as is Canyon. We're 1 minute away from that Herald spawn, like you were talking about, and it's very dark in the bottom side river for Damwon Kia.
Ooh, so they weren't seen walking in, but the moment that control ward drops, Damwon gets information as to where EDG is. Now they're looking to contest this red buff, and because Scout has the push in the mid lane, he will be able to assist. So EDG should be able to secure themselves the first enemy red.
And this is very basic timer control. Here's a Realm Warp though.
Yeah, let's see whether Ghost can survive this one. He might be able to, as Beryl's also battling, dancing his way out, but it doesn't work. First blood goes to Scout and EDG.
So well executed by EDG. And I was about to go over the timings that are expected. When you know, because you put the ward as EDG up onto the blue buff, so there is a guaranteed red buff start for Damwon, you know that around 650, 645, second buff spawn comes up from the one that they started on, and so they go for the invade on that second round. But what they weren't really accounting for was the Realm Warp in the bottom lane. Vedius gets a little bit lackadaisical. They do not respect the all-in potential of EDG. And the LPL first on the board.
But look at the answer here from Damwon, because Showmaker TP's back into mid to guarantee that he can get the push. Beryl, after his death, immediately roamed mid, and he gets level 6, as highlighted by Kadril earlier. Utilizing that mid wave, being able to get that extra bit of experience, he's going to have that level up, and EDG, I think they're going to want to contest.
Yep, teleport. Already getting into the pit here. The teleport does come out. Grand entrance onto the job, and they hold him up. The ulti's too good from Khan. Great stun comes through, but it's too late for Mako. And now Damwon Kia move back to the Herald. Ghost now getting them out of there, and the Hextech minefield is just too strong, and that is a comfortable take for Damwon Kia plus a kill.
Damwon were first on position, and they punish JJ perfectly with the numbers advantage. Damwon can easily secure the objective, and just like that, we're back to 1-to-1 on the kill board.
Yeah, you could say that again. The coordination from EDG is not there on the top side play, trying to come punish the early start on Rift Herald, but they're so desynced. Vedius, going right over the back of the wall there. Good focus fire from DK to punish. That is given one back, uses the blast cone, then you see Beryl immediately move in to try and push him out. Once he lands that knockup, as we talked about, there's so many setups for this Yasuo And this is where you get the combination. You get hit with one knockup, instantly dead, full combo from Damwon. Well played by them to punish.
And this was something that we see from EDG during their semifinals as well, where a lot of their engage comes off the back of JJ. So if he's gone, there is no more follow-up. You are very reliant on him to start the fights for you and to be able to close the gap against this Damwon composition. So really good target focus there from Damwon, but the gold still in the favor for now, in favor of EDG.
Yeah, EDG simply have to be much more precise with their timings here. You can't leave anyone out to straggle there. And if you do, you have to respect the all-in, you know, no flash blown or anything like that. We're in the world, though, now, living with this Rift Herald in the hands of Canyon. And when you have Ziggs on your team, it also has that extra level of threat that you can move the Ziggs around to the same lane. And oftentimes, especially if you've done some early work on that tower, you can just Rift Herald into Satchel Charge and blow up a first objective. So
there's the Predator.
Game could be very explosive.
Yeah, Viper able to sidestep the Grand Entrance, so not quite able to Predator his way forward enough there was Beryl, but still gets Viper out of the way. Not able to get any summon spells just yet, though, as in goes Showmaker. As I say that, SVG, Parabellum says, oh my god, Khan is going out with a statement. Damwon Kia for the win, let's go, boys.
Well, yeah, followed up on the Rakan knockup right well with the Yasuo ultimate there. That R button is working.
I'd like to just like raise a point that you brought up though. The level 6 that was gained by Beryl and not Mako was so important there. If Mako has the ultimate, all of that chain CC and that lockdown on a single target isn't quite as powerful because the Jarvan just hops back up again. So this could be very important moving further forward in the game.
It certainly could be. And I think that right now, the only reason why EDG have that gold lead is because they're able to secure a plate in mid, they secured a plate in bot, but Damwon have this Herald in their back pocket. The question is where they want to invest it. You could go to the Ziggs lane, in theory, because of course you do have the Satchel Charge to be able to secure towers early, but it depends on where you want to invest your money. Perhaps it makes more sense to try and funnel more gold into Khan, when you know he's going to be one of your big late game threats in a side lane and in team fights as well. Or perhaps you just want to break that mid tower because you know sieging against Scout with his wave clear could be difficult with this composition from Damwon in the early game at least.
Ooh. Close, but not quite a cigar there.
Yeah, mid lane tower would definitely be the ideal situation to get down early. It's just such a big objective when you do have the setup here that Damwon do with possibilities of Showmaker's LeBlanc, one of the most feared combinations that we have in the tournament. Getting fed early with the early kill actually going to him. He's the one to get the last hit onto JJ, which is very important for them. But if you then take the mid tower and let him roam around with this assassin pick, you lose control of your brush, and that makes your rotations between objectives so much longer because you have to respect all this extra positioning and your lack of vision.
And I've had a few requests, gentlemen, since we announced that we were going to be doing the final. A lot of requests for no Cloud Souls. And thankfully, our first Drake is in fact a Cloud Drake, so no Cloud Souls for game number 1. I'm sad, but most of you guys at home are probably going to be a bit happy.
I mean, I think also this is one of those games when you have Jhin plus Zillion, the Cloud Soul would have been great.
Yeah, right?
It would have been. But we can see that Herald is
I was ready to talk about it, but then I saw that it came up too early. I was very upset as Herald is going to charge into the mid lane, grab some plates here as Beryl sidesteps the stun from Viper, and EDG have to just lose a few plates, but otherwise not too much more.
From EDG's perspective, this is really best case scenario for them.
Yeah, right?
You know, it's dropped, it's not really used optimally, you only get a couple plates, and Damwon realized that there's not that much time left for us to get that much gold, but that mid lane tower still stays healthy, so with EDG holding this small gold lead, I think that they're still feeling pretty comfortable for the time being.
They also threatened moving Ziggs towards mid though, so here we go.
There's the Predator again, quickness tied in with it as well, and Scout has nowhere to go. Beryl tanks up the turret for a long time, but he can, they're going to be fine, and that's just the pick from the 2v2 in the mid lane.
And we talked about this coming out of the draft. Would Damwon look to attack mid lane? And this was the first successful gank that we're able to see from Beryl. Chain CCing up Scout perfectly. He doesn't have the cleanse to get away from the charm. Ends up falling to the setup from the LeBlanc as well. And now Damwon, for the first time in the game, hold themselves with the gold lead.
And you need to look back at how they set that up. In the Rift Herald play, rotating the entire bottom lane over with Ziggs coming through, they clear out this vision, if you see in the top side river there, and then Beryl coming back for the repeat on that Rakan, making good on his catch here onto Scout. Again, this is another pick by the Rakan. No flash blown by the target, and kill successful. Is given over as far as the Dragon, though. First one picked up for EDG, and let's remember that they do have some good scaling options on their side, namely with that Zillion to counter some of the burst damage options, as well as some side lane opportunities for Ryze later.
I wanted to talk a little bit about this because oftentimes we talk about scaling when it comes to comps like this, but let's have a look at this replay first.
Yeah, great thing about this, good vision toggle by the observers. That fog of war you just saw was previously cleared out by them, so Barrel lies in wait. They get the full lockup onto Scout, and by the time he's done with the charm, with the CC, he knows he's dead. So well executed here by Damwon. Kind of surgical in some of these early moves. It was just the one mistake, not respecting the early Realm Warp on bottom side, that led to that first blood going to EDG.
Yeah, it's been a pretty interesting back and forth in this early game, but really it's the mid game where I think we get to see some of the best League of Legends from both of these teams. EDG, typically, yeah, they'll throw a couple ganks out in the early game, but it is that transition from the early to mid where they leverage their early gold lead to strong team fighting, and it's the same for Damwon, where this is where you start to unlock them on the map. This is where they'll really start to look for those picks and start to unlock with their composition.
Well, they're looking for a bit of a pick here as Mako's burning down for now. In goes JJ, though, into the backside. It's flash out immediately from Ghost as the Jarvan out of position, but still able to grab the kill. And look at all of that healing as well. He's going to get resurrected from the Chrono Shift, and now it's Damwon Kia that are on the run. Canyon is not rooted just yet, but Khan is just dead. Down goes Canyon as well, and there is the Rift Herald.
And they get it with the Viper shot here. Rift Herald plus the extra kills. The Zillion effect is already on the line, boys. Mako's there to save his life. Revival, they get the extra kills, and they're going to retake control of this game. Now with second Herald, yes, you don't get turret plate money, but you get a lot of control of choosing which side lane you want to push in first.
And breaking down turrets is so important as well. As we check this one out one more time. Mako goes down low, but crucially doesn't die.
Exactly. Some of the big threats to Zillion are burst damage trying to bait out the ultimate, but Mako stays strong. He keeps it up here. JJ even buys time by smiting the Rift Herald, gaining health to walk back over to the safety of Mako's waiting arms. And in the early game especially, those revives give you so much more time. And it's hard to work through some extra cooldowns there. There's no more DPS left for Damwon, so well done by EDG to actually fend them off, plus securing the objective.
I think what we saw there as well was what I think a lot of future teamfights are going to look like, and why Ghost in particular is super important, because there's a lot of single target damage that comes out from this Damwon squad, and Zillion loves that, because you throw all your burst onto a single target, he then revives them, and it's only Ziggs that can do a lot of AoE, as EDG now looking to attack Khan.
Yeah, Khan doesn't have a lot of options right now as he's trying to dash his way around, and it looks like EDG might have been thwarted for the moment. They will put down the Rift Herald though, and so Khan will still need to vacate the area, but he does so with his life.
Exactly. EDG choose the bottom side for the Rift Herald. Bottom side down immediately. First turret bonus. Actually 17 minutes into the game for them. So they get paid extremely well for this. And remember, they're focusing pretty heavily on these team fights, displaying why they keep picking JJ Jarvan over and over and over. This is his 7th Jarvan game in a row. They simply walk over to second Rift Herald, start the fight out with the Cataclysm, force it down, knowing that they have the Zillion to come back them up. And now pushing their winnings ahead on these objectives.
And gentlemen, coming into this series, we knew that early game would be important. And I just want to highlight some of these early game stats that we see from EDG, because in their wins, and this was at 15, they have a huge early game gold advantage. It was 15-30 where they got this gold advantage, but EDG looks best when they're able to...
At 15 minutes, were they ahead?
It was 15-30. Well, that they got ahead, yes.
Oh, right. So they weren't ahead at 15 minutes.
They were not, actually. It's a contentious one for sure.
Very dangerous.
But the point is that you can see that when they get ahead, usually they're actually very good at closing things out. Their average game time is very short in both wins and losses. This team does not like to waste time. So let's see if EDG can translate this into a big win against Damwon in the final.
Yeah, will be absolutely huge. Scout clearing out some waves on the top side of the map as Damwon Kia looking to try and get some vision parity around this mid lane. Viper dashing on forward. And of course, that extra movement speed that you get from the Zillion is so important for a champion like Jin that can run so damn fast.
Yeah, it's very good at short trades. Whenever you have limited attack speed here from the 4-bullet setup from Jin, you want as short trades as possible. So the extra speed is really well paired with him. we also need to look at just the overall objectives of these two teams and how they are different with the teleport coming in from Scout. EDG want to focus on that team fight, grouping up with the Zillion. Meanwhile, DK need to get a surgical pick here and make use of their surprise burst damage as well as locking someone up with that CC, or else the Zillion is just going to take over.
Yeah, full information for both teams right now. Eyes on this Infernal Drake. The Scout getting poked, but EDG's health bar is still pretty high. Well in control of the river for the moment. Damwon have a lot of options for getting over this wall if they want to. The Blast Cone also there. They want to contest for this Drake, but the positioning still better for EDG as Showmaker dives into the pit, distorts his way out, and that is just a pick-off. And EDG bursts down the Drake, and now there's nothing to fight for Damwon Kia.
And look, EDG also have control over the mid-wave, so they should be able to push this one out as Damwon is looking for picks. The root comes down.
Yeah, Scout goes down relatively low, but it's the burst damage onto Showmaker. He has to get out. He's got a bomb, but it doesn't do very much damage. As now Canyon with the ulti will keep himself alive. Scout burning down, but is going to survive for the moment. We don't have an ulti out of the Ziggs, so Scout is going to be okay.
Mako has ice in his veins. He is not wasting this cooldown. He's like, Scout, walk it off, okay? You're gonna be fine. I'm not using my ultimate, and saving that in these critical moments really does mean the difference between life and death. It does mean the difference between Damwon still pushing down an objective afterwards. The huge chunk in health is enough to still earn them that objective.
Wow, but very tense moment there because you could see that EDG was making it very difficult for Damwon to get a pick. They were positioning themselves in a very traditional front-to-back manner where the Jarvan was constantly on the front line, forcing Damwon to come into him and saying, if you're going to engage, I'm the target that you're going to force. Meanwhile, Scout was hovering just behind him, waiting for those potential pick opportunities, and Damwon really struggled to gain access into the river. That means that they couldn't really contest the Drake, and it wasn't until after when EDG spread out a little bit more that then they could look for that pick. Unfortunately for Damwon, they couldn't really convert it into a kill, but as you rightly said, Kobe, they do get themselves a tower.
Exactly, though. I love the positioning because it's so important for EDG. And it's going to be a lot on watching the support because for Mako, he has to remain close enough to Viper to be able to obviously give him the speed boost and be around for the ultimate for whoever's getting focused, but also separate himself so that you don't get caught in the Rakan combo. You know, Barrow with the Predator is constantly looking for pockets of Fog of War to find those engages, and if you can lock up both targets, that's where you get your win.
I very much agree with you, Kobe, because I think that Beryl finding a flank is going to be the most important thing for Damwon, because the combination with Yasuo immediately gives you access onto the backline, and the moment that that chaos begins, that is where Damwon's better set up for success with their highly mobile composition.
Yeah, that's why in the mid game, we're going to be hyper-focused on this Vision game. Vision is definitely not one of the easiest metrics for people to track for team successes because it's not on scoreboard, you know, like the gold in Drake's Lights.
Yeah.
Very easy for you, but it is critical to the success of their operations here. Let's see, Showmaker is LeBlanc, plus he has Flash, so a lot of tools to try and get away from this one. Jarvan is not the best at setting up any sort of ganks onto LeBlanc.
Yeah, you should be all right.
Rise is pretty good.
Yeah, I'm going to move on in. Let's see whether the Rune Prison comes out, and the answer is no, as we have a Distortion available. Of course, the Mimic also having to be used, but it's on basically no cooldown, so never mind that one. Baron has spawned a couple of minutes ago. Could be something potentially worth fighting over, but I love that you bring up Vision. I wanted to talk about this because both of these teams want to do different things. EDG, phenomenal 5v5 style of composition, but Damwon, they want to split you up around their map. They want to play those shadow games, and like you were talking about, you need vision control if you're going to do that.
You certainly do, and I think that right now when we kind of have a quick look at the map, you can see that there's a lot of control in favor of Damwon when it comes to the river. They have good access into the top side, they have a couple wards littered around the bot side as well, and ultimately Damwon's investment is they're using mid very well. When we talk about that mid tower going down, initially it doesn't look like that much of an advantage, but you can see how Damwon converted into a lot of vision control, and the moment that you control the river, it means that you have access to move towards these side lanes, and they just use that to be able to protect their top lane tier 1.
Another tactic Damwon can utilize because they are enabled by this Ziggs plus 2 possible split pushers here with high amounts of burst damage is if you just put Ghost and Barrow mid lane as we see the chase through the river. Yeah. You keep them mid lane, they have insane wave clear and they're extremely safe, and you try and force the Zillion to show mid. Then you can force a play out of Fog of War on either the Yasuo or the LeBlanc's lane and have Ghost just travel halfway and throw the ultimate. That amount of extra damage and the burst damage can come through to get you that actual kill for your split pusher while still knowing that the Zilean is kind of forced mid to keep the Jhin safe, and you try and utilize your extra couple steps there in the long range to get those surprise kills. So that kind of builds off your spreading the map point.
Showmaker diving forward, looking for JJ, but he's so fast. Mako is really enabling this jungler right now as Canyon becomes lightning, but unable to find a target quite yet. As Flandre trying to rotate up, JJ down quite low. The chains will connect, but not able to follow up. Just 50% of the health bar of the Jarvan as the reward here. Still 2,000 gold the lead for EDG, and they're controlling this river. 15 seconds on the Drake, which is what they had their eyes on. That's going to be sole point for EDG if they can lock it down, as JJ once again actually copying a bit of damage here from Showmaker. It is going to be fine. They get vision of the Jarvan, and that's who they want to take down. Damwon, they have to remember they're going to have to do it twice if they want it to stick.
Damwon just leveraging their poke right now. A lot of damage. Here we go.
Yeah, Scout now going to take a lot of damage. There is the Chrono Shift. And EDG not able to follow up too much. The Curtain Call comes out, but not able to do relevant damage. Ghost getting taken down so low with that last bullet. And Damwon now going to be backing away. EDG still lying in wait with control of that brush.
Scout is getting out of range so he can revive back or heal back up at the tower and then teleport out. It's going to get dangerous for Damwon. Showmaker flirting with a flank around the outside. There's the teleport, and Scout has returned.
Yeah, Showmaker going to dive into the pit, tries to take the Drake, but he's not going to be able to get there. And that is going to be sole point for EDG, a big advantage now in map control for the Chinese squad.
And we're seeing once again how valuable the Zilean pick is, because the obnoxious thing about Damwon's comp is they start off the Baron. I'll have to hold off my point because they are forcing EDG to come and answer.
And answer they shall. Teleport used from Graves. They're going into the river. Headstrong. Atlas, can they stop them? It looks like they're going to make them second guess it. I think we've got some technical problems over there. Are you good?
Yeah, yep, I'm absolutely fine. We've sorted it out. Nice. We're looking for a Baron here, and Damwon Kia taking it down to about 4K. Flandre looking for the backside. Damwon Kia have been split, and the three in the pit are going to have to get out of there. Great satchel charge, try and divide them. And now JJ, maybe they're the ones getting routed. The pincer maneuver here from Damwon Kia. The Realm Warp gets Scout in there, but he's got the Chrono Shift. He's going to be absolutely fine. It's a 1-for-1 for the moment as they get rid of the Zilean, but Ziggs is also dead. Some low health bars, but so far, EDG in a good position. There it is, as it is evened out by Damwon Kia. Down goes Viper, and now EDG looking to try and get out. 3 versus 3 for now, but it's Damwon Kia with control of the river.
And with the scattered fight, they actually chase them down. Barrow's ultimate coming back up, and they just make the all-in. Convert onto Viper, regaining control around that Baron. That was a close one, Vedius.
Well, it certainly was. The fact that Damwon immediately went to the Baron after the Dragon suggested that, as you rightly identified, Kobe, they were trying to force that TP out from Flandre, but also the positioning from Showmaker and Beryl on the flank set themselves up perfectly to create this collapse. But EDG attacked one of the weak sides, but Damwon do a great job of just stalling, buying time, using their mobility, and then the moment EDG commit, this is when Damwon get to leverage their mobility. A huge ultimate from Ghost does so much damage to allow Showmaker to pick up a couple of back picks, but EDG no slouches either, getting kills, overall resulting in a 2-for-2.
Yeah, one of the biggest things to track too in the next iteration of this team fight is how Damwon are using these immunity spells. The Xin ultimate, of course, to create space and give you a pseudo frontline, but also the wind wall from Khan is a pretty big window, whereas EDG, they're looking for that all-in, and you see it with JJ forcing on Jarvan and then being followed up by the Realm Warps here coming from Scout, and long range from Viper trying to hit those W snares to force them into these fights, whereas Damwon are remaining very slippery, and again, spreading out the map, committing this Yasuo to the bottom side. Khan continues to scale up and still has his teleport available if there's a hard push on the other side.
Yeah, I was going to talk about the teleport advantage. EDG not with too many options on that front. Realm Warp is available for Scout though, so he can do a bit of side laning. You can see he's catching that bottom wave right now. It's going to be double TPs for Damwon Kia though, giving them a lot of flexibility in order to get around and get things done. And already you can see Canyon clearing out vision in this Baron pit. Baron definitely on the minds of Damwon Kia, and I feel like this whole game, it's been a 2,000 gold lead from the minute one.
Yeah, it has been very close. There was a brief window where Damwon were able to get slightly ahead, but immediately taken back by EDG, and I'm just so happy that we're getting to see two teams deliver when it comes to the team fighting, because coming into this tournament, expectations were that EDG was one of the favorites to the tournament, and while there has been some skepticism around their performance at this World Championship, the reality is that they have always been known as an excellent team fighting team, and right now they're going toe-to-toe with Damwon.
And their focus on committing to this style. When they walked up to Rift Trail #2 and forced it through and had the confidence playing off of that revive and forcing it through, that's where they really retook control of this game, because yeah, Rift Herald #1 was terrible for them, and Damwon had a very good early start trying to open up the map, and yet EDG remained true to themselves. A lot of people, most people, giving overwhelming support to Damwon as far as this series goes. So it's very heartening to see the LPL representative with all of the hopes of the entire region on their shoulders. Well,
yeah, that's
dangerous.
The turnaround. Flandre dived on in, thought that it was going to be for him. Can he get out of the way? Yes, he definitely can. And so the lockdown, not quite enough there from Khan's ultimate. And Graves is going to survive.
That was crazy from Flandre.
Yeah,
he just goes in 1 versus 2 and is able to get away with his life as well. Wow, didn't have to burn the flash, he didn't have it. Does get the ignite out from Beryl, can go back to base. TP comes through from Khan. TP is up from Flandre, not going to use it yet.
There's another knock up onto JJ, but he's going to be absolutely fine. Gets over that wall. Null Magic Mantle helping him out just there.
And notice, Damwon are just trying to poke around here while they have Yasuo push on top side. That huge minion wave crashes into the low health turret, and then they force on Baron.
Yep, let's see JJ. Going to be on vision as soon as he comes out of that brush, but EDG, they can go for an answer here. Control Ward in the pit, they know exactly the health bar, and Damwon Kia, are they looking for a turn? Do they actually have the coordinated damage to lock anyone down before Mako can bring them back to life? In goes JJ, they just explode Showmaker. He is so important for their team fight, and he goes golden as well. He's got the Sterix, he's got the Chrono Shift. It's an immortal Jarvan trying to win the team fight, and EDG have lost no one. In goes Beryl once again, but it's going to be a sacrifice, and Damwon Kia are left with corpses on the Rift.
And EDG have done it, Atlas! Brute force right into the face of Damwon. They are squished like bugs on the windshield. That is a clean ace. That is a Baron. Fedius, this game is wide open. EDG have just smashed it.
EDG are delivering in the fights, and they execute it perfectly. It was Viper that sunk his teeth into the heart of Damwon. He found Showmaker, the pick that was needed to tear apart Damwon. It tore the fight wide open. EDG get themselves an ace. They get the Baron, they get the Soul, and they are looking to get game 1 in this best of 5.
This is so big for JJ too. You know, all the focus on Jarvan, him being the frontliner.
Look at this
here.
from Viper. Beautiful hit into the root. Immediate follow-up from JJ to set up for the fight.
Exactly. You have to see no hesitation there. Complete trust in their teammates. Viper lands the snare, this Jhin seal away, followed up so well by the team, and they get every last one. So not only is it a clean ace, it's just huge map control. Since they're the ones with the extra effort towards their team fight, they're the ones with the Zillion scaling so well here towards the later stages. You just get to destroy the entire map with this Baron as well. Look at this Baron power play start to explode. 2 minutes left on it, and they're already at 2.7k.
And they had the Dragon Soul waiting for them as well. So Ocean Soul now encircling EDG at the same time. Another 5 minutes, and it's going to be that Elder Drake time. But the Red Bull Baron power play is only getting larger.
This series is EDG's chance to shock the world. Damwon, the defending world champions, already going so heavily down in game number 1 here. It's just such a huge step by EDG. Let's see if they can finish it. The attempts at split push here from Damwon are going to get outpaced very quickly by a full Baroned up team.
Yes, this is a lot of minions and a lot of champions here. Showmaker looking for a bit of a flank, but there is no real option. Khan's going to be backing, look to try and get back and assist the rest of his team, but his house has been blown up, gentlemen. It's not a great time as Showmaker able to get himself out of the Cataclysm, but EDG, they can do this all day.
Forced to flash, and oh look, the Realm Warp is coming through immediately. They're going to rotate up to top. They've circumvented the wave that they don't have by leveraging the Realm Warp, and they're now looking to break onto the final inhibitor. Not that many minions, so Damwon should be able to hold. And look at this, Mako also clearing out the flank for any potential TP wars that could come in from behind. They recognize that they've taken everything that they should right now. They're going to disengage, they're going to back off, but the base of Damwon is in tatters.
Yeah, EDG with just methodical movement, making sure there was absolutely no way any flank was going to happen. They had vision exactly where they needed it to be, and now 8,000 gold is their lead. 2 inhibitors are down. This is poised to be EDG taking game one.
This is just so big for them, Atlas. The poise that they have had on stage, the composure here, unperturbed by a lot of this pick potential from Damwon. And for them to execute here in finals after just this year, finally breaking their quarterfinal curse is so big for them, so big for the region. They've been to Worlds 5 times previously and never gotten past quarterfinals. And now already getting a leg up in the finals. The remnants of this Baron power play will time out, but 4.1K is definitely going to be something you take to the bank.
It definitely is not bad, as EDG is a bit of a demonstration of their domestic prowess. I think a lot of people might remember some worlds where things didn't go quite so well for EDG. I know
Just a few.
I know I certainly do.
3 of those times, by the way, of their 5 Worlds appearances, they were the #1 seed of LPL and highly disappointed the region by not getting past quarterfinals. But this is why it's such a big triumph for them to be here and to get the lead.
Well, let's see whether they can close it out. That lady certainly started warming up her voice box, but she hasn't quite started.
You can hear her in the distance, Atlas?
Yeah, there's some yodeling happening. I can hear it in the far reaches, but it hasn't started just yet for real. Damwon Kia looking to try to defend their last bastions of hope. 3 turrets remain. But EDG are just so strong.
The real struggle right now for EDG is just this Ziggs wave clear that is kind of holding the line against EDG Siege. But look, they're going to commit again. The wave clear continues to come through, but perhaps it will not be enough. The 5-man of EDG looking to go in.
Flash Cataclysm comes forward, and JJ just trying to put them in position, but it's Canyon. He's got the ultimate, and now the dive forward from Beryl. It does not work out. The Grand Entrance only hits one, and then he just pops like a balloon. The wind wall looks comically ineffective as now the Nexus turrets are falling. And for a series that so many predicted was a 3-0, yes, it might be, but it's not going to be for Damwon Kia. Edward Gaming absolutely wiping the floor with our former world champions. They make sure they finish the job before they finish off the Nexus.
EDG with a very strong performance in game one, and they stuck to their style. They got exactly what they wanted. They got Flandre on a comfort pick with his Graves, his most played champion at Worlds, and he was extremely reliable as a carry on the top side of the map. They didn't really invest a huge amount into Scout, but where they could, they got leads in their bot lane, and they just out-team fought Damwon at every opportunity.
In the opening of the day, we were looking at, wow, this team is so easy to predict. All these Graves picks, all these Jarvan picks, all these Ryze picks. Yes, exactly. They stick with those Vedius, and yet they also take 1 page out of the T1 book, the zillion that they showed, to further complement what was already a strength of the team. And that's what I love, when you can take pieces and you can add on, you can augment what is already your strength.
Yeah, exactly right. And it's just another string to add to their bow that Damwon has to think about in the next draft. But remember to check out Damwon Kia's song that represents their playstyle, Go or Stop by Sunmi, along with the songs for the rest of the teams participating at Worlds 2021 on the official LoL playlist on Spotify. In the meantime, we're taking a short break, but we'll be right back for another look at Game 1 of the Worlds Final.
The magical power of the realm is a mystery. Like a guardian, it is with you always. Defending you, charging you, watching over you like... Actually, it's not magic. It's this Cisco network. The power behind every gank, every combo, every mind-blowing moment. At League of Legends World Championships.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Legends never die when the world is calling you. Can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die, they become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, relentless, you survive. They never lose hope when everything's cold and the fighting's near. It's deep in their bones, they'll ride into smoke when the fire is fierce. Oh, pick yourself up, 'cause legends never die when the world is calling you. Can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die, they become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, legends never die. They're written down in eternity, but you'll never see the price it costs. The scars collected all their lives. When everything's lost, they pick up their hearts and avenge defeat. Before it all starts, they suffer through harm just to touch a dream. Oh, pick yourself up, 'cause legends never die when the world is calling you. Can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die, they become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, legends never die. When the world is calling out your name, begging you to fight. Pick yourself up once more. Pick yourself up, 'cause legends never
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where EDG take Game 1 in incredible fashion over the defending world champions. K-Droll, we're going to dive straight into it because we only got so much time before those teams head back onto stage to do battle yet again. But it starts in the draft, where EDG pulling out that Zillion in response to Khan's Yasuo as well. So a couple interesting things, but doing our best carrier impression over there for Mako, huh?
So many cool things in this draft. Remnants from the T1 versus Damwon series, where you've got Yasuo into Graves in the top lane, like almost like a counter matchup, pairing it with Rakan Ziggs, right? Very clear combo. Rakan goes in, Yasuo ult onto a Ziggs ult. The problem is this last pick Zillion saved the draft. So that three-man combo that full commits onto one target is negated completely from the start of the game. And then the second setup you have, the thing that Damwon found success with in 2 of their wins against T1, they played 3 games of LeBlanc. One of them they had Draven, they lost. The other 2 they had Jhin. The reason was LeBlanc dashes forwards, throws out a Q, Jhin W, that's a pick. This has no follow-up. LeBlanc can dash forwards and do as much burst as she wants. You can't make a pick off of it. You can't really burst anyone either. So it felt like the only worry I had for EDG's comp is you're playing Ryze into LeBlanc's Inzao, which is, you know, Damwon's bread and butter against T1, where they just keep ganking mid. Scout was able to negate a lot of that. Not much came through mid, only 1 kill when Beryl went there. And then from team fights onwards, it was just EDG favored from the beginning.
Also important to note, no Lee Sin available for Canyon. But as you talk about team fighting and the success rather that EDG found with it, I think it's important for us to dive into how exactly it's happened. We've seen some great team fighting from the LPL champions, and Azael's over here to break it down for us in Neighborhood Tactics, presented by State Farm.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to talk about one of my favorite things about EDG. It is their team fight positioning. It is incredible. After you watch this, I'll break down what they do, and you'll be able to watch them do it over and over again. Now, how they start out these fights is what I will lovingly refer to as the line. almost always you will see them in this type of a positioning. They don't like to play their team fights split. They don't like to fight, on 2 on one side, 3 on another, or 1-4 with someone flanking. They like to be in this long spread line. Now, this makes it very difficult for their opponents to actually find engages on multiple members. And what it also does is it allows the sides to actually collapse. If FPX moves forward towards Scout, the other sides are actually going to be able to come in and collapse and all be in range and kind of have this firing line on the core squad here of FPX. Now, this is actually from the finals, and we can see it in action. As FPX is moving forward, you can see them maintaining this line, trying to stay in this type of positioning as much as is possible. FPX is actually very bottled up here. So as they move forward, they actually face check Scout, and you'll see the sides are collapsing in. They're able to actually move forward. Everyone is hitting here from EDG, where you look at the carries here from FPX, they're in the back. They're not able to do anything. This positioning is allowing EDG to have more surface area to actually attack, and it's something that is incredibly effective that they use almost every single time you will see them fight. They do it all throughout Worlds, all throughout LPL, and we can see another example of it actually in the game that we just watched. Now, they won't start in this positioning, and I'm not going to say that it's a perfect line every single time, but you'll see them move into this because this is really their bread and butter. As they move over towards the Herald fight, they know that they're going to have to face check in towards Damwon. So again, they're trying to set up this kind of spread out line here along the top. And even as the fight breaks out, you'll again see, yes, JJ is going to be moving forward, but as they start to actually kite back as the fight extends, they'll again try to move back into this kind of like neutral setup that they really do enjoy. Here once more, the line makes its appearance. And this is just something that they use really, really consistently. And the fact that they're able to set it up in basically every single team fight really does speak to their coordination, to their communication, and to how aware they are of their positioning and how they want to play out every single team fight.
Thank you so much for that breakdown, Azale. Again, it was the team fighting that came up huge for EDG in this victory here in Game 1 of the best of 5. And we're going to watch a few more of those team fights, I'm sure, but we're also going to do it with the context of our Oppo player of the game. It's JJ, because we talked about how Canyon, possibly the best player in the world right now, possibly the best jungler the game has ever seen, especially if he takes this series. And so JJ was going to have his work cut out for him, but in Game 1, Cajal, he delivered.
Oh yeah, he definitely did. Some of these engagements are so clean. This one right here, knowing Beryl doesn't have E because he used it a couple seconds ago, EQing and making sure the engage happens, and having a Zillion right behind him so he has absolutely no fear. Target selection from EDG was fantastic from start to finish. And JJ, I mean, he's played 7 games of Jarvan in a row, and he's played 9 games of the World Championship. It is their highest prio, and this fight right here, I think he played it phenomenally. Knowing he has a Zillion behind him, flash ulting, EQing, making sure to get multiple knockups, stop watching after getting a 4-man Gore Drinker, and then having a Zillion right behind him.
I mean, the root as well from Viper to actually set that up. They don't have the best consistent CC to actually lock down a LeBlanc. That's a Jhin route to actually set that up. Then zero hesitation. Again, JJ knowing exactly his role in these team fights. EDG communicates and executes incredibly well, and that is why they're such a terrifying 5v5 team.
Now, so I'll be honest, much like the two of you, expected Damwon to come out with the victory here today in the series, and honestly never expected to say the words I'm about to say, which is that they are behind. They are on the back foot in this series now, down 1-0. They're going back to blue side, Cadril. What do you want to see?
I think change it up a little bit, maybe prioritize the Jarvan yourself more and take that away from JJ. 7 games in a row. I think a stronger jungle matchup would be good. I think the last time that Damwon played up against Jarvan, against T1, I believe Canyon was playing things like Kiana, where you can have some kind of self-independence to play the game based on picks. And I think they need to make sure they don't drop Jhin priority. Maybe banning out Jhin or first picking it, or banning out Jarvan or first picking it.
Well, the LPL squad is out to an early lead. Today's World Finals, though, marks the end of an amazing year for League of Legends, and we want to take a moment to celebrate the fans cheering from across the globe. Thank you for a great year, and we look forward to seeing you again in 2022.
We miss you.
안녕하세요, LCK 팬 여러분. Hello, Worlds fans. Hello, 世界赛的粉丝们.
Esse mundial tem sido incrível.
그리고 이 여정을 여러분들도 끝까지 함께하고 계신데요. You've been rooting on our pros. 无论你们在世界的哪一个地方，你们的呐喊都会被我们听到。
Do fundo dos nossos corações, nós queremos dizer muito obrigado.
월즈를 월즈답게 만들어주셔서 감사합니다. 感谢你成就了我们的赛事。
Mas a ação ainda não acabou, então curte as finais aí.
全球总决赛未能如愿在中国举办，但是我们仍然希望跟大家一同分享我们对于英雄联盟的热情与喜爱。
Obrigado.
Thank you. 고맙습니다. 所以在这里也带来一段特别的表演，来自召唤师王一博。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the World's 2021 final. I'm still Atlas, joined by Kobe and Vedius, and we've already had an unexpected start to the tournament.
LPO's on the board, baby! Okay, everybody calm down, though. We had two interesting factors in the draft that I think led to some lopsidedness. A first-time Yasuo in professional play for Khan, plus a very intelligent 5th pick, last pick Zilean.
Yeah, I think that when we came into this series, the expectation was not that EDG would adjust their draft in that part of the map, because what we have typically seen from them, as you mentioned last game, Kobe, was when we look at how they approach the game, it is draft a very strong bot side of the map, kind of put Flancher on something safe up towards the top side, try and get a decent mid jungle, but often draft more towards the team fight. But bringing out the Zilean was really a big shift for EDG, and is something that now Damwon have to play around and adapt to, just like they did in the T1 series.
Well, once again, we've got Damwon Kia on this blue side. They ban away different champions this time around, though. It's going to be the Nami that's prioritized over that Lucian ban that we saw. The Aphelios also going to be taken off the board, and it's the standard red side bans with Jhin, the first pick for Ghost.
Already huge differences here. The Jarvan banned away from JJ after 7 in a row early picks for him, and getting that Jhin. Not only was it such a high priority for Ghost individual, and did Damwon utilize it so well for their picks, but also Viper showing in the previous one how well he can actually take that pick and turn it right back around on them. My God, these are going fast, Atlas.
Yeah, these are insane picks as well, because we've got the actual Damwon Kia skin bottom lane.
Yes.
This is the Leona into the Rakan. Leona has always been a pretty good pick into that champion on the bottom side, and we've got Engage versus Engage between Mako and Beryl.
Exactly. Part of the reason they go together so well is the super long threat that you can have when you take your Jhin and your Leona. So many options for plays, and Damwon have already showcased how well they can utilize pick comps to get early leads, to allow them to then take objectives without having to fight you 5-on-5 at the objective, because they do their homework, preemptively getting deeper vision, preemptively getting a pick onto your champions. Meanwhile, on the side of EDG, Vedius.
Yeah, I think that what they've gone for is a bit of a shift to what we typically see. When you look at their drafts at the tournament, they've prioritized getting themselves the bot lane first. Often it's things like Aphelios Lulu, or they'll try and get themselves the Lucian Nami, and of course a lot of this removed, that's usually where their priority is. So the fact that they first pick the Rakan into then drafting themselves a strong mid-jungle, we're now going to see a lot more focus played around Scout, in particular Mako roaming up towards. So we're going to see a Damwon style being played into Damwon, as Damwon has decided to prioritize their bot lane. So both teams very much shifting their approach, and now we really get to see the depths of Showmaker's pool. Because my question is, will EDG ban the Kassadin? Do they know the tech? Because I feel like that this is something that Showmaker is willing to bring out into the LeBlanc, and has done even this year.
Yeah, Kassadin and Malzahar are both pretty good champions into the LeBlanc. Malzahar for the lockdown, of course, point and click, very easy. The Kassadin can definitely outscale. LeBlanc is kind of pressured to do something early in that matchup. And since they've already gotten the Xin Zhao on the side of EDG, you have a lot of threat there.
I do want to talk about the flexibility of Damwon. We assume that that is a Graves going to the top lane, but I want to remind everyone that Canyon was the best Graves player that we had in Korea. The champion was just ludicrous in his hands, so something that they could look to flex, although we haven't seen its success in the jungle this Worlds. But it does mean that they will need to have some sort of CC, either coming out of that top side of the map or coming from the jungle for Damwon.
Ooh, they are really focusing on Viper this time around too. His famed Ezreal banned away, even with Yuumi already banned, and it's gonna push him to the Kai'Sa here. This is such good follow-up for some of these very aggressive looks.
Could this be a Malphite game for EDG?
Ooh.
I mean, you kind of look at what they've drafted for themselves, and when there's a lot of AD on the side of Damwon, things like Graves, things like Jhin, if a Kiana in there as well, particularly squishy, could be room there for EDG, but we'll wait and see. Let's round out Damwon's draft, because what will be their answer to this LeBlanc Xin Zhao? We are going to see Canyon on his Kiana, which I definitely am a big fan of, getting to see him play this champion.
Yeah, me too, but they need a lot of magic damage on the side of Damwon Kia. What can they give Showmaker that can do a lot of consistent magic damage so that they don't just get itemized against during the game? And it looks like it will be the Malzahar. Some technology that a certain European has brought to Korea, and definitely did some good things on. But the Malzahar is going to be locked in, so that is a lot of magic damage, but takes a little while to get going. So the Damwon Kia mid lane priority and pressure that they're known for is going to be more difficult this time.
Yeah, not surprising at all. And while it does take a little while to get going, just getting to the level 6 and having access to your point-and-click ultimate doesn't take as long to get going as Cassidy, the other option. So
yeah, I'm glad he didn't play that. I mean, I don't think I ever liked it when he picked it. I'm not going to lie, even though he did do some winning.
And Flandre throws it down. You steal away my Graves. We're throwing another volatile matchup right at your face. I love the confidence that EDG are coming into this series versus the defending world champions with. Stealing away from Ghost in game number 1. This game, stealing away from Showmaker with the LeBlanc to get you a volatile matchup mid, and then also throwing it topside too. They're saying, we do not have to play around solely Viper. We can play around so much more, and they've got the solo lane picks to do that this time around, Vedius, but do they have the play to back it up?
Yeah, I will say that the team fighting is a little bit weaker compared to what we've seen typically throughout the tournament from the side of EDG, so I'm excited to see this slightly different style. In particular, Mako on this roaming champion. Like, I loved it when he was playing the Leona last week. I'm excited to see him on the Rakan in this game, and let's find out if EDG can get a 2-point lead over the reigning world champion.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to Mako just demonstrating his prowess at the style that he helped pilot and almost design, because his engage has always been just an absolute joy to watch. But both of these team compositions feel to me like they have a similar game style. Instead of last time, it feeling like there was an ace in the hole for EDG when it came to team fights, when it came to taking control with that Zilean. This feels like a little bit more of an honest brawl between these two squads. So let's see whether Damwon Kia can bring it to that best of 3 that we all want.
Now, I have become the stats man in this trio, so some quick stats for you. Flandre is currently 8-4 wins to losses all time on his Aurelia, and actually only played it once in summer. So not a lot of recent experience, but overall in his history, he does have a pretty positive record.
I'm going to lobby for us to get a little jingle for you so we can have a sponsored Vedia Statsman segment here to chime in. Maybe a little pop-up there, Alice.
Yeah, we can try and work on it for game number 3. Thankfully, we definitely have one of those. But don't forget to grab your exclusive Happiness Overload Prime Gaming emote so you can flex in your next game. Featured matchup is coming up very, very soon as well. But
that's what my face looks like every time Statsman Vedius speaks up when we get a little fun fact.
I feel like
that's my face.
The whites in the eyes are too large. I don't know. It kind of freaks me out a
That's
little
my face getting the cast with you two gentlemen today.
Aww.
What a joy it has been. It's weird to think that I'm the youngest of the 3 of us, man.
Why is that weird to think?
I'm pretty sure he just insulted us.
I think so as well.
Right, getting into the game, let's have a look at where some vision has come down in terms of this early game, because we will see that EDG has invested in a little bit of early game vision. They have decided to drop this deep ward onto the blue buff to get some insights to where they start, also dropping onto their top side, suggesting that they are going to start a bot and path towards the top side.
Yeah, and I want to highlight the double sweepers from EDG as well. When you see an opening like this for trinkets, you really expect an early gank. So my eyes get real big. I'm excited because this is a difference from EDG. And until you're really pushed, you don't have to, make as many variations like this in your style, in the way that you're going to play the game. Until you come up against, world champions. So now, with these picks, very volatile, both topside and mid lane here in these matchups can look for punishments, can look for these early plays, and with double sweepers, it's going to allow Scout to try and keep this mid lane clear. Basically, as the LeBlanc, you're trying to harass and put as much pressure on the Malzahar early on and force him to miss CS, because it's kind of hard as Malzahar to miss to land those CS early on. And if you have that extra sweeper, go find that ward. There he goes.
Yep, speaking of which, but bit of an engage here towards the bottom side of the map as Beryl is now burning down 100 health for the moment. Ghost actually scared me a little bit there because I thought the Beryl might have been dying without us being able to know, but Beryl does make it out. Health bar is quite low. Mako now looking to try and continue to punish, but a lot of control here for EDG. And what I was going to say was Canyon with a little bit of some beautiful play there, just avoiding the ward to make sure he stays invisible, of course. That are, limited camps to be going to, still a thing, but staying invisible on the map certainly good as he went to the Gromp.
So both junglers positioning still very mysterious for the time being. But I will say that trade, while Beryl definitely came short in terms of the health, they were able to burn both the cleanse and the ignite from the EDG duo while they kept all of their summoners. So overall, a beneficial trade to the Damwon bot, and it gave them a little bit more control over this wave. And as you'll see, notice that Canyon did the very fast level 3 clear, going from his red interactors into immediate topside, and then pathing back towards bot. And this trade is really important to allow Canyon to actually get this early scuttle, because if they lost this push, then he may very well have lost both.
Yeah, it's not a very well-kept secret as far as the mystery of, of the junglers.
Admittedly, yes.
Even with Scout going over and clearing that ward.
Ooh, not able to quite get the passive too early, but the flash still has to come out from Showmaker, down to about 100, as he's going to get a bunch of very adorable little beelings. And now another Zenith play. They thought the barrel had gone back as Mako Battle Dance, grand entrance to get himself out, but Canyon dives on forward. Viper has to flash, and they're running out of summoner spells in the bottom lane.
Canyon doing a great job there. Doesn't even throw out the Q, uses his E, and he kind of forces Viper to make a decision. You don't have cleanse. If I throw this Q out, you're going to get locked up. You're likely going to die. So Viper just says, okay, I'm going to flash away to safety. Good sidestep once again from Showmaker, dodging a lot of these chains, and he just narrowly avoided the gank himself.
Exactly, and you can see this focus because EDG have the bottom lane with so much setup here. The Leona Jhin, so much threat as far as kill pressure if you can burn through these summoner spells. So very clear focus from Canyon. Heads his early first gank down there. Meanwhile, we keep mentioning for EDG these solo lanes, and JJ getting the flash and teleport out of Showmaker before he's level 6 on this Malzahar are very big. And this is where you're going to see repeat usage of those sweepers from EDG around the mid lane to try and now compound the issue for EDG. If they can force kills, dive Showmaker, we will maybe look at Scout's control of his mid wave to see if he starts to build a big wave and try and go for the dive, or if they try and unlock him and get those roams through, because there are very different lanes that each team wants to play off of here.
Speaking of lanes, though, we do have a featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. Showmaker versus Scout. Both of these players playing so well this tournament. And Scout now on the LeBlanc this time, trying to show Showmaker that he can make it work and bring them to match point.
And of course, I do have stats prepared for this, as I often do.
Stats, man!
So let's have a look at some of the stats, because you can see that they're actually quite comparable in some parts, but in particular, damage per minute has been very excellent for Showmaker throughout the tournament. Look at these early game goal differences that he's been able to accrue, but he's been roaming a lot throughout the tournament pretty consistently, whereas Scout has been focused a lot more on the laning phase. It's not until he gets big advantages in mid that he really tries to translate it to elsewhere on the map. And this is where I expect him to translate some of that pressure to top, as both of them fight for the mid wave and junglers find themselves in the river.
Yep, 2v2. There's a fair bit of damage from Canyon, but answered back quite nicely there from JJ until the electrocute came out. And now you can see Khan actually with full health. Flandre still sitting at about half, but of course he's Aurelia, so certainly can turn that one around. So, bit of a stalemate there towards the top side. Still, no first blood here at 6 minutes into the game.
And we did see Scout try to move up with Showmaker, doing a great job of following him, making sure that mid pressure is kept up, and as he gets more levels, his wave clear only continues to get stronger. He's going to get first access into the river, and as you rightly said, he does have 6, which means that...
And 0 mana on Scout. Scout does have teleport, he can make his way back in, but not able to actually challenge for that Rift Scuttler utilizing it. Khan dodging out of a lot of these stuns here as Canyon makes his way in. Ward will spot him out, but there's the Vanguard's edge. They've got a teleport immediately coming forward. Maybe a little hasty there before Canyon came on vision. So once again, stalemate.
Yeah, and you can see the communication here. They know, and on the side of Damwon, they're calling Canyon over. Khan says, I need to help push in this wave. I have to reset here. And even with Canyon coming over to hover there, they still go for the teleport play from EDG. Well done by Scout. They get the flash out of Khan to make him a little bit more vulnerable. The Aurelia now, post level 6, flexing that kill threat.
And I love as well that that's the teleport used just to get back to lane anyway. So Scout just throwing it towards the top lane just to see, test the waters and see whether he can make it work, so it doesn't lose out on too much using the summon spell.
I'm actually really curious as to whether or not they saw Canyon on vision at the start of the play, because to me it seemed like they were committed to it, and then the moment the ultimate comes out is exactly when Canyon appears on vision.
Yeah, right.
And then Flandre is like, okay, we're not going to commit to this, but they did still get Khan's flash out of the play overall, so I think that this could be another opportunity for them to look for a gank. Should they want to. They still have a lot of roaming options at their disposal.
Yeah, it is a very valuable summoner spell for them to blow, because the cooldown for Aurelia's ultimate is quite low, and he's going to be able to repeat some kill threat there. So if you control your vision, it really changes how you can actually play that lane as Graves, who's usually one of the most flexible champions that we possibly have in the meta right now. it makes you second guess yourself and requires more jungle attention and focus on these wards. Setting up for Rift Herald, of course, everybody has made the transition over. Beryl trying to get the level 6. Mako's right here fighting for the wave with him, though.
Yeah, both of them kind of racing towards it. Neither of the supports able to quite get there, as you can still see Showmaker in that lane as well. Level 7 for the Malzahar has Ignite as well for this potential fight, as Ghost holding on to the Rift Herald for the moment. Khan's going to roam his way down, and EDG looks like they're not going to commit just yet. Teleport available for Flandre, but they're not going to be able to get it. Flashing the flares, and Damwon Kia will take a free Rift Herald.
So EDG ultimately spectators as Damwon secure themselves the Herald. Viper did make his way up towards the Herald as well, but Flandre, he was hovering around looking for a potential TP, so fortunately for EDG, their members are not going to lose too much, as Viper now awkwardly has to go the long way around as he makes his way back towards his bot side of the map, because he's not entirely certain as to what is set up in his side of the jungle.
That's going to be important to track these supports in the aftermath of that Rift Herald play too, because now we're living in the world where you have Qiyana ultimate available here for Canyon. If you get Beryl for another opening by pushing over bottom lane and allowing him to roam with, that is a lot of kill threat and pick potential. They can actually retake a lot of this territory. Since Showmaker does have his ultimate ready on the Malzahar, and we saw earlier how much pressure you can have just by walking over menacingly on this champion and threatening the right click.
Here on the bottom side, Viper just tidying up that minion wave, but Damwon Kia might be an early drop of the Rift Herald here, as already this turret's getting sieged, and there it goes. So Shelly going to cram her head into this one, and already we're going to have sub 3 plates left on the mid lane outer turret. So huge for Damwon Kia, full map control.
One of the big things why Damwon are successful in a lot of these types of moves is that Ghost and Beryl do not hesitate to come for these hard push team plays. And what you give up is one wave being pushed in by Viper. So the bottom lane does pay a small price for this kind of show of force towards the mid lane, where you force them to back down and you get your Rift Herald off and you get a large chunk on the tower. But they've repeatedly shown this strategy from Damwon, really flexing on trying to get mid tower damaged very heavily early on and rotating their bottom lane for that threat.
Now, there is a window here for EDG to look to secure themselves the Drake, largely because they will have a push towards the bot side of the map. And JJ, his camps are all spawning on the bot side, whereas Canyon is going to be pathing up towards the top side of the map. The ultimate question will be around, can they get that mid tower? Because Showmaker, now at level 8, has multiple points in his E, and his wave clear is now suddenly so much stronger. You have 2 points in the Q, you have 4 in the E, so you drop that down, you Q the melee minions, and all of a sudden, once you spot the little voidlings as well, that wave clear is imminent, and LeBlanc struggles to deal with that, so that prio is going to shift pretty dramatically in favor of Showmaker.
The set it and forget it wave clear. I absolutely love it. It's why I was a Morgana main when I started playing the game. As Damwon Kia now looking to try and clear out some vision, but it looks like EDG with their control of the river should be able to start off this Drake yet again, and Drake domination has been the aim of the game here for EDG so far. Damwon shut out of all of them in game 1.
And biggest factor here, fellas, is of course the teleport that you were able to secure on the top side by burning Khan's teleport earlier. You know, no possibility of him joining, and even though Flandre got pushed in and would have to give up a cannon wave here with an extra bit of stacking, still trying to utilize that extra threat, so they get the dragon. It's just number 1 on a long road ahead for them, though.
Yeah, we'll see whether Damwon can actually try and prepare for the second one instead of waiting for a potential soul point instead. This time around, though, they do have a lot more control, and I feel like the compositions lend themselves a little bit more for even play across the board. When it comes to setting up for 5v5s, last game it was very difficult for Damwon. This time around, it's a pretty even playing field. So both of these teams going to have to rely on their own skill to make it work. 400 gold the lead for Damwon Kia, and that basically means nothing.
Yeah, there's so much pressure on these supports to be big playmakers to set these things up with, because EDG do have these very powerful solo laners that can have a lot of extra threat on the backline, but Showmaker's always got that answer button for one of them. It's very good versus LeBlanc, it's very good versus Aurelia, but only one Fedius, so you have to choose, and it's about that positioning. The supports, though, they get to actually change the name of the setup. And
we saw something similar when EDG drafted themselves a Malzahar themselves, because often you have to root yourself in order to lock down a single target, and yes, it can be very effective if that single target closes to you, or...
There's the ultimate. Qiyana goes right into the wall, and that is indeed a supreme display of talent. The Malzahar grabs his first kill of... It's too easy with that spell, to be honest, but grabs the first kill of the game for Damwon. That is first blood. Flash out once again for Khan, but Flandre still dancing forward. End of the line is there. But Flandre stacked up his passive, and he should be able to turn at a moment's notice. It feels like the Aurelia starting to come online.
Yeah, securing the gold drinker there for Flandre, he was like, I'm stronger. I know I can go for this all-in, but a really good flash from Khan to be able to sidestep the E meant that the root does not come down and that Flandre cannot commit to the fight any longer. So well executed by Khan. Ends up being a trade of flashes, but Damwon get themselves on the board with a really nice play in mids, and I think that this is what we're going to continue to see when playing into these team fights later on into the game. The second that Scout uses W, immediately lockup, you can just see the chains. You see LeBlanc just does not get to play the game.
There were spare spells after that as well. It's terrifying.
It's funny seeing Showmaker, you know, this guy just always applauded for the absolute insane outplays.
What are you saying that Malzahar, like, did you see how well he just pressed his R button onto the LeBlanc right there? That was pinpoint accuracy.
Exactly. I did also want to shout out the changes that they made to Ghostblade a while back. Such an efficient item. And the extra speed in that last one, you know, the activation of Ghostblade from Canyon allows him to close that distance so quickly that there is no chance after the Malzahar ultimate goes down, you're CC locked with the ultimate from Canyon coming through too. So you can really close that distance and actually make up the timing on some of these plays where you need to jump on and you need to R scout before he goes back to safety with his own W. And that's just a little bit of a difference maker.
Can certainly be. EDG with a bit of position here in this river, but we don't have too much to fight over apart from a second Rift Herald. Looks like that was what they've got their eyes on, and in goes Beryl once again. Ulti available for Showmaker. Let's see where he throws it out. There's a golden tag, and the ultimate comes through from Canyon as well to try and help out. Showmaker goes golden with his stopwatch, and he's going to keep himself alive, and this is a bit of a wash for Damwon Kia. They win out the fight, but they lose out on positioning. It looks like EDG should be able to take the Rift Herald.
Yeah, Damwon do go up in kills, but EDG should be able to secure this objective unless Canyon has something to say about it.
Gonna come in a little bit late. Tries opportunistically to collect that one, but isn't able to. Just bullies EDG out of the pit, but they get out successfully.
And Canyon's ultimate was so impactful there. Because of the little corridor that they were playing around, EDG, their high mobility composition was stifled massively by this combination of Malz and Kiana. And just have a look at this. The engage comes through from Beryl. He's locking up Kai'Sa, forcing the ultimate and the cleanse out immediately. Beryl then stopwatches, and then look at this ultimate hit. Two-man stun onto the LeBlanc as well, so that backline threat is immediately mitigated, and then EDG find themselves in a 2 versus 3 on the backline, which they promptly lose. So Damwon, they play that team fight about as well as they could, and this is one of those scary points about this, those choke points when playing against composition like this.
Yep, and it's going to spell about a 2,000 gold lead, but there is a little bit in the bank for EDG with the fact that they were able to lock down the Rift Herald. So we'll see whether they can make that one work. Still, first brick available, mid lane very low on EDG's side of the map, so a possible target here for Damwon to really open things up.
Also, looking at the reset for Dragon, the ultimate cooldown there is extremely low for especially Rakan, and so they will be able to go set up. Mako goes in to try and early clear out some of this vision. Meanwhile, Damwon pushing down the remnants of that mid lane to actually be able to set up for this is really big. You can then push the minion wave further up mid.
Oh, Flash ulti comes forward. There's another supreme display of talent, and Flandre is out of there. Viper unable to then get the position as Khan on the side, trying to get Scout out of here. Scout, of course, can be devious, but let's see whether they can fight this 4v5. The Drake also in there. In goes JJ, but not quite able to get the work done that he wanted to. There's the Mimic Distortion, but no damage. Viper still able to take down Canyon, but is it actually going to work out? JJ flashing for his life, and Viper, high health bar, but he doesn't have any friends, and it's a double kill for Khan, who is getting his revenge right now. JJ, that was the wrong brush to face check, as Beryl could go down, but no, it's a triple kill for the Graves on the top side.
Another sweep for Damwon here, coming out with the extra couple of kills, and their reward will also be the Dragon. Vedius, how do you outplay the Flash ultimate combo there? Really well done. You can say for the positioning, they just immediately pounce on him. Showmaker just flashes immediately with the Malzahar. He's level 11, ultimate goes down, and Canyon follows up seamlessly every time. See Hero kill hero.
Yep, absolutely beautiful. And we like to say that the ultimate from a Cinder is a gameplay button. Malzahar invented it first.
He did.
There is so much gameplay in that particular tether.
And so there is counterplay afterwards too, because you see EDG, they were the ones who actually forced the re-engage here. They stuck on Dragon even after the pickoff, even after being set 5v4 behind, because those 2 long ultimate cooldowns were both used and invested in getting that kill. Their idea there was try to punish and say that your combination of Flash Malzahar ultimate and Qiyana ultimate is a bigger loss in value for this team fight than simply losing Flandre. They were incorrect in that, but that was the idea.
Yeah, and we'll get to see exactly how Khan was so impactful as that initial pick does come through from Damwon. A very easy commit onto the Aurelia, and Scout believes that he's in a great position, but that little Voidling spots him out. So Beryl knows, goes to look for the collapse, and then immediately the collapse comes through. Showmaker and Ghost are in great positions. They're not taking any of the front of the damage, and then the follow-up can come through. So EDG just thought that they could go for the re-engage, but with the numbers advantage that Damwon do have, along with the positioning of the carries and the damage that comes out from Khan, they were able to come out ahead in this Axe Effect replay.
Yeah, in the end, the extra information makes such a big difference. Not having the power of that LeBlanc coming in with the flank, not having that big burst damage is huge. Of course, the pick, and you see where the idea came from. It wasn't actually even just the Malzahar and Qiyana ultimates, it was also Leona. So that's why they're shouting, we can turn this, we can turn this.
We got it. Well, this inner turret may not got it right now. There are a lot of minions. This one's going down very, very quickly. The siege from Damwon, pretty scary as JJ diving on forward. Ultimate used very early and not really with too much reward. Minions still remain as Damwon able to keep up the siege. Finally, another Conga line to come in as Khan on the flank right now. And Showmaker fishing with these silences. EDG sort of trapped in their own jungle, and that is just the turret taken down. All of that extra gold from the inners now. As can they steal this one away? And yes, they absolutely can. Goes over to Canyon with the smoke.
Damwon do not relent when they have that early game gold lead, and they know that an easy tower is available up towards the top side. They could split up, but they know that Khan doesn't have the teleport. So instead, have him push mid, have the rest group up as 4 and push through top, and instead play this 4-1 style. It guarantees themselves a tower, and EDG is once again being denied any form of cross-map. They are kind of falling into the tendency that they typically have shown throughout this tournament, which is that when they fall behind early, rather than go for those cross maps, they actually try and answer a lot of the plays that the enemy tries to make in the hopes of finding a fight or a pick or some avenue back into the game. And against a team like Damwon, they're not giving them any of those openings.
Completely agree. And guess what? Their task is even more difficult this game in trying to form a comeback, because not only are they already down facing that early deficit that they have struggled to come back from, but they're also against a team that has massive AD threat and a Malzahar. So a QSS purchase is so inefficient in that the magic resist does not give you a whole bunch. And yet you're facing Leona and Malzahar, and there's all the CC that you do want to try and shed. It's definitely a very well manicured and set up position that DK force EDG into. You get so much value when you invest in heavy CC champions, but also lots of AD threat.
Yeah, and avoiding the Malzahar tax is something that, like you say, you want to do, but you get punished. Like, yes, if you don't pay your taxes, generally you get punished, right? But in this game, you absolutely do, because not being able to get out there, especially if you're a priority target, is so dangerous, and that cleanse won't do anything.
And they're not taxing billionaires here. They're losing. they're 4K down here. They don't have extra income, Bedius.
This is a whole different debate right now.
Oh man, yeah, that's true. They right now cannot afford any QSS, and that's why you don't see any in the inventory. Second items slowly starting to edge their way through for EDG. Meanwhile, Damwon are rolling in it, and it is a very different early game. We saw a lot more trading this time around, but a pretty late first blood still. And I think the EDG, the biggest thing about their draft was trying to leverage that strong mid jungle, which they just couldn't. They couldn't get those kills onto Showmaker. He was not shut down. And now he's in a position where he's at 2 items. The Zonyas is completed. He also has some healing reduction in his back pocket as well. And they're going to keep looking for these picks as we set up for the next Drake.
Yeah, the next Drake, there are 2 smites on the side of Damwon as well, so keep your eye out on that as Supreme Display of Talent finds 2. Viper actually takes so much damage as the Solar Flare comes through. They're trying to engage onto JJ, who flashes his way out. Mako trying to cause a ruckus, but instead just loses his life. The Rakan taken down. It's a double kill for Khan, and JJ's running for the hills. Canyon wanting to dive over there. JJ trying to back, but that Q did so much work from Canyon. He's hitting critical mass right now, and both of those smites aren't even necessary as they take the Drake.
Yeah, chasing him down now. Damwon are able to pick up Dragon number 2. Guess what? It's an easy transition over to Baron control as well. Now, Scout will revive and have teleport, but that's another cooldown that you have to pay if you want to go contest this. So Damwon at the very least will start this. They don't have Malzahar, Leona, or Kiana ultimates, so maybe they just back off and they just try and get your teleport out, but they're actually burning it down so quickly they can even threaten.
They have double smite as well, so it's not a real 50-50 right now as Beryl's trying to cause...
Oh, it is! JJ steals it away! He will pay for it with his life, but that is huge for EDG.
Can they get out is the question as Flandre will get eviscerated. Just try and get out, boys! You've done it already!
Damwon flipped it and they lost the coin toss. Ooh, Viper may even get a kill, but Beryl, Beryl is far too tanky. But this was something that JJ did multiple times against RNG. He did it against Genji. You cannot flip against this man because if he sees a Baron, he's going to take a Baron.
Exactly. This youngster is doing so much for EDG. He plays the front line for a lot of their team fights. He lands these critical smites to keep them in it. Atlas, he gives hope to the LPL with a single press of a button.
And there were 2 smites on Damwon's side.
I like those
so much damage piled up, and he just pops on in and steals it away. Just beautifully done.
Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Yeah. So, you know, the irony of the double smites, it was Showmaker that smited early, which then set up for... You would ideally think that with the comms, they would just smite at the same time, but the second smite fell short, and that was JJ's time to shine. He steals away the Baron and keeps EDG's hope still alive.
It is easier said than done, you know, perfectly timing.
It definitely is.
It's much easier for us.
People often set it up as a given. You're like, oh, you know what? 2 smites, 900 plus 900, easy, right?
That's exactly what I did.
All junglers are now looking at their mid lane duo partners and saying, see, if Showmaker can't do it, it's not that easy, is it?
Also, the spellbook smite not as powerful as previously. So let's take a look what EDG can do with this Baron now that they have secured it, breathing life back into them. They're going to get some money off topside too. Yep. You know, the benefits of that play will keep on rolling in.
The Red Bull Baron power play, not exactly massive right now, just under 1k, has now ticked over it, as I say it, but Showmaker should be able to respond with this bottom lane outer turret. It isn't going to necessarily put EDG in the lead, however, it slowed Damwon Kia down massively, and Damwon were running away with the game. They created a very early 4,000 gold lead, and now EDG have bought themselves some valuable time to get this composition rolling, gets Flandre into these side lanes, and start really making the game about them.
I realize that the spellbook smite's gonna lose value, right? Because you can't get a jungle item, so you can't convert it.
Oh.
So it's basic, right?
Oh yeah.
I think so? Yeah, I'm
maybe it just
sure
doesn't
right.
do anything.
Yeah, I think
well,
it
does
some damage, just not quite
I think you're right. I think that's a
900.
great point, actually.
But doubling the damage certainly does feel like it would be much better. So the fact that Showmaker smote early is... he's not the one that you want smiting early.
But what I will say is that even though EDG have bought themselves some time, that's not going to change the fact that they need to find a way to navigate this team fight. Because we've seen now that every single team fight, EDG haven't really gotten to do anything. It's always been on Damwon's terms.
Well, JJ immediately has to ultimate to try and get them out of the area, so Crescent Guard not going to be available for the next engagement. This is going to be a much more brittle Xin Zhao for the next little while. Mako very far away from this one as Zenith Blade goes barely wide. As we just mentioned, JJ was very vulnerable.
This is the deepest flank I've seen for a while.
Who's he flanking? What's he flanking?
I think that right now his priority was just to cover Scout. Scout was just pushing in through the bot side, and he was utilizing the fact that they had a pushed wave in bot to get some deep vision in before he reset and replenished a lot of those wards. But yeah, it's not really going to amount to much. I think that they couldn't really do much about protecting that tier 2 in the mid lane, so they just conceded it. JJ did lose his ultimate. He doesn't lose his flash. But still, the gold is continuing to mount for DK. The rich continue to get richer, and EDG, they need to find some sort of miracle play. The next Drake is spawning soon, and I imagine that EDG will look to fight for it rather than try and stall things out.
Yeah, Damwon Kia just went on a shopping trip as well, so they're fresh off a reset. Scout shows himself for just a mere moment. And Beryl not going to be able to get any Shields of Daybreak on him or anything like that. But Damwon with a bunch of items have taken a bit of money out of that pocket as Flandre is going to teleport back in for this potential Dragon Soul fight.
can see a lot of vision being cleared out by Damwon.
You ain't flanking this team.
You ain't
right?
flanking.
It's just not happening right now.
JJ sitting in this bush, but he's going to get spotted out by Showmaker, and Damwon taking their time here. Khan has now joined the fight. Let's see how EDG navigate this one.
Yep, they've started off the Drake now. Flandre off on that flank like you were talking about, but is going to be spotted by all that vision we noted earlier. Now JJ inside this pit. Does have the ultimate back available as Khan dashes on forward, looks to try and get damage down onto the young jungler. The supreme display of talent does barely anything as now EDG bringing the fight to the back line of Damwon Kia. They trade as the mid laners both go down, but Kiana still does so much work. Flandre has to run, and that's the stun from Ghost. He is magnetic with these skill shots on the Jhin, and that is sole point for Damwon Kia.
And they're not going to stop there. Right up the mid lane. Damwon will push through, get up to the inhibitor turret as well.
And Damwon just navigate the fight beautifully once again. Even though EDG was able to just collapse onto Showmaker, it was not enough. He still was even able to get his ultimate off onto Viper to just buy a little bit more time for his team, and then the rest just followed up with sufficient damage. Canyon, Khan, still huge damage dealers in the fight, and EDG falls short once again.
All right, so I was digging into, there was a bug on the spellbook smite previously.
Okay.
And it's supposed to convert after several charges. But sometimes it had still been the lower value. So we have to go back and look at the actual replay.
But I was convinced it did 900. I was convinced it was.
Yeah, because after the multiple uses, then it does convert.
I respect your commitment to this fight.
Was.
Whose fault was it really?
We have to dig deeper. Smite fights are personal to junglers.
I was going to say, I feel like this is a Kobe thing as we have a look at the replay.
But let's have a look back at this. So you can see here, they actually get access onto the backline. Showmaker blows up. But look at Khan and Canyon. They force JJ out. Scout gets one shot on the backline. And even though Viper's still alive, because he's committed his ult, he's invested everything to get that kill onto Showmaker, he does not have the gold or the damage to be able to clean up the rest of the fight. Damwon really just hitting with their wallets in that fight.
I like it. Hitting with their wallets. Big fan. As Damwon Kia now just trying to clear out some vision around the Baron that's respawned. I think they'll do their homework this time around, as JJ just been too good at getting these smites to land. Showmaker without his smite, doesn't matter how much damage it does if he doesn't actually have access to it, as they're going to start the fight instead. JJ taking a lot of damage. Crescent Guard is going to help him though, as Scout connects the chains but is unable to get the stuns. EDG keep everyone alive, but they don't get access to this Baron pit. They have a control ward there, but that can get cleared out very quickly, and Damwon have so much knowledge.
Now, in this situation, Damwon do not want to flip the Baron. They can't afford to take this gamble, and they re-engage.
Solar Flare as well. It's a lot of damage onto Flandre, and he's got a big health bar, but he still pops like a balloon. Showmaker takes him down, and health is exactly what Malzahar loves eating through. So now, no top laner for EDG, but JJ is still here. He can still be the hero as Viper dives on forward. The cleanse was good, but he still explodes. Beryl keeps himself alive as well, and EDG are getting routed. This is not going to be a 50-50 because Damwon Kia don't want anyone alive. When this Baron is there, he still dives into the pit, but there's still a bunch of health on this Baron. It's going down low as he's trying to fight for it. It's down to 15 before he dies. Oh man, that was very close.
The control this time around for Damwon. They're not going to let it get that low. It was close. JJ got in there, putting in work, trying to burn.
He smited it to 15.
But he didn't even smite it. It was Canyon that smited, and JJ still had his smite up. He just ended up dying before he could get it off, but Damwon showcasing their control. Every time EDG tried to get somewhere close to the pit, they're immediately collapsed on, and they use their extremely high single target damage to just burst each EDG member as they approach the pit. And we'll have a look back once again. Notice how Damwon, they start off the Baron, they're taking their time, and as Flandre approaches, he is the first target. Used everything, multiple ultimates to shut him down, force EDG back, and they just rinse and repeat this process.
Exactly. Returning to the Baron, they can still turn. They're going to pull right back off the damage as soon as JJ gets the back. Another Jhin W from Ghost. This is why he's such a high priority champion in so many of these series.
Yep, he's so very good at it as well. 1-0-12 right now on this pick.
Here we go.
Yep, teleport flank to try and get them in there already. JJ taking a lot of damage. There's the Sterix down, double flashes as Mako tries to engage. Showmaker going golden, but can he actually stay alive after the fact? The supreme display of talent says absolutely yes as Damwon Kia. They will rout EDG. That's a clean ace, and they will win game 2.
The game overs come through as Damwon dab on EDG. 5-0, the Nexus in their eyes. We're going 1-1, boys.
Yep, it's a best of 3 now between Damwon Kia and EDG. I don't want to say things like statement game or the fact that we've got a series on our hands, but I think it might be both here as Damwon. They do bring us to that best of 3.
The changes and the adaptations made here, bringing out that counter pick, the Malzahar, provided so much power for them. So many of these picks started in the hands of Showmaker. And it is a simple execution, but the combination there with Kenyon, always there to follow up, picking off mid, focusing that one down early, getting the pick, transitioning over towards Dragon, and then just stacking up at these objectives.
And I think it's going to be another series where we just continue to see these draft adaptations because the bans seem relatively rigid. Of course, the big shift was the Lissandra ban into the Jarvan ban from the side of Damwon, but now perhaps EDG can get themselves on the blue side. How does that now shape things up? What do the priorities become for both teams? Because getting Jeje off Jarvan definitely did a lot and mitigated a lot of the engaged tools that EDG have been so reliant on in the semis and leading to this point.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, it's still a Demacian champion, but not necessarily one that he is as comfortable on. But be sure to check out the League of Legends official podcast, Rift Reaction, hosted by Travis Gafford and Emily Rand on Spotify. The next episode will look back at the finals and Worlds as a whole and releases the 9th of November. For now, we're going to take a closer look at Game 2 in just a few minutes. Be sure to stick around.
A lion! Oh yes, the king of the jungle. Time for a quick Red Bull?
Red Bull? But you still won't be quicker than the lion!
I don't have to be quicker than the lion, just quicker than you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Would you ride for me? Handshake, one of a kind, homie. I be trying to vibe on the wave. I'm a big vibe on the wave. Look.
This ain't where the legends come from. You know what a hero looks like. Other people on fire, fire. Maybe it's time they meet their dragon. 'Cause if I gotta break it all down, then let's break it all down. Flying with fire, and we'll burn it all down.
run it back, run it back. I got bodies lining up, think you're dreaming of greatness. Send you back home, let you wake up. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come and get your sport out the head. We're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you coming, my name you ought to know by now that we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up. 在以后，除了是傻子，还有其他吗？我左右，键盘琵琶在时间滴答着，还不够。你的固执让我来守候，哪怕太迟也不想以后。就在这时放肆的打斗。I got the heart of a lion, I know the harder you climb, the harder you fall. I'm at the top of the mountain, too many bodies to count. I've been through it all, I had to weather the storm.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where it's already a glorious World Final day as the series is all tied up at 1-1. Our defending champions putting one on the board, and that man right there helping out in a big way. But we have to start once again in draft, because while it wasn't a unique and first pick here at the World Championship, in fact, taking a page directly out of Scout's book from earlier in the tournament.
Book?
Not Cadrill's
my
book.
book.
Sorry, Cadrill. The publishers rejected that book.
Worse, yeah.
They said this looks like blatant plagiarism from a man named Scout.
Yeah,
the Malzahar in the mid lane, come on.
Yeah, my version scuffed. No, Malzahar pick was great. I mean, they pick LeBlanc, they ban out things like Lissandra, maybe even Cassin, and then you go 4-5, you pick the Malzahar. The interesting thing about this draft to me was just the first pick priority, right? They go blue side again, they ban away Jarvan, first pick Jhin, as we expect them to do. I think EDG responded pretty smart. You can't give them Jhin, LeBlanc, Rakan, because that's exactly what Damwon would have done. If they get first pick Jhin, they're going to go Rakan, LeBlanc. They deny that away from them. So overall, good response by EDG, but I think Damwon's comp came together so well to shut down what EDG's comp wants to do with Irelia, with LeBlanc, having a Malzahar, one button suppress. It's really hard for them to team fight until they get 2 or 3 items with QSS.
What does your book say?
My book says that Jhin is very important. And in the T1 Damwon series, it was 4-0, right? Jhin, both teams played it twice. It won every game it played. Game 5, it ended up getting banned out, if I actually recall correctly.
Yeah, and the Aphelios was left up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I am very interested now with EDG going to blue side. Are they willing to first pick this? Not necessarily because it's core to their identity, but because they believe it is core to how Damwon plays the game. Because Ghost is so effective on this champion, he doesn't necessarily need to be massively ahead because he can play the fights from range. He can, have the utility of the ultimate and the W roots. And I think he plays it so well that Damwon kind of just looks like a different beast while he's on it.
Yeah, and I feel like when Damwon go to red side, they're giving up something, right? If you ban Jhin, you ban Jarvan, you ban Yuumi, you're giving them Lucian, Nami, perhaps, right? So, and you might even give them Aphelios. So they're in a bit of a hole here where I think maybe Jarvan, Jhin are kind of locked unless they get something like Lee Sin on red side that the EDG won't ban away, which I think they will. But they're definitely going to get a strong bot laner or a strong jungler.
All right, so a few thoughts from us on how pick ban might develop over the rest of the series, but I do want to hone back in on that Malzahar pick and the way it played into the victory here. We talked all morning about the fact that the jungle mid duo would play together here on Damwon to get Showmaker ahead and really accelerate the game, and then you find the team fight effectiveness of the Malzahar here with the ultimate playing through time and time again.
Yeah, it has really no counterplay in the early game unless you're rushing a QSS, which, I mean,
that feels bad.
Really EDG's comp can't afford to do with things like LeBlanc, Irelia. So when mid-game teamfights come around, you do things like this where you just flash ulting their main engage, their main carry, and he's almost one pop before the fight starts. Yes, you've used these ultimates to kill him, but from there, a 5v4, it's practically unlosable with Jhin in the backline and Leona CC just following up.
And it was all about the layering, right? Every single one of these clips that we watch is Malzahar ult into the ult from the Kiana, right? To make sure that they're 100-0ing this target. And I think that, Malzahar, when you're even in the game or ahead of the Malzahar, it's very easy to itemize for the QSS and actually start feeling comfortable. But at one point, they're 3,000-4,000 down relatively early. You're just trying to complete your mythic. You're just trying to complete your items to actually have enough damage to even threaten in these team fights, which means you can't afford the luxury of a QSS, and it's easy pickings.
That was right about when the caster started talking about taxing billionaires.
Yeah. No, but I have to say, I love the game League of Legends just because of the innovation, right? The semifinals we saw with T1 and Damwon, now the finals, Malzahar, Zillions, Maokai's, Jin Prios,
Predator Rakan.
LeBlanc counters, Predator Rakan. This is the beauty of the game, and it's all about flexibility. Damwon's showing it in Game 2 already. They're not going to blind pick a Malzahar again, but this was a response to EDG's comp, and these responses is what you love to see.
So with this heavy focus that we've put on the Malzahar pick and Showmaker, of course, as a result, I do want to bring us back to our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. It's Showmaker versus Scout, and this time around, Showmaker gets the better of him. And it definitely was Damwon playing through that mid lane to begin with. But I think now the focus becomes for a player like Scout, who you mentioned at the top of the day, Azael, has been constantly underestimated in these matchups where his opponent is definitely looked at to be favored, but he has prevailed up to this point.
Absolutely. And I think it's so important that he has a good game, because when Showmaker and Canyon get ahead as a duo, it's just lights out. Like, they just move around the map so effectively. They take your jungler out of the game because you've lost mid lane control. They're going to get heralds. They're going to snowball the game. So when we saw in Game 1 that Scout was not actually falling prey to these ganks, even though it was this early mid-jungle duo that Damwon drafted for, he was the one having effectiveness in the side lane, Realm Warp down to bot side. He has got to stay safe, and he has got to have effectiveness. So, maybe protecting his pick a little bit more is going to become important in this series if they're willing to bring out things like the mouse.
This will be the most important game in the series because we need to see what Damwon is made of on the red side, because EDG choosing blue is great for the first pick and all, and getting one of those Jarvan Jin kind of combos or first picks, but Damwon's response is going to be just important. Third pick, what are they going to pick and ban out? Are they going to blind something? Are they going to counter? And last pick, who are they going to save it for?
Honestly, so many questions to be answered in that champion select, because again, we've already hit the importance of the Jarvan and the Lee Sin being removed. Lee Sin being removed in 2 out of the 2 games. Jarvan most recently after JJ put up a big performance in Game 1. You've already called out the Jin and the importance there for Ghost, whether or not Viper's going to be willing to take that away. And you take a look at this, again, while yes, the Malzahar was a big piece of it, Khan as well, on the Graves being the beneficiary of a lot of those kills and ending up bringing the damage. I mean, really, there are so many threats on both of these teams. I am not jealous of the position that both of these coaches find themselves in.
And that's why I think best of fives are so interesting at the highest level, because it has been about the adaptation, right? It has been about the creation of the meta within a series, and then which team can actually adapt and adjust and get the best of their opponents, right? And one game can easily make the difference here. So you have to be on point with your picks, and it puts so much pressure on the players and the coaching staff in between games to make the correct adjustments.
Yeah, and we talked about it in Countdown. Are we going to see cross maps dancing like the T1 Damwon series? Are we going to see heralds given away for bot plates? No. EDG are just coming in with punches, left, right, and center, and Damwon have responded.
We are all tied up in this best of 5. You love to see it here at a World Final. But as we go to break, let's look ahead towards the Horizon Cup, the first Wild Rift Esports International Tournament, which will feature 10 top teams from around the world. For 8 days, these Masters of Mobile will bring their A-game to claim the title of the best Wild Rift team on the planet. Catch the tournament schedule and learn more about the teams by following Wild Rift Esports on Facebook and Twitter. And make sure you join us here for more great esports in just a bit.
I've lived and breathed Wild Rift.
We have gone through the best of the best.
It's now or never.
That was massive.
This is going to be hype.
Take off like a shooting star high. Watch close.
It's down to this final play.
Big dreams hoping you be inspired. Taking over, so roll up. Bigger than me, oh no, bigger than me. Pick up on the streets, but
this is your moment to shine.
Bigger than me, oh no, bigger than me. Pick up on the streets, but I'm bigger on the scene. Roll up. Bigger than me, oh no, bigger than me. Pick up on the streets, but I'm bigger on the scene. Bigger than me, I'm not bigger than me. Pick up on the streets, but I'm bigger on the scene.
feel something dark and deep. The urge to be somebody that's not me. He's on my side.
야 얘네가 미드리드 한다.
뭐 그냥 그브 솔로 하면 안 돼요? 오케이.
그브가 용 쳐줘야 될 것 같아. 우리
네, 아직 다 밀고 있음. 미드 나 주웨이브 16렙.
호서 용 치고 있다.
보고 있어, 보고 있어. 앞에. 난 여기서 자리 잡을 거야. 나. 용자 이거 너 이를 좀 아껴줘야 돼.
우리 스마스는 별로긴 한데 그냥 포킹해봐. 계속.
야 이거 얘 아지르?
포킹.
아지르. 형 이제 그만 쳐도 돼요?
오케이 아직.
아지르 쓰면 아지르 용자.
야 들어왔다. 야 스마스 한다 얘네.
스마스 해볼게.
볼게.
이겼다.
먹었어.
앞에 거 천천히. 앞에.
나이스.
나이스.
뭐야 이거?
괜찮아. 끝났어.
나이스. 파이팅이야. 가자.
공부야 스마 뭐야 너?
탈론이면 이게.
나이스. 용준이 형 수고했다.
나이스.
You just heard the insane comms from Khan and the rest of Damwon Kia as they took the win over T1 in the semi-finals in Sounds of the Game presented by Bose. Gentlemen, it is 1-1. We are all tied up, and let's see what's going to change as we hop into the draft. I feel like draft has been so beautifully pivotal in this series already.
Certainly has. I mean, we've seen a Zillion, Yasuo, Irelia, Malzahar in the World Finals, like Crown vibes right now.
One of the single best players in the world on Malzahar and utilizing it extremely effectively and the power points of that champion.
Ooh, but EDG now on blue, Kobe, and that was something that we talked about at the end of last game. How will things shift? Well, Kiana Rakan already taken off the board.
This is a big one. I wonder what they're actually gunning for when it comes to the first pick, because these are very different bans to come in here as double support bans from Damwon Kia right now.
And we're seeing some slight variation because there's so much focus on the bottom lane for EDG, you know, double banning on these enchanters here. The Nami ban on red side actually, so they can't get the Lucian combination.
So, Yuumi Ezreal gone, Nami Lucian gone, Aphelios Lulu is the last one left for this EDG bot lane. So Damwon now have a choice because you know that Aphelios is going to be the priority. So you could leave Lee open right now and say, we will happily give you your Aphelios so that we can get Lee Sin, and then they can just get themselves the Jin too.
And Twisted Fate though, you're giving over so many. They're trying to get the trade on the backside for the Lee Sin and the Twisted Fate. How badly do you want it?
I actually absolutely love this though, because it means that you leave up so many priority picks. So now you've got Aphelios Lee Sin on the side of Damwon Kia, and you take that trade, right?
Yes, you do.
It's a really strong way to set up that 2-for-1 trade, you know, because you are on red side, so leaving all of them up and then doing the target ban, last ban here at the Jarvan is a lot of value for DK.
And if you get last pick LeBlanc, that is really frightening, especially if you are on the red side, because then you get to ban out the answers to it, as well as the Jace. Looking to come in for Flandre, a big favorite for him and a good pick away from Khan as well, especially now that the Graves has been banned away. This pick, like, it can't be LeBlanc, so it is going to be that ultimate 3 picks for Damwon.
This is such an insane topside early opening of the draft though for the side of EDG. When you have a Twisted Fate supplementing the pressure of Jace, this provides so much kill opportunity up there. JJ on the Xin Zhao can go up, repeat visits, Twisted Fate. There is a reason that he has been banned for so long throughout the knockout stage here at this tournament. So much side lane control afforded by this pick.
And I was actually just thinking about it, right? And I was thinking LeBlanc the obvious choice. They hovered that one first, but the Sylas has been the popular answer into Twisted Fate. But we haven't had to talk about it because Twisted Fate's been permabanned for what feels like 3 months.
And it has been popular, but it hasn't been effective in a lot of the counters to Twisted Fate. So we're gonna have to see if Damwon are actually the ones that can do it. Yes, you can steal away the Twisted Fate ultimate and try and hover there and try and match, you know, that map mobility. But early on, especially too, Sylas has to trade a lot of health to try and gain access to that minion wave, and it allows some pressure to really build on the top side of the map.
I think that EDG need to consider a Kennen ban as well, because you kind of look at this draft from Damwon, and obviously I think that their priority will be to try and match in the mid jungle 2 versus 2, a very volatile part of the map, and as EDG try to go topside, you expect Damwon to head towards the bot side of the map. So some of the things that Khan can still have impact on, even if he's put behind, are things like the Kennen that just offer so much teamfight value and also complement this Aphelios extremely well.
Well, I have a feeling in my waters that there might be a Kog'Maw Lulu. I don't know why, but just have a feeling Kog'Maw Lulu could be on the table. Of course, still up and can be very, very strong, especially when there's not a whole lot of magic damage. The Lucian going to be the final ban. Certainly aimed against Khan, of course, because he'll get counterpick. I expect Thresh to be picked up here as a common pairing alongside the Aphelios. Oh no, they're going to step away from it. A lot more disruption would be a potential, and flexibility with the Gragas.
Exactly. You can engage or disengage with this champion, and also you can sustain through some harassment on top side and not play so up into the Jace and into that Twisted Fate open arms that is going to try and pull off those repeat ganks on you. Like the Lucian ban here, you know, some respect to Khan. The team did get him that pentakill as well earlier in the tournament. He's had quite a tournament as far as the last dance goes.
Yeah, exactly. But I think the fact that Gragas can be support or top lane is also very strong. They can choose their counterpick. They can, if the bottom lane looks too strong, Jhin and Leona is going to be a pretty standard lock-in and something they should have been expecting. So now you could just put Gragas on the bottom side of the map and use him as disengage when Leona decides to go in.
Yeah, they have a lot of options at their disposal. We also did see Khan actually bring this out as an answer in their best of 5 against Tier 1, and he basically just played weak side, right? With the amount of disruption that it can offer in a team fight as well, Jhin suddenly becomes a lot harder to play. Every time you ult, well, there's the risk of the Gragas ultimate knocking you into the team or just interrupting it, and there's a lot of options there for Damwon, but it's definitely not a topside focused draft for them. But also, I think what's great about this Gragas is it offers them another form of engage, because when you kind of look at this draft from Damwon, when you have the Braum, you're kind of relying on Lee Sin ultimates, perhaps Sylas stealing away a Leona ultimate as a means to start a fight if you're even looking for a fight. But Gragas adds that additional pick threat and disruption that can make their team fighting that much stronger.
Yeah, EDG have drafted themselves a lot of priority here as far as choosing the engagements, and Damwon investing pretty heavily in counter engage and a lot of answer and shadowing sort of situations here. So EDG put up on that pedestal to be able to determine a lot of these early movements and see if they can start to open up this lead, whereas Damwon do have some answers, but they have to be cautious early on.
And also, another thing about Damwon is they don't play through bottom side. They are so good at a weak side bottom lane. Aphelios is not a weak side champion. Aphelios, you need to put resources in. So we're already going to see a pivot and a change up for how Damwon are going to navigate this game, and I'm looking forward to seeing how Ghost can hold his own here, because this guy, I swear, when it comes to international tournaments, he triples his skill level. Like, I'm so used to talking about, oh, he's the weak link. Oh, if you're ever going to beat Damwon, it's through the bottom lane. Doesn't work when you get to the World Championship.
Well, they're putting him to the test right now, putting him on that Aphelios, Vedius.
They certainly are. And what always impressed me about Ghost was it was when he joined Damwon that you really saw the outburst of this Damwon becoming a huge contender both domestically and internationally. So he is a large part and a key part of their success. And we heard from Viper himself, Ghost has learned to be exactly what Damwon needs. So let's see if he can be what Damwon needs to get them an edge in this best of 5, as many members have made their way to the top lane.
Yeah, a little bit of a meeting here as Mako is going to get the bad news. A lot of friendship there, but the Winter's Bite not quite able to travel enough of the distance. I'm really glad that you brought that up, because Viper was very respectful to Ghost in exactly that interview that you're talking about. And it was really good to hear from him, and the fact that he knew that he needed to be respected. Viper, always been a very, very intelligent player, and just so good at everything around the game, as well as just pushing his buttons correctly. So great to see from the guy. But the thing was, Ghost and Nuclear had basically the same playstyles. Just Ghost played the weak side bottom lane just that little bit better than Nuclear. Fit into the jigsaw puzzle that was Damwon Kia much better.
Well, now he's got to play into Jhin Leona with the Twisted Fate on the opposing team. So yes, he's got cleanse, but you only got one cleanse. There's so much.
Easiest cast a curse of our lives.
Let's see how he does. Early ward invested from Showmaker, very common. You can see this early ward invested from EDG as well onto the red buff to gain a bit of information. Curious as to what Canyon decides to do with his pathing. Will he look for an early top gank, or instead will he just do a topside clear and then path down towards bot? The fact that he's doing Raptors into Krugs and then Red, he's trying to get that respawn timer starting up earlier so that he can invest more into clearing his camps and, you know, getting more gold into his back pocket as the red buff is likely going to be the next step.
Yeah, well, the big reason he's definitely not pathing towards topside is because you don't want to path into pushing top lane and mid lane matchup because you can't get your scuttle crab, and so you really have to look towards the bottom half. And so yeah, he's
min-maxing.
Exactly. Yeah. Small camps first so you can get them respawning, end up on the bottom side of the map, because guess what? Jace and Twisted Fate are going to push in both of these lanes for EDG. Then it's up to, for EDG though, and for JJ, can he actually cover and work off of those pushing lanes to create more of an advantage? As Canyon might even pass through mid on his way down to bottom.
See whether he can possibly find something. A flash on the table right now as the chains will connect. There's the gold card. This could just be first blood. The flash over the wall, the double flashes, and that should secure. No! The chain lash comes in and Scout survives.
Whoa! Canyon actually cancelled his auto attack and couldn't get it onto Scout. That should have been a kill for Damwon. Double flashes invested, and Damwon fall just short.
The smallest margins, the difference between life and death here for Scout. He barely survived off of that tower dive. He's right back to it with the teleport out here, though. It still was a pretty efficient gank from Canyon because he didn't use a lot of time, but taking his flash and actually sustaining that much damage from the tower means he's actually going to give up so much priority. So he went back to Wolves, heal off of those, then transition down to that bottom Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, we got a push in here from Damwon on the bottom side of the map. Able to utilize this Felios Braum quite effectively right now, but nothing too much is going to come from it. Canyon on the bottom side means that Damwon here can feel very confident. Doing this, Mako taking a bit of damage, but he's Leona, so never get the idea that Leona is killable. That is rule number one when it comes to League of Legends.
Braum in a similar boat in many aspects.
We need to temper ourselves when it comes to the bottom lane, I think.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of trading for sure, but whether or not we'll actually see any deaths is very dependent on the junglers and perhaps mid lane intervention. A lot of summoners have been burnt. Level 6 is still a little bit away, but it's that top side of the map that we're really looking at for EDG. You can see a small CS discrepancy starting to build up for Flandre, but he is keeping that wave underneath the tower. He gained information on where Canyon was. He knows that he cleared his top side first, then passed towards the bot side of the map, and it's at this point where he now needs to be a little bit cautious because supports are going to go back to base, and they're going to be looking to roam around the map, and with those top side camps available, this is a good opportunity for Damwon to look to try and attack Flandre.
So you can't just having a drink up here towards the top side, feeling pretty good. Only 6 CS behind, but you expect Jace to have control of this lane, absolutely. Things gone pretty much as expected. We'll see whether the junglers are going to spot one another, as right now it's Showmaker that's closest to JJ. He's just in this mid lane, hanging out. Yeah, it's spotted now as the Scry's Bloom comes out.
And there's a big extra small objective now around this mid lane.
A big extra small
yeah. You love it, right? All the sizes. It's all wrapped up around mid lane because of all the flashes that were blown here, looking for those repeats. And now you get to see the supports coming too.
So there was a small window there where Mako actually got back out onto the map first because Beryl and Ghost decided to stay for an extra wave in bot lane. That means that Mako is currently only level 3 and Beryl is 4, but they couldn't take advantage of that window in mid. And as you rightly said, both supports were looking for it, but I think in Beryl's case, he was more aiming to cover, and now you can see him sweeping out that vision. Where has Mako warded? What little traps has he set up that I can clear out for my mid laner? He's not able to find anything, so now he'll make his way back towards bot as this wave is now making its way towards the tower.
Yep, the Twisted Fate homework ward comes in just to make sure that they can spot him potentially moving down for an early Destiny. That will get instantly cleared. Of course, EDG, no strangers to that ward being a necessity, and so they're going to be fighting over that position quite a lot this series. As Khan body slamming his way in, it's a good trade.
The only thing I really wanted to highlight there was the potential bot lane dive. There's the level 6 from Scout, and immediately EDG should be looking to make a move. EDG know that there's no ward in that brush, and Ghost is doing what he can to just clear out the wave with the Infernum.
JJ moving on in, clears some things out, but it looks like the bottom lane are going to be okay for the moment. Canyon spots out the Xin Zhao, a Scout moving on in as well. This could very, very quickly become dangerous for Damwon Kia, but right now, EDG holding on to the trigger.
Yeah, and you can even see in these map movements from top side already, Flandre pushing out on top side, hovering down for a half roam towards bottom. Twisted Fate moving in. They already cleared out that ward that was behind red to really make the most of this leverage that they have around Dragon. No fight explodes. Well done here by Damwon. Again, coming into it, we're talking about them having to be the ones to play more cautiously and having to respect this early priority from EDG.
Yeah, I really love the use of priority as well. It really is a dance. You might look at this and say, oh, lull state, nothing's happening. But the fact that Flandre gets to move down, the fact that you have EDG all coalescing on the bottom side of the map means that Damwon have to answer that question instantly. They have to be communicating all the time to make sure that they're not able to be capitalized on.
I would like to see EDG try and find a successful TF ultimate before the Herald spawns, though. See if they can burn a few more flashes, maybe get an ultimate out here and there, just get that small advantage ahead of the Herald, because every single game this series there has been some contest over the Herald. Last game, EDG just kind of watched Damwon take it, but you know EDG is going to be in a position to try and contest that objective because of how much both teams value that first Herald.
Now Damwon Kia dealing with this 2 versus 3 on the bottom side of the map. Canyon well and truly far away from this situation, and no teleports are available, so Damwon having to play pretty defensively. Level 6 gain for Canyon as he dives over this wall, and there's 5 seconds until Shelly makes her appearance. She'll pop up now, and Damwon do have some control of the area, and Khan has the push top lane.
Bottom side, you see early push here from EDG2, and the recall starting from Ghost. So you're getting the early shove down on bottom to be able to have the priority to rotate up there for it. Again, Jin as well with the extra range can get a pretty quick jump on it. Looks like the first attempt is going to be setting up here towards mid, trying to catch.
The Spidey senses,
yeah, exactly.
Though.
Who's going to be one to overextend, and nothing extended here.
Now, I think what was really crucial there was just the awareness from Scout. A part of it is his pro player experience, but also he's looking at the map and he realizes, hang on, JJ was bot lane. That means that Canyon could have moved into our whole topside jungle and warded that whole part of the map, and Khan is missing. So with all these factors, there is a real good chance that they're threatening to dive, and so he respects it. So really good play there from Scout.
And the setup here for Damwon is quite good, with vision control of the river heading over to it, but as well having the Braum ultimate and Gragas kind of play bodyguards through both these jungle quarters. EDG making the decision not to fight it at all, and you can see with Jin on bottom side, not only are they going to push out the bottom lane minion wave, but they also bring support and jungle down to control bottom side river instead.
And this might be that classic play that we saw. Rotate your Aphelios up top and then very quickly drop down the Rift Herald to try and even out this bottom lane trade that we're seeing on our screen right here. Viper, if he gets 2 plates, theoretically that's a worth trade for the Rift Herald, but if Damwon Kia can use it for even more, that's going to be the important thing.
I like this because the thing about trading bottom side push for Rift Herald is that you have to call off the trade once the Rift Herald is taken, because it will push faster, way faster than you, and they actually rotate over to try and deny the full tower, just trying to stop it here at the charge.
Yep. Red-White don't fight here for Ghost, as he does have some pretty good guns. There's the long-range variety as well, as Chakrams can rain down from a very long distance away. Want to be able to get this next plate, though, as the Aphelios does want that plate gold. Showmaker able to shove this wave in once again, and he's taking control back here in this mid lane just a little bit. Damwon Kia wanting to get more done, but Mako and Flandre answering here. The makeshift 80 carry in the Jace.
But our observers did a great job of highlighting Viper's ahead of Ghost in this play, because while all of that gold was being shared in the top side for Damwon, it was Viper that was a solo benefactor to receive 3 tower plates for himself, and typically for a Jin, the siege is quite slow because you do only have those 4 shots, you do have to reload, but Damwon actually waited an extra wave before sieging, and I think in particular they were waiting for Showmaker to be able to steal away Scout's ultimate so that in the event he tried to roam up top, he could also follow him so that there weren't a numbers disadvantage.
Well,
Speaking of,
going to start this one up, and Khan has nowhere to go. It's a decent body slam to buy a couple of seconds time, but that's all he gets. First blood goes to the Twisted Fate, and we talk about this. First Destiny, did it work? I'd say yeah.
Interesting too, Viper holding his shot there and giving the money over purposely to Scout here on the Twisted Fate. Gets 2 stacks in the Dark Seal as well. So a little bit of extra value squeezed out.
And he'll get the Everfrost off the back of that, and look at that, 2 completed items immediately. Viper thanks to all those early turret plates, and Scout thanks to that first blood that he's going to get for himself. So EDG find themselves with a good early game gold lead. And gentlemen, I have to refer back to this graphic from earlier. When we kind of look at these early game statistics, we saw it in the last game as well. When EDG get early game gold leads, that is when they look the most dominant and they look the most controlling. So definitely an excellent start for EDG in game 3.
3 minutes until that 15-minute point where we can really be sure of how things are going to go. First Drake going to be taken for the first time here by Damwon Kia. And once again, no Cloud Soul. God, what do I have to do? Get Cloud Soul.
Nothing but disappointment for you.
Yeah, absolutely. As another plate being looked for here by Damwon on the bottom side. They're going to have it denied for the next little moment. JJ looking for something here. Canyon waiting in the wings, but not going to find too much more. He's chain CC to come through, but Scout doesn't have his jungler quite prepared for it. As Mako going to get stunned up for the moment. Solar Flare actually going to come out defensively to allow the EDG support to make his way out. Damwon do get control of that brush, but are unable to clear out all of the vision from EDG. Now Scout underneath this turret, able to push Showmaker in.
And there's going to be a small discrepancy in Sylas ultimate coming up a bit before Twisted Fate ultimate, but Showmaker's going to recall now, so maybe... Oh, he cancels his base, actually. He wants to steal that ultimate, but it's just going to be catching the wave, and he'll have the teleport to get right back. Bottom side is going to be left alone as Flandre is going to get flashed on.
Yeah, it's a big early flash from Flandre. I like the idea, but it ain't going to work. All of the teleports to come forward as now Khan is walking the wrong way, but maybe it's the correct one as they pick up the kill on the Twisted Fate. They knew the man advantage was coming in, and he puts himself in the right position to capitalize.
Yep, steals that ultimate, and look at the other side of the map too for Damwon, pushing into the tower, getting their advantages as well.
And just really great play from Khan and Canyon. Flandre flashes just a little too early. The threat was too much for him, and he panics under the pressure. That's the perfect opportunity for Damwon to get that initial kill, and they immediately create a numbers advantage. And then, oh my word, Showmaker stealing away Jeje's ultimate. Watch what he does to be able to set up the play. But this is where it starts. Flandre commits the Q. Flandre's like, I've got to get out. I know I'm dead. So he's just trying to buy a little bit of time, but Khan sets that up very cleanly. He's able to get that initial pick. And then here, watch this steal from Showmaker. Steals away JJ's ultimate, gets him behind, and then knocks him away. Oh, actually, it's the kick from Canyon that actually does more of the work. So I gave a little too much credit there to Showmaker. But again, the 3-man Damwon topside end up coming out on top.
Yeah, those teleports coming in, though, definitely going in their favor. And bottom lane up to shield bow now for Ghost farming away. So Damwon feeling pretty good, even with the gold deficit they are facing, having the dragon in their pocket and having a lot of good scaling to rely on.
And I will say, for EDG, we haven't seen a huge amount of investment into the top side, but another little skirmish kicks off.
Yeah, Beryl actually forced to flash out here as JJ does get him over the wall. Very nicely done. They'll get a Rift Scuttler as well for added benefit and clear out all of this vision. 2 minutes until the Drake, so not a lot to fight for down here necessarily. And Ghost is happily farming underneath his turret with a lot of his teammates waiting to back him up.
And I think that as the game continues to progress, one of the things that we're going to be keeping our eyes on is the scaling advantage. Because I think that when it comes to straight up 5v5, Damwon have the stronger comp. Their engage isn't the most reliable. They are kind of relying on Showmaker to steal away some ultimates. But with the Aphelios, with the Gragas and the utility that can offer, sure, Jace will offer more damage in a side lane. And EDG's ability to attack sides is, of course, very prevalent. But when it comes to the straight front-to-back 5v5, Damwon is in a very good position with what they've drafted for themselves.
Exactly. We've seen so many teams at Worlds utilizing this strategy exactly from EDG, using the tools they have to spread the map and put pressure on them on both of those sides, opening it up, using the Twisted Fate to roam. And they, in the past, the Sylas hasn't been able to keep up, but Showmaker has been ahead of it here. In the earlier teleport, double on top side, being able to pick this one up. Now hovering and running straight top as well to back this one up. They definitely have it under control.
Yep, second Rift Herald has been a point of contention all series so far. Let's see who's actually going to win the positional war. Right now you can see EDG with a whole host of members there. There
it is.
Yep, there it is. Scout moving towards that top side and can't know where to go. Some Alcove Gaming isn't going to work out in his favor, and 3 versus 1's a bit unfair if you ask me. Well done for EDG creating the play.
Damwon did everything right, but then they left a small window with which Scout was immediately able to capitalize on. Gets that kill onto Khan, 20 seconds is a death timer. He has teleport as EDG start off the Herald.
Canyon not going to be able to find the Sonic Wave just there, and Shirley has began. Still 10 seconds on that clock, and you can see EDG trying to rush this one down. Gold card connects onto Beryl, but he is, of course, quite tanky. Ghost now trying to get himself into position. Not exactly optimal weaponry, but he'll take it. As now the teleport to come forward from the Gragas. The fight has begun as Beryl looked to get the ultimate off. He did manage to get there as Mako locks down the kill. And Khan with full health, not able to get anything done. And the Eye of the Herald still awaiting in the pit. Will be picked up there by Flandre.
This is such a big win for EDG because, yes, they're able to focus fire and get the kill, but also getting that Eye of the Rift Herald onto the Jace further accentuates their split pushing needs with this composition. Even though they give up the dragon, they're happy to blow open the side of the map now. This is where you want to play with Twisted Fate. Flandre will be able to get topside tower, still has the Rift Herald in pocket, and gives them a lot of pushing power.
Yeah, that's also first brick as well, going over to the Jace, able to lock that one down himself. So I'm glad you accentuated that point, because Flandre being strong is going to be very important for EDG.
Certainly is. We do see the Braum hovering around. Flandre needs to be careful not to overextend because the resets are going to come through soon. And this could be danger for Flandre.
Yeah, Winter's Bite comes down, and this is going to be the chain CC. Khan's able to lock down that kill with a bop from the barrel, and it's going to be absolutely fine for Damwon Kia. So Flandre punished just a little bit there.
Small timings for both of these top laners. In the previous one, there were hovers behind Khan just before. Soon as their hovers leave, then the play comes out. He's up too far in the lane, and Twisted Fate ultimate comes through. Then this time around as well, the hovers are there, but as soon as the recall completes, Barrel comes through, lands the Q, and they pick off the opposing top laner. The difference is there's no objective afterwards.
You know, what I've learned from watching this series is that even if you are a professional player, some champions just don't let you play the game. Last game, it was Malzahar and Qiyana. This game, Gragas and Braum. The perma-CC combo that prevents you from ever getting to do anything. But it will result in a big pick for Damwon. EDG, though, maintaining control over the gold lead. And it's pretty interesting how things have pivoted. You know, we've seen a lot of like back and forth trades throughout this series, but now it is Damwon, for the first time in the series, that have firm control over the Drakes. They will invest in them very early, and we'll see if they can actually threaten the soul and force EDG into these fights when EDG really wants to try and attack sides and look for picks.
Cool, rooted onto Ghost. Viper actually getting in there with the Gale Force, but unable to actually lock him down, but they do get the shield bow, which could be very important. Shirley comes down, looking to take down this outer turret in the mid lane as Showmaker now here to defend as well. They're not going to be able to stop the charge as Showmaker down to 50%, not able to get any value out of the Everfrost either, and EDG taking some power back.
Yeah, they get a lot of damage on mid, but they're also split pushing on bottom side too with the Twisted Fate. They're going to continue to try and spread the map here. Now, after top side has already fallen, the domino effect starts to chain through the map here. Bottom side, only a couple more hits there. He's actually hovering a little bit back because the mid lane pressure has to relent slightly, and so doesn't want to overextend and get picked off. Leaves just the remnants of the tower here, but with it going down there, not being able to get local gold, just going to be the global.
Yep, Damwon Kia now back to defending this outer turret. It should go down very, very comfortably, especially with this teleport to come through from Scout. You know exactly what EDG want here. It looks like they should be able to take it. 4 members now grouping up here in the mid lane. The CC is good as the Moonlight Vigil does not find any targets. Showmaker off to the side now, has a Solar Flare available. Damwon Kia do get them away from their turret for now.
It's on a slither of HP though. One more hit should secure it for EDG, and Scout goes back to base, secures himself the rapid fire cannon. This pick potential from EDG is now accelerated as he lands an initial stun, and this is what you're going to be seeing a lot of. Stun into poke, stun into poke. Viper can also follow up with the W as well, and Damwon is just going to get chipped away at. And this is one of the weaknesses of their composition. Showmaker with the ultimate, Khan with his engage. Those are the primary engage tools, and if they can't land them, then EDG is going to keep chipping away at those health bars.
And EDG have such a high priority on getting these outer towers down. Stun used.
There's the Solar Flare as well, as Scout is going to get rooted, but he's going to be able to walk his way out. A little bit worse for wear, but otherwise absolutely fine. Damwon Kia will just clear out the wave, claiming some control over the mid lane.
Now, the advantage for Damwon in all of this was that they were successfully able to push out top and bot. That top wave did actually go underneath the tower, so now it's bouncing back in favor of Damwon, and the same thing is happening in the bot side of the map. So Damwon, while they were able to hold on to their mid-tier 1, which is sure to fall, a lot of farm ended up being lost in the side lanes that EDG could have grabbed, but instead they committed hard to trying to take down that mid-tier 1.
And Flandre here towards the bottom side, doing some tidying up from the mess that you were talking about there, Vedius. And even without that turret being taken, it is still a considerable lead here for EDG. Of course, Twisted Fate does help out with that one, as Beryl is going to say hi to Mako. Doesn't quite find the Q as a teleport to come forward from Khan, just to get himself back onto the map. And all eyes are now on the Soul Point. This Infernal Soul going to be very important for Damwon Kia to still threaten some tempo in this game.
Exactly, since they haven't been able to get the last bits of that tower down. They haven't been able to put as much pressure on the other side of the map. EDG are kind of now forced into the spot that Damwon are looking for, where they've got a control ward through River. They have so many good counter engage options available to them, and EDG are just trying to run through and take it over.
Showmaker once again with that Crescent Guard. There is so much displacement available for Damwon Kia. The kickback distance that Canyon can have available with the follow-up from both the mid laner and the top laner is just immense, but EDG still a force to be reckoned with. Scout over to the side, finds the stun onto Canyon, but Canyon doesn't worry about it too much. And the setup for this poke, I mean, there's only so many unbreakable cooldowns that you have available to yourself, as the turret does finally go down in that mid lane. Damwon Kia want to secure this Drake. Can JJ do it again? Can he lock down the smite? Is the question. Showmaker waiting off to the side, chooses his moment now, flashes on forward onto Viper, but Viper not actually out of position just yet. Sets up the curtain call to look to lock down Damwon Kia. They will be able to get their Soul Point, and they take down the jungler as well. Scout going golden, Showmaker dashing forward, uses his stopwatch as well, but there is no follow-up. 4 members of Damwon Kia now desperately trying to run away, just out of range of the shock blast, and Damwon successfully complete the heist.
Khan, that jolly fellow moves quick. He just barely got away from the shock blast, and they got what they came for, Atlas. They got the dragon. Drake secured there for Damwon. It was quite close, and Showmaker goes in with this attempt at the knockback play, stealing away the Xin ultimate. Doesn't quite get the knockback he wants, but still, he's afforded the extra safety of the defenses of it, and it buys them time to secure before getting out.
You could feel the tension in this fight as Showmaker is the one that initiates the play. JJ gets so low but is able to flash out to safety, and then this ultimate from Khan creates a lot of disruption that makes it very difficult for Flandre to really get involved. The stopwatch comes through from Showmaker. He realizes the position that he's put himself in, and then Viper sees his opportunity to try and clean up, but Khan just barely able to get away from the shock blast. Ends up only being a 1-for-1.
That was a backside graze, if ever I've seen one. He felt the heat of that shock blast when he was over that wall.
That was definitely a brow wipe if I've ever seen one.
Yeah.
But that does mean that Damwon now securing themselves 3 Drakes. They will be at Soul Point, and we will have another tense fight. But look at this, EDG 4K up in gold. Towers is where they're getting a lot of their gold lead, and of course the Twisted Fate passive assisting as well, but they have so much more control over the map. It makes it much easier for them to control the river and move into Damwon's jungle.
And one of the big reasons why Twisted Fate is so highly prized is that it allows you the extra vision coverage to be able to get the most out of some of these periods in the game, where Damwon don't have another dragon coming up for 3 minutes over here. So they're trying to play a bit of catch as far as catching a lot of these push on the minion waves and giving up some of that side lane pressure, respecting that Twisted Fate and the pick potential that EDG have to show. But EDG need to push this forward until the next dragon comes up, because again, that Infernal Soul is what Damwon have going for them. That's their big comeback potential here.
And that's sort of their ace in the hole as well, because Damwon have the composition that wants to teamfight, right? And if EDG are playing the optimal game for themselves, it's split push. It's being able to play the side lanes and forcing Damwon out of their 5-man unit. But come that Infernal Drake fight, they're going to have to all be there. They're going to have to agree to Damwon Kia's terms, unless they can change the game beforehand.
The player that I'm keeping my eyes on is Flandre, because as the game progresses, this Jace is only going to continue to scale up. He's now just finished his 3rd item. His poke is lethal. And when you're having that dance around the dragon, landing that shock blade will be massive. And you think about Ghost, yes, Aphelios scales very well into the late game, but when it comes to range, Twisted Fate with the rapid fire cannon, the poke from a Jace, the W from Viper and his ultimate, how easy is Ghost actually going to have access to these team fights if EDG don't ever fully commit, as we see a fight kicking off?
Yeah, Crescent Guard comes through to try and keep JJ alive, and it's going to work. Now it puts it on cooldown and he loses half of his health bar, but still the trade of ultimates works out in favor of EDG. Scout teleports back in with a Zhonya's freshly constructed. He's got all of the utility that he wants right now.
EDG, again, they got to return to the split pushing, immediately sending Flandre right up to topside. He still has his teleport, and they can actually use the Twisted Fate ultimate to really complement that split pushing, even though Damwon have done a good job of retaining control of their vision in their red quadrant here. This is one of the biggest things for their setup around that Baron. If EDG try and threaten there, they try and threaten the turns and the picks with Twisted Fate and draw you out. The important thing is that the safety of those extra wards are allowing Damwon that more slow and cautious lead up to it.
Well, with control of the mid lane, they are able to move towards this Dragon Pit. Still a minute on it, but Damwon Kia do need to try and get out onto the Rift. And EDG have done a fantastic job forcing them back, making sure that they have no access to the area. And as you can see with the vision, not a lot of opportunity. Thankfully, there is a Rift Scuttler that is providing irremovable vision for the moment. That is all they have to lean on right now, is Damwon fresh off some backs, now looking to try and reassert themselves onto the map.
Also, just look at these waves. Bot wave is being pushed in. Top wave is kind of stuck in a bit of an awkward spot now for Damwon as well, and EDG just keeping control over mid. So that issue that we talked about earlier, not a big one for EDG right now. They can just keep poking, keep threatening, as EDG maintain control on the entrances to the river, as Damwon want to try and secure themselves the Dragon Soul.
Yeah. Damwon don't necessarily have to fight, though.
They don't.
Because they're the team that has the soul point. That is the luxury afforded them, as Mako taking a fair bit of damage there, as Ghost has some pretty good guns for this potential battle. EDG now grouped up as 5, and this is exactly how Damwon want them. They've got so much displacement and so much control. Showmaker, once again with the Crescent Guard. But can they actually find the engage that they're looking for? Q goes wide there from Canyon. Vision still just being fought for here. Into the darkness goes Canyon, off to the side, lands the Q this time. And EDG moving back. They're not wanting to commit, as now Showmaker off on the flank, I believe was just spotted, and definitely is now with the Chain Lash being looked at. And Damwon Kia looking for some stuns. They haven't fully committed just yet as Canyon dives on over, but he's immediately popped. Can't make the big play. Can't into the backside though. He'll be able to do it. Locks down Scout before he can do anything, and Ghost grabs the kill onto JJ. And this is the team fight that Damwon Kia have been looking for all game long. Flandre goes down as well, and Mako, he's running for the hills, but he's not going to be able to stop this Infernal Soul going down.
That's going to be so big. Not only do they stop the Soul, but they can also just run straight up to Baron. They have so much damage. EDG have not been able to split push strong enough. They have not been able to spread out Damwon. They have been able to secure it. Soul for Damwon, the team fight power of the flanks coming through.
And look at how Damwon just kind of herd EDG like sheep, and keep your eyes on Showmaker here. Yes, Canyon loses his life at the start, but Showmaker gets access onto this backline. Initial engage comes out from Khan, the follow-up from Showmaker. The team fight becomes split as Ghost has unlimited protection from Beryl to set up for the perfect collapse. EDG fall, Damwon secure Soul, and Damwon looking to go series point.
And when I saw Canyon go down there, I thought that this was going to be an EDG fight. They were going to be able to stop that playmaking, but I get reminded of my friend Jake Spawn Tiberi telling me about something. I think it was back in 2015. He was talking about Gragas. I'm like, why don't you pick Lee Sin in the jungle anymore? He's like, no, Gragas is just better Lee Sin. And we saw Khan go into that backline and demonstrate that you can do all of that CC, but you get to do it on everyone.
It's great follow-up there, because Canyon getting focus fire and burned down early with that stun was an opening, but the follow-up that you're talking about, so big from Khan, and Showmaker right into the backline, burning them up.
It was just the way in which EDG were being herded, you know?
Yeah.
Initially, they lost control over mid, then they lost control over the river, and slowly they were being pincered in, and this is one of Damwon's many great strengths. Their ability to teamfight, their ability to navigate these situations is what has made them a world champion before, and is what could very well make them world champion again.
Yep, they were able to bide their time through all of the early pressure, playing that cautious game, giving the respect for the Twisted Fate plays and all the attempted picks coming out from EDG.
This is a very similar position that EDG found themselves in, but they were in Damwon's shoes against Gen G. They were down a similar amount. Oh, sorry, they were up a similar amount, but it's the Dragon Soul that is creating so much power here for Damwon Kia. And of course, EDG were able to close out that game in game number 1 in their best of 5 in the semis, as Mako taking a lot of damage. Damwon Kia unable to commit to this one just yet. As the Everfrost comes forward as well, they're trying to soak as many cooldowns, but Damwon Kia just playing it safe. And that can get dangerous. As you can see, these shock blasts are really hurting.
The poke is one of the tools that EDG really do need to leverage now. They're trying to soften them up a bit before the all-in comes. And pushing up mid lane, they will be able to get just the recall out.
That's that hurt me. Go's taking most of his health bar there. Now Damwon just looking to try and defend this inner turret. They will do so. That control ward getting a lot of value. Being able to throw some extra poke over. And now it's EDG with control over this Baron. It really has been a dance all game.
And you can still feel the tension. Even though Damwon feel like the favorites to win this game, the gold is still very even. The items are very similar. You can see a bit of a discrepancy now as Ghost has gone back to base and secured himself the Bloodthirster. Yet to see any healing reduction come out from the side of EDG, but we talked about the scaling on Aphelios, and you saw the damage that he was able to output in that last fight. Yeah, range may be a problem, but if he gets into range, the damage is very real.
Yeah, it feels like he's just playing Graves. It's just Aphelios cosplaying Graves right now, as he's got basically the same item build. Looking forward to seeing how Ghost is going to be able to play these team fights right now with the Crescendum and Calibrum available as they move into this river, try and secure this Baron. So much vision available here for EDG, though. This is not going to be a secret, and Damwon knows it as they start off the Baron right now. But Flandre is so far away from this. Teleport is available if he wants to use it, as now the chain CC goes down onto Beryl, but he keeps himself alive for so long. We've traded knockbacks everywhere. There is so much Crescent guarding going on, but no real fight has broken out, as Damwon Kia this time press all their buttons, but don't get that pick that they were afforded last time.
Damwon get what they want, which is a health advantage. JJ's forced to flash. He is out of the pit. Mako has to go back to base because he doesn't have the HP, and Damwon can immediately go back to the Baron, and it melts thanks to the damage from Ghost.
Well, the curtain call comes in. Can Viper do enough damage to deter Damwon Kia from this Baron as Showmaker? There is a Blast Cone still available. Looks for the chain, but doesn't quite get there as Canyon gets the kickback, immediately goes in to the stopwatch. Beautifully done, and they're going to be the picks. The top side goes down first, and it's a bloodbath. Oh man, he couldn't do it last time, but that time, Canyon, beautiful.
Perfect turn here from Damwon as they chase down Viper as well, and that will be the Baron this time around for Damwon. They get the full reward for their turnaround. Canyon, yeah, last time around, gold card right in the face. This time gets the kickoff with the flash into the stopwatch, and this is going to be the big push. That team fight, Vedius has been able to bide its time, and with the extra damage from the soul as well.
It's just patience is the best way to describe Damwon, because you never see them overforce. You don't see them pull the trigger like that. I mean, they do, but at just the right moment is the point that I'm trying to get at, right? They just wait for the perfect moment, and you just kind of, as much as you try, you just can't prepare for it. And Canyon was the one that set up that play, but everything before it, just such great execution. And you can really see why Damwon is considered a favorite to win the whole thing.
Yeah, they just have such great composure on this big stage, you know, in the finals. It comes with the confidence of being previous world champions, but Canyon, that was so beautiful. Clean.
That
kicked him right into the Gragas body slam. Never let the body touch the floor. And it's beautiful.
That song that the bodies hit the floor, not apparent in this game. Just perfect one shot.
The bodies hit the floor. They just didn't have a health bar when they did so. There was a lot of them, though.
And you can see the frustration on the EDG coaching staff, of course. Even if they fall short here, still more opportunities to come, and EDG have done a great job going toe-to-toe. Let's see if they can make the miracle happen and turn this game around. It is looking like a tough one, as Damwon is now looking to siege onto the base of EDG.
Yep, 35 minutes on the clock, so the gold, not necessarily a relevant point, but this Baron, so important, and the fact that Damwon Kia have hit their stride with their composition is just so important. Khan, off to the side, he can play bodyguard so beautifully on this Gragas as well. As you can see, just up to the front line, feeling very good, and the Elder Drake has spawned. Now the team fight going to break out yet again as Beryl going down very, very low, but Viper was the target, and Viper will be taken down. Beryl's he's still alive. What is going on here? Flandre and Scout, the last men standing, and look at this. They're stealing it. Thankfully, Beryl finally falls as the Destiny steals away that kill, but it's still a massive fight win for Damwon Kia.
Yeah, it's going to be a massive fight win, and that is going to lay destruction to the base. Teleport immediately over for the push with the Baron. Make the most of it.
Yep, they decide that they don't even need the Elder Drake because, of course, the Nexus is the prime target, and Damwon Kia are pushing forward. It's going to be this one caster minion that will be the hero right now as Scout the only one here that can try to defend. JJ up relatively soon, Mako as well. Viper also only 5 seconds, but the Nexus is exposed, and Damwon Kia will move to match point in this series.
A very close early game between the two teams. It felt like EDG were getting a little bit ahead. We did see them get a couple of very good fights, but in the fights that mattered most, it was Damwon that came out on top. That Dragon stacking ended up paying off massively for them. And I feel like that if this game is going to be a battle of team fights, and EDG need to go back to what they found so much success with so far in this tournament. Drafting more for team fights, drafting more for the 5v5, and ultimately what allowed them to beat Gen G was that team fighting prowess. So let's see how they bounce back in game 4.
Yeah, ultimately I like the gambit that actually paid off for Damwon and Champ Select here, leaving up all 3 power picks, allowing the Twisted Fate to be taken over, and then being able to actually play the early game with caution around those opportunities and not fall victim to the picks.
Yeah, it really does feel like a beautiful dance within the draft to begin things. But only one win separates Damwon Kia from back-to-back world titles. And the analyst desk will be back to set the stage for match point.
Hey, I didn't order any pizza.
Jake from State Farm. After you saved me so much dough on insurance with that Parker promo, I devised a promo for you.
Here's the deal, Parker. State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
Yeah, right. Pepperoni pockets, an atomic brownie, cuckoo crusty.
There's no promo, it's just great rates.
And a cider ranch. You're the man.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Isn't this kind of cheating?
They smelling better, and it improves performance.
I don't know.
This is going to change gaming forever.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I woke up to the morning sky first. Baby blue, just like we rehearsed.
I was down to the wire. You took me on by surprise. There was summer inside. Now I can think of a time that I wasn't sober. We're on a high life and the seasons don't mind. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter night. You always know where to go, where to spend our time together. Don't mind. Wherever we are, we'll be fine. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter, December night, December night. You know what I like. Do it once, do it twice. Heat up by the fire, December night, December night, December night, December night.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. EDG may have taken the first game, but Damwon Kia puts two together. Watch out, dodge that, Cadril.
That just went past my shoulder.
He almost got you with that one.
Jesus, calm down,
Wow,
man.
they put two together to bring us to match point. 2-1 now between Damwon Kia and EDG. It's the defending world champions who find themselves now in a winning position. Of course, it didn't necessarily come easily, though, because I think again, we'll start in the draft, and then we'll get into the early game that was crafted by EDG that definitely pushed Damwon to the limit.
Yeah, perfect early game. It all came down to that mid gank that we'll see later on where Scout was kind of unlocked. But just looking at the draft, we were very interested to see what EDG will do on blue side. Damwon on red side, they left open a lot of OPs. They traded TF for the Lee Sin Aphelios. It was a good trade initially, and people might wonder, why aren't they early rotating Jhin? Well, they have to play heavy top side of the TF, right? Insta-lock Jace, insta-lock a winning jungle matchup, focus on the top side. This draft is very similar to Damwon versus FPX on group stage day 4. I think it was the second time they faced up against Chitara, where Nori was actually playing Gragas. Damwon had the TF Jace, and they played over side lanes. And they played over side lanes so well to perfection. That's where their gold leads came from. But EDG found themselves more leaning towards team fights.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just surprised, though, that Damwon actually prioritized the Aphelios over the Jhin for themselves, right? Because they could have actually grabbed it in their first rotation. And it feels like it's just something that has been so incredibly impactful for them. So I was surprised to see it fall that far down in the draft. But it's always interesting because, you know, we've seen this Gragas into Jace plus TF combo a number of times. And I do think in the individual matchup, it goes up pretty well. But you're so easy to pick on, right? And that was always my concern going into this game.
Yeah, I like the Jhin, or rather the Aphelios call out, but I do think it's nice for Damwon to pick up a win on the Aphelios. It buys them some real estate when it comes to champions like looking forward. You talk about the abuse to the top lane. We'll get to that in just a moment as well. Every second counts, though, here at the World Championship, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network. Scout makes the great escape in the mid lane, gets 2 flashes in the process. We called out this mid lane matchup saying Showmaker came up big in game 2. Scout needed to step it up in game 3, and he definitely did early.
I think small misplay from Canyon when he connects to Q. I think he should E-flash, auto-attack Scout until he wants to flash away and then follow with Q. Otherwise, just go for the straight kill. He just kind of instantly Qs and then they hesitate on the dive. I think the auto-attack was cancelled by Canyon.
Yeah, it looked like it was
Scout should have died there. And he should be playing TF into... He should be playing no flash TF into Sylas Lee Sin with first blood, and he should struggle more. But because he didn't die, that helped the map so much.
I agree he should have died, but it's also of note that he had a potion running that entire time. And again, those are those minor differences.
Like 6
he walked
HP
away with
at one
6
point.
HP at the end of that. He was at 9 health earlier, ticked up, then down to 6 HP, and he gets away. And with that, blowing 1 flash for 2 on the other side and avoiding the gank, it definitely sets Scout up now to look for those side lane plays and start taking advantage of top lane.
Oh yeah, we talked about it. How does Damwon want to play the game? Through mid. They attempted it, it didn't work. Scout, he kind of negated all the pressure in mid jungle now because they both lost flash, and now he can play his global to perfection and snowball the side lanes. You talked about it, Azale. Playing the Gragas into TF Jace feels like you really struggle.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you're going this AP build, the 1v1 is absolutely fine, but you have very little survivability. You are going to get picked on. If TF shows up, you're almost always going to die if you don't have teammates already behind you. But though he did get picked on a lot, he still came up big in the team fights, and they got a lot of value out of the pick.
And that's it. That's where the value comes from, right? The team fights. Gragas engages are great. Vedios was talking about it on the cast test, saying the follow-up engage is great. You have a Braum, but now you have a Gragas who can go first. The Braum can follow. And it's all about the Aphelios free hitting, and that's the whole point of Damwon's comp. Their team fights are pretty good because you have so many champions that can make clutch plays, right? Aphelios guns, if they're perfect, can just take over the fight. The Sylas Lee Sin, such big playmaking, and Khan's engages.
Right, well, so that's the thing, right? You get to this point, and it does sound like, hey, everything's moving in favor of EDG, though. Okay, avoids the first gank, starts getting his pressure out to the side lanes. That's exactly how the team wants to play. But ultimately, Damwon did come back. Of note, Dragon stacking, definitely coming in. But Azale, help me figure it out. Help me understand how it is that Damwon came out on top in this one.
I mean, I do think a lot of it was just about playing around the dragons, right? You know, EDG had actually created a gold lead for themselves. The third dragon always feels so pivotal in those types of games where you are ahead in gold, but you're down in dragons. If you can prevent that third dragon from coming through, you kind of maintain control in the game. But Damwon's team fighting around this dragon was so big for them. Time and time again, they were able to fend off EDG even from a deficit and then secure themselves the soul into the Baron.
I have to say, Canyon's play here with the flash kick onto Flandre. Stop watching. This time around,
into the belly.
We saw in the Dragon fight, Canyon tried to do the same thing, but as he wall jumped over, Flandre used the To the Skies and Hammer From on Jace, so he went over the wall, so Canyon couldn't get the initial kick, but Khan with the engage was flawless, and of course Jace damage with the poke was fantastic, and that's how EDG had to play the fights. They had to poke, and then use the Jhin W, use the Jhin ult, wait for TF rapid fires. This was their setup. up. But if the fight's already kicked off, the poke is useless.
Well, and I have to say, around the third and the fourth dragon, they weren't actually able to land a lot of poke. The shock blasts weren't landing. They weren't able to find the follow-up. They weren't actually able to combine with the rapid-fire gold cards. And that felt like the biggest problem, is that when they were able to land that, they can soften up and they can actually then go in and start a fight off themselves, but they just weren't able to do it.
Two things on that post-game breakdown there. Khan's damage, up over 30K. Absolutely nutty to see him putting up that kind of a damage performance on the Jace in the side lane, necessary as he tries to chase his first world title. The second thing I'll call out is gold graphs, because that's something we looked at earlier in the day, Cadril, this idea that both of these teams with leads generally pretty good. EDG had a solid lead, would expect him to win from that position. Damwon, though, the comeback kings.
Yeah, Damwon, great team fighting to come back. I have to say on that poking point there, Azael, I just love the build from Ghost going early BT to make sure that he can heal to the poke itself so he can sustain, but massive, massive games for Khan. He is one game away from becoming a world champion. This could be his final game as a League of Legends professional player.
And I just think that that's so crazy when you're going into it, and this could be the last time you play, you know, as a pro. He has played for so many years. Yeah. He has had so many important games over the course of his career, but this one dwarfs all of them by so much.
If you're going to go out, you want to go out a world champion.
No better way to do it.
There's no better way to do it.
Definitely.
Of course, for Damwon, looking for that back-to-back world titles. They're one game away. EDG, though, not down and out without a fight. The reigning world champions have turned the finals on its head and are now just one win away from back-to-back titles. Match point is just minutes away, so don't touch that browser. See you soon.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2021 World Finals. It is match point for Damwon Kia. They are on the cusp of getting themselves back-to-back world titles. Khan is this close to finishing on the biggest upswing you can get.
Did they really lose one game to give fans false hope? That is,
it does seem like it.
Oh, it's coming true. Honestly, though, Damwon have been so good this entire year, last year as well, so dominant. And you mentioned the story for Khan. It's just even more special. Pre-announced, he's returning to military service after this. So these are his last professional games on the Rift, and what better way to go out? He's already gotten a pentakill here at Worlds, now in the finals, up match point.
But EDG have been in this position before. They were 2-1 down against Gen.G, and they were able to bounce back. Against RNG, they were down, they were able to bounce back, and this is a team that does adapt very well. And what I think is very impressive, not just about EDG, but as the LPL as a whole, in 4 years, they've sent 4 different LPL teams to the World Finals. And last year, yes, it was Suning that fell short to Damwon Kia, but EDG have shown that they can go toe-to-toe. They can compete. Ultimately, it all comes down to this. Can they adapt in time to bring us to a Game 5, or will Damwon secure themselves their back-to-back World Championship title?
And if they do it, it has to be 15 games through the knockout stage at Worlds. They have to go the complete distance if they are going to turn this one around.
The classic LPL.
It's just the tenacity of this team cannot be overstated, as we are already into the draft.
All right, and the Aphelios banned out this time by EDG forces the ripple effect of those changes. Now you don't follow it up with the Nami. Jarvan comes through instead, trying to target JJ instead of the bottom lane and instead of that Lucian-Nami combination. So either they get the Lee Sin left up or the Lucian-Nami combination here.
Because I think EDG is sitting here saying, you know what? We will play Lee Sin. We don't think you will play Lucian-Nami. Of course, Khan can lock in the Lucian, but do you just lock in a Lucian top this early on into the draft? We're about to find out.
And can you actually lock in the Lucian here? Because you want to lock in Lucian-Nami. You can't get it together if your first pick on blue side. Of course, Nami not going to be picked without Lucian all that often, so maybe you throw that Gambit, and it looks like that's what EDG are going to do. But is there some way to get Beryl on a Nami here to try and throw a wrench into their works?
There's no other partners for Nami that are as good, and I don't think the value from the steal away is enough to actually give you that choice, but they might do it. What's going to be the partner, though? Okay, is it going to be like a misfortune, or, you know, what sort of dominating bottom side of the map would you have? And then for the side of EDG, they could also you could also remember this is a flexible now. Yeah, Lucian, we'll just give it to Flandre again and have him split top.
If I'm EDG, I just go, want to play a Lucian Thresh? Yeah. One of the old school, super dominant, powerful
the wife steal bottom lane. I remember that one.
But I think that it's also just great into Nami, and I also think it can be a great answer into the Jhin as well. We haven't really seen much of the champion this tournament so far, but then I go and forget that Mako has only really played range champions at this tournament, and the Lulu is going to be locked in instead. So still a very powerful bot lane duo for EDG.
Exactly, and still can still provide those buffs to the Lucian to get the most out of the passive. Yeah, it's ideal with Nami, but Lulu as well has been utilized in so many of these matchups.
And instead of having to, you know, flex the Lucian around or things like that, you get the coveted Graves pick that has been so incredibly pivotal in these games. Showmaker going to lock away the Talon here for Canyon. And that is going to be a lot of firepower coming out of the jungle. But still, the solo lane's completely left up in the air. And let's see whether Damwon actually have a bit of a plan for this one as we go into the second ban phase.
So, if I'm Damwon, obviously you're looking to try and get yourself top lane solid answers, but you also have to blind pick something. And, well, I say blind pick, you can just pick your answer into the Kennen. The Graves, the reason why I mentioned Kennen is because I expect EDG to look to ban that.
His brain's too fast for his mouth.
The Gwen as well. Exactly that, Atlas. And I think that it makes sense for EDG to remove a lot of those elements, and already we are going to see them taken off the board. But it does seem that Damwon is interested in removing Scout's mid lane options. Because what we can say about Showmaker is that he is a very versatile and flexible mid laner. And we can say the same thing about Scout. But if you remove some of his comforts in the form of Rise, LeBlanc, or is still up and available and now is going to be removed, you're now saying, well, okay, you're going to play the control mages, with which we have seen BDD shut you down on, so Showmaker can likely do the same thing with this final counter pick at the end.
Yeah, they could be setting themselves up for protecting Showmaker to blind pick the Syndra first on red side, thereby leaving the final counter pick for Khan here and get their leverage and matchup that way.
That's very true.
By already double protecting it.
Yep, double top lane bans coming through from EDG though, and that Syndra pick I think is exactly what they want. You need set up CC, Talon doesn't exactly offer too much, and Syndra feels like a bit of a no-brainer here. Will be the first time we've seen it, surprisingly, from Showmaker in this series. But no, the Gwen is going to be the consideration first. A lot of variation when it comes to the damage. I really like it.
Yeah, EDG opted to ban the Jace instead of the Gwen, the other big AP option that has been very, very frequent into the Graves for topside. So they end up getting it here for Khan, and he definitely feels comfortable.
I got really excited because I thought maybe this means we'll get to see Showmaker on an AD mid laner, but then I'm like, well, okay, they do have Talon, they do have Jin, so they probably can't afford.
Mid lane Talon.
Oh yeah, maybe that's the throw out. We'll have to wait and see. But the other blind pick that we have seen come out from Scout, in particular in the semifinals, was his Zoe, and he was massive on this champion, getting a lot of early kills thanks to JJ, and the moment he got a slight lead, he ran away with the game.
And also the Viego that did see a lot of success, then sort of fell out when we got to the knockouts. It felt like he was really starting to climb the ranks when it came to the junglers, and then it was JJ just picking Jarvan all the time, and there were Lee Sins happening all the time, and Viego sort of fell down. Of course, that's third spot in priority from the jungle. Not really necessarily needing to be looked at just yet, but it is the Orianna locked away for Showmaker, one of his favorites, but also not exactly the most exciting.
So what I love about these drafts is when you look at frontline, Graves is like the tankiest person in the entire game. There are just a lot of squishy targets, a lot of high damage targets, and a lot of things that can go wrong for both sides depending on how the team fights play out. That level of volatility is exactly what you want to see from two teams who are so good when it comes to team fighting.
Lots of damage, lots of range. This increases the importance on those small movements, on vision control to set up these picks, because like you're saying, these fights are going to be over quick, and the rewards are going to be very big for winning them because they're all squishy here. They also have reset champions in Viego. You know, they're putting so much faith here into JJ, this young guy trained up by Clear Love, taking over here for EDG, and this is such an exciting way to go up match point.
Yeah. I'm very much looking forward to seeing how this Nami is going to work on the bottom side. Is that denial going to pay off? Because it's something we were talking about at the beginning of the draft, and we're still not necessarily sure. But one thing I do know is that so much of this hinges on Scout. If they can get that first bubble, that first pick, then it's going to be so incredibly beneficial for EDG to try and get control of this game. And as we hop onto the Rift for what might be the final game of the World Championship, see whether EDG can bring us to those silver scrapes.
So EDG sneaking into the bot lane, seeing if they can find themselves a pick.
They're going
perhaps
fishing.
Some early vision. It looks like nothing is going to come off the back of this. Beryl is going to respect that, and all of EDG will back to base. So I kind of want to use this opportunity very quickly to talk about Damwon. They are so close to securing their second World Championship title, but I also want to highlight how few titles this team actually has. It was only in 2019 Atlas that this organization even joined the LCK, and it wasn't even in 2019 where the dominance actually started.
No, it wasn't. It was when Ghost joined the lineup. And of course, that was in 2020 in summer. And it felt like something clicked, right, with this squad. But that means that it has not been very much time since this team really found their stride, since they really solidified themselves at the top of the LCK. Beryl now taking a fair bit of damage here, but Ebb and Flow is pretty powerful.
Yeah, I was going to say, they don't have very many titles yet because they haven't had that long of a history, like you're saying. Not a lot of time to convert on those. See about this bottom lane presence for the brush control, though. You can see how much they highly value it, and just 2v1 pushing Mako out of that side lane brush in order to get that deep ward on the side lane.
Yeah, Mako actually taking half his health bar for it as well. The Battle of the Enchanters so far being won by Beryl. He's trying to ebb and flow. I wonder if he self-casted it. That was what I learned about Nami a long time ago.
It's such a big thing, the vision and the side brush in these double range matchups, because being able to drop the extra damage, the aggro that comes from the ranged minions when you're going for these trades means everything. And you can see how frequently they're going for those trades, playing so aggressive. Meanwhile, it is going to be topside start for both junglers, so you know what that means, boys.
I'm thinking about a bottom lane party.
And this ward as well, sitting on top of the Raptors, just about to fade, but Canyon, that ward gave him enough information to know exactly where JJ is pathing and how they will answer it. So I expect some commotion towards the bot side of the map. The biggest problem for Canyon right now is Scout has Prow in the mid lane. Very common for Zoes in the early laning phase, being able to get this early push thanks to the low cooldown and low mana cost of their Q, and the amount of damage that it can do as well just means that you have consistent push in the early laning phase, and that's great for enabling your jungler to pretty much get whatever crap they want.
Yeah, and it's really interesting. I actually like that we have this matchup between the Zoe and the Orianna, because I feel like ultimately it can go either way, and it depends who is able to play the game that they want to play as the game goes on when it comes to Zoe or Orianna. Zoe wanting to take control of the mid-game, Orianna wanting to get things done elsewhere. But JJ taking some control here of the enemy blue buff, and Canyon doesn't have Smite, JJ does, so this is going to be the Viego's blue buff.
Yeah, like what he does there, goes and threatens on the Gromp, so then, you see the Smite in front of you, now I have full confidence. Your blue buff is mine.
Exactly that. Very well played from JJ. He will be able to get himself the crab. And because of the Prow that they have in top lane, he may very well translate that straight over to another one. Scout's going to go back to base. He doesn't have to TP. Oh, okay, he's going to cancel it very quickly. But he doesn't have to TP here because of the position of the wave, but he has that option available to him should he want to try and assist JJ. But look at that. Great early game start for JJ. Kind of getting that small lead over Canyon is something that many junglers often aspire towards.
And again, too, looking at the lane matchups and how the jungles can play off that, this time is another one in a row where Flandre should have control early on. Gwen scales extremely well, but Graves so much early wave control, keeps pushing the wave up, forcing him under tower, getting that priority in the early movement towards topside for EDG. So JJ happy with all of the early priority that's been afforded to him, and that is so nice to start out as a carry jungler that Viego is.
And you saw actually both of the camps on the bottom side of the map. Canyon sort of just left alone, didn't actually see that the Raptors and the trucks were there, decided that he needed to get that reset in right away. So down 3 camps right now.
Massive jungle advantage here, again, playing off of those lanes with the lane control. That means everything. It's this dream scenario when you get to pick and choose, and I really like the choice that he made to go for that contest, specifically over by the blue Gromp, with the Smite exchanges and being able to counter jungle in addition to getting those double crabs for themselves. So, EDG, good early game, at least from the jungle perspective.
But not translating into necessarily a gold advantage right now. As you can see, Khan doing very well towards the top side, and the bottom lane for Damwon Kia right now doing okay, as we don't have any backs just yet for our bottom side of the map, and we'll see when those resets do come in as a bit of a fight breaks out. There's the exhaust bubble, does land onto the Lulu, but thankfully for Viper, he does avoid it. Damwon Kia still with control of the lane.
And you can see how obnoxious the sustain is from Damwon's bot lane. Fleet footwork, also has the biscuits, also started boots and health pots, also has the healing from Beryl. It's just...
the list goes on.
As much as Viper wants to fight, he doesn't have... Ooh, good flash there from Showmaker. JJ putting a little pressure down, but Viper doesn't... Viper and Mako don't have the consistent damage to be able to wear this bot lane down, which is what they love to do when they draft the Lucian bot side. So, while typically this is a bot lane that they try to get ahead, just relying on their 2v2 prowess, Damwon's duo has been doing a great job of handling that pressure.
Well, you can see JJ in the right position here to deter Canyon from looking for a potential dive, although Mako's looking pretty tasty right now, and you can see the Talon remaining in position to potentially go for this one. Plate very close. Not going to go down just yet. Now Khan looking for a bit of damage here. The needlework not quite connecting onto Flandre there, and he's just using it to push out this wave, get himself into the position that he wants.
Meanwhile, Canyon playing off of his winning, pushing bottom lane. The Nami steal away, really paying dividends for this team.
Mako is playing with fire down here on the bottom side, but Khan, he's sleepy, and he is going to drop as Scout. Portal jumping around, but he will be able to pick up that first blood. Canyon immediately exhausted as he gets towards the bottom side, and the defense from EDG down here is beautiful. Ghost actually taking a turret shot. He didn't want Polymorph. Just beautiful under Canyon, and the flash will get Mako out of position, even sidestepping the bubble. Damn, some beautiful defensive play from EDG.
The movement from EDG's bot lane. This duo just sidestepping absolutely everything, and EDG getting an advantage on the top side, and JJ gonna steal away the red buff as well. So everything going right for EDG in this early game. But let's have a look back and see exactly what happened to Khan in the river.
Yeah, well, he walked over a ward towards the scuttle when their jungler is bottom into the dark and scary river where JJ and Scout are waiting with open arms.
Yeah, just wanted some honey fruit. A little bit too dangerous. I don't think it was quite worth it.
So, of course, the good news here for Damwon is that they were able to put Viper and Mako behind by burning all of their summoner spells, getting a CS lead, also getting themselves a tower plate. So even though there is a gold discrepancy, it's not so dramatic that it's not something that Damwon can come back from. The big question is, okay, well, Khan died in top lane. Flandre is now getting very quickly ahead because of the CS that he's been able to build. A kill on the Scout and a flashless Orianna. What can JJ do with all of that? Those options at his disposal, and he's also level 7 to Canyon's level 5.
Well, you can definitely start up Rift Herald since you have such priority. You mentioned both solo lanes, you know, burning summoner spells and being able to trade sides of the map there. Herald won't even be contested by Damwon because of those advantages from the solo lane matchup. So JJ gets his alone time with their Herald, and Damwon trying to fish around on the opposite side of the map.
And this is so smart from EDG's duo as well, because they know that Canyon wants to cross-map, and he's being denied the red buff, which means that he just can't get level 6, Kobe. He keeps getting it denied. This is so frustrating as a jungler.
Yeah, all he can pick up are these small rocks on the bottom side, the little baby Krugs. He's been kicked around the map from the opening. This has just been such a well-orchestrated jungle diff, and I can't believe I'm saying this, against Canyon!
Right? When was the last time we saw this? It was a very, very long time ago. But JJ doing a fantastic job, and in fact, EDG doing a fantastic job against Canyon this game.
And that's why junglers will always point to winning lanes, but it is really what you do with them too. So nice setup there from EDG. Now they've got the Rift Herald in hand as well. They defended bottom side, Dragon as well as Krugs even, with part of them being taken down, and this is going to be a pretty nice reset for them. Again, some priority towards the early stages.
Some snips going down towards that top side, but here, as we pan down towards the bottom lane, we see that Beryl and Go still doing fine, but EDG, these neutral objectives seem to have so much control over them, despite not quite being 1,000 gold ahead or any really massive margin. They're controlling the map. It's just very, very powerful, and they will be able to take this first Infernal Drake. Next one going to be the Ocean. And yes, I am very excited about the potential Cloud Soul.
Well, I was going to say that I'm very excited about potentially 5 games. Of course, we're still very early into this one, but not very often do you get World Finals that go all the way to 5. For EDG, I think the biggest surprise to many is how competitive they are being with Damwon. Many expected Damwon to just come in and roll over this opposition, but EDG have gone through the gauntlet almost and have had to fight 5 games in every single one of their series, and they may very well be able to force a 3rd and final one here in the World Finals.
And we get to see in this game too, if it was worth it for Damwon to pick into these losing early but scaling option lanes that they have got for their solo lanes, because when, as everyone knows, can scale extremely well, 1 to 2 items there, becomes a much different beast as far as your team fighting when it finally comes together. And the Orianna pairs quite well with the talent for a shockwave delivery with a lot of extra burst damage. And right now, it is Canyon that has been paying the price for some of this. Extra map control given over to EDG, and them leveraging those picks.
But also, Jhin into squishy targets, right? One of his weaknesses in the late game is that he only gets 4 shots. When you don't have that many resistances, those 4 shots are quite lethal. So you're very right in that Damwon definitely have some very powerful late game options. We'll see though how EDG can leverage this early game lead that they've built themselves up. It's only 1.1k right now. And after using the Herald, they weren't able to take that many plates down, but you can see them slowly starting to chip away on the top side of the map.
Yeah, and it's around, this is the beginning of the Zoe time that we're getting to as well. So EDG, they're not necessarily on the clock just yet for forcing themselves to have advantages. It's going to be coming up relatively soon though, at that 15-minute mark where they want to take down that Zoe turret that my old mate Wolf really loves to talk about, and then really get to work denying vision and getting Zoe into the position to be able to land those bubbles. As Canyon clearing out some vision, but once again thwarted and stymied at the opportunities, looking for these potential ganks, and the Talon still sitting at 0-0-0.
Yeah, and I feel for him, you know, because you don't look at a lot of these lanes with a lot of setup for you as an assassin jungler, and because of the early stages being pushed out and not being able to keep up in farm now, he's basically got to play off of the, you know, the priority that Ghost and Barrow were able to earn for themselves, pushing down on that bottom side of the map, but EDG making very good use of it as JJ moves up for the red buff respawn.
Yeah, it's going to be another steal away as Bubble lands on the bottom side of the map. Khan taking a fair bit of damage here. Some needlework goes on in, but thankfully he's immune when you're not in that circle. Double exhaust to go down as there's the tidal wave. Viper taking a fair bit of damage, and once again he's going to get bubbled as Canyon now on the bottom side, and the curtains have been called. The wild growth comes in, but I don't think it's going to save them as finally Canyon's on the board, and they'll wipe out 2 bottom lane.
Play off that bottom lane. That is the lane that you are praying to as the Talon jungle, and this time he returns again, Vedius. Time after time, returns again. This one, he gets paid.
Flawless execution from Damwon as well. Just everything done to perfection. Mako tried to hold his ultimate at the risk of being dived, but Ghost with the ultimate held onto it, waiting for Canyon to choose a target, and then Ghost went for the other one. Just very well done dive, and now EDG are trying to get something back on the other side of the map, but Khan saying, nope, not today. We're going to make sure that you do not get absolutely everything.
Yeah, these Krugs being battled over right now as Beryl comes on in. Tidecaller's Blessing now available onto the Gwen. Can actually be quite dangerous here, but it's going to be so many plates and so much money to plunder.
Yeah, fortunately though, the benefit of winning on bottom side too is that Barrow got to recall early there and come out and at least protect Khan, allow him to stay around while he watches his turret go down. Here's another look at the exchange that got the summoners out beforehand, and you already saw the Talon moving down on your mini-map. Yeah, there are control wards here from EDG, but there's nothing you can do about it because he's just jumping over the walls and he's going to get there faster anyway. Again, so much credit to the bottom lane of Damwon. That is always pointed to for people thinking of a way to get in against this team. And yet, Ghost and Beryl utilize this matchup so well, stealing away that Nami, then aggressively pushing in over and over and getting the summoner spells, opening it up for a bottom side play.
And if they didn't, Damwon here would look very, very silly right now. Because if they don't win that lane, they have nothing that's winning on the map. The Talon is literally useless, and it all falls apart. But now, it's going to be Canyon immediately blowing up. So I apologize for the cast curse there, Canyon. But really good setup there for EDG in the river.
Okay, so it's just constantly trading back and forth. Damwon will immediately make their way towards the Dragon, but look at this. They're saying, hey, Flandre, you solo this. We're actually going to go fight them over at this Drake because we do not want them stacking that potential win condition. We want to leverage our early game as much as possible. And without Canyon here to smite steal, it's going to be very difficult for Damwon to really try and trade that one back. So great stuff from EDG. They convert that pick into a Herald. They can use that to siege the mid lane tower down and then give themselves more access into the enemy jungle.
And if we do the 15-minute check, that is ticked over right now. It's 2,000 gold lead for EDG, and they just don't lose very often if they're ahead from this particular point, and especially by a margin like this, one of the bigger ones that we've seen this early in the game.
2,000 gold and all of the neutral objectives that have popped up on the map yet. Both Heralds and the Dragon already in the bag, and with taking down that...
Okay. Okay, Flandre.
With taking down the top side turret, now you can transition over because they push out that wave. They can have everybody rotate down the Dragon and keep up their control of these neutral objectives.
EDG bouncing back in a way that we love to see. Damwon, they team fought very well in the last game, but it felt like that the whole game was very close. EDG had a small early game gold lead, but now it feels like that they've got a lot of comfort picks, and initially you would expected that strong bot side, but I love what Damwon did in the draft by going for this Nami. You've been talking about it all game, Kobe, the fact that they took a gamble going for this Nami pick, right? We don't normally see Nami-Jhin as a duo, but we saw how much sustain it had. We saw how well they traded into Viper and Mako, and the advantages that they've gotten have keeping this gold relatively close to EDG and have given them a potential win condition to get to that late game team fighting push.
Yeah, and I really like the sort of CC combo that they're demonstrating here. It works very similarly to sort of like Lulu Jhin mixed with a Zilean Jhin, right? Because you get that extra movement speed as well that the Lulu and the Zilean sort of provide. So it makes sense. Sort of something that we were talking about in the first series as well. But Nami are going to find it very difficult to ward, especially into a Zoe composition. So as this game goes on, we're looking at Damwon with a scaling composition, but can you get onto the map in order to try and claw your way back is going to be the question. And so far, Damwon have not had the answer whatsoever.
Yeah, exactly, because EDG have done so well with all their priorities. JJ is 2 levels up on Canyon as the Rift Trail charges into turret number 2, and a lot of poke goes through. EDG have done such a good job leveraging this and controlling the jungle advantage that there are no dragons to rely on in this game like they did in the previous game. The comeback mechanic for Damwon was really good team fight. We've got this scaling and we've been stacking these dragons to try and slingshot us when we win that fight, when we cash in on the soul to resurface in this game. But this time around, EDG have denied them the counters.
And the thing is, when you have the early game lead and you know you're stronger at this point in the game, you can also leverage Drakes as a means to like, hey, come and fight us. You know, sure, maybe at 3 items you're stronger than us, but okay, we'll fight you at 1, we'll fight you at 2, and we'll force you to come and fight thanks to this early Drake stacking. So I think EDG, well, I mean, it's obvious. They have everything that they want, right? Like, they've gotten themselves early towers, they've gotten all the heralds, they've gotten all the drakes. Their laners have completed all of their first core itemization. They're already working on their second. Things are looking great for EDG. The only concern is that they're playing against Damwon Kia, current world champions. They have a tendency to find their way back into games like this, by and large, due to their fantastic and world-class team fighting.
Not to mention their control of map play as well, later in the game as well. I think that if you compare these two teams, EDG built a lot based on team fighting, but Damwon Kia do like to play side lanes a lot, and they do have a Gwen. She can excel in that department, but we'll have to see more from Damwon Kia, because right now, EDG have had full control, and they're not letting up. And at this stage, I think that we should be getting the Silver Scrapes record out of the sheet.
Careful, Atlas, careful. Your caster curses have been powerful today.
I just want as much commentary as possible today, and I think everyone else does as well. It's been an absolute joy between both of these teams. I personally wasn't expecting EDG to step up the way that they have, and I think that's exactly what it's been. It's been EDG meeting the highs of Damwon Kia instead of the inverse, which would be Damwon stepping down. That last game was absolutely a testament to that exact fact. I just want as much of this series as I possibly can get.
All right, here comes Talon hopping over the walls. Flandre, though, playing cautiously accordingly.
Yeah, this is a 3-level advantage for the Graves, who just, moves nimbly to the right. I'm trying to get him out.
I don't know where they got that information from, but I saw a ping in the river. It was the little blue flag, and they said Canyon is making his way towards the bot side of the map. Be careful, Flandre. And immediately he responds. But it looked to me like he was completely in fog. So just great awareness from EDG, kind of like narrowing down all that top line side vision that they do have. They're basically saying, well, if he's not here, he's got to be making his way towards bot. Yeah,
and it's also one of those things where when your other 2 lanes pull back that have been pushing, you stick out like a sore thumb if you're the only one pushing out there and no tower.
Well, EDG, like you were saying, now pushing in the mid lane. 3 members strong though, so it'll be absolutely fine. We've got 40 seconds on this Mountain Drake. It'll be soul point for EDG. We were talking about the lack of tankiness. Well, makeshift way of doing that is by picking up a couple of Mountain Drakes after your first 2 and getting yourself that meaty shield. Will certainly help you out. So let's see whether EDG can get themselves to that position right now with control of the river. Damwon Kia still not able to find a foothold in this game.
Yeah, and when one team has Zoe, it becomes so dangerous trying to move in towards these objectives. Scout doing a good job preemptively poking. They even get a flash out early.
Yep, Beryl. Of course, the Nami doesn't have a lot of mobility. Does have to blow that flash. It's going to be important. Tidal Wave's available though, and Damwon still have that Wombo availability. But can they get to a position where they can actually pull the trigger? Because Scout Zoe has been so strong this whole tournament. Ghost now taking a paddle star, and EDG, they're looking to have their lunch and eat it too. They do take down the Drake.
Again, and you know, we talked about patience for Damwon. We're really seeing that from EDG here. You know, they're not overcommitting. They know that they need to leverage the poke from Zoe, and Scout just playing at the edge. I love that we are seeing Damwon also sidestep a lot of this poke. They're respecting it, but because they're showing so much respect, like they have to, they concede control over the river, and that gives the 3rd Drake over to EDG. But now Damwon looking to go on the offensive as they attack the mid-tier 1.
Yeah, they should be able to answer for this one, but what will EDG be able to offer is going to be the question. That bubble was absolutely beautiful from Scout as the shockwave hits 3 out of nowhere. Is the follow-up going to be there? And the curtains are called, and that's going to say yes. Scout still unable to get quite out of position as Showmaker picks up the kill in the end. Well, I didn't even see the orb, just popped him.
Okay, Showmaker, with the entire world here holding their breath, watching as EDG get a leg up and another objective and another objective. The Showmaker has had enough. He finds a shockwave and just opens up a kill. That was a brute force play too, because Damwon gave up 2 waves on top side that just crashed into that secondary turret. The bottom side had also been pushed in by Graves, so they really spent a decent amount to make this play, and they were stubborn. They just kept everybody mid, and it's as they're walking away, they lose sight of the ball on the side of EDG, and a great awareness there from Showmaker, pulls it off. He even ends up getting the last hit as well.
In that Axe Effect replay, great demonstration of the fact that Showmaker still has that killer instinct, right? Because we haven't seen that from Damwon Kia this game whatsoever. It's good to see that they're actually pulling these triggers, showing some signs of life. But still, EDG well and truly in the driver's seat. Not quite that 2,000 gold lead just yet, but those dragons are where eyes on.
I could hear the frustration in your voice. It was like some Scooby-Doo, those pesky dragons. If it wasn't for those pesky dragons.
That's what EDG have built for themselves, though, and it really is a great insurance policy for the later stages of this game. Not to mention the fact that if they do get these picks, the Viego does skew things so powerfully.
And you can see Damwon again, they keep fishing for these trailing split push plays. It's really common when you have 2 solo lane split pushers and they both have teleport and you can have one shadow the other. But since there's so much mobility and talent, being able to jump over walls and parkour through the map, he also can just kind of hover between lanes here. And you see Kane doing a pretty good job providing some battle ward vision as well. The human ward standing in there just to make sure that they can actually push up and get that last wave in.
And it's also peanut strats, as we invented in the LCK.
The peanut strats.
Yeah, he was the battle water.
Okay.
Getting in there.
I also just wanted to highlight all this vision investment from EDG up towards the top side of the map. This is the cross map that you're seeing as the bot lane was being pushed in. EDG moved up towards the top side, and that was why we were seeing this kind of transition and why Flandre was playing so defensively. And again, EDG respecting, even though they know they're ahead, there are still ways in which Damwon can come back into this game, and they want to avoid all of those options and to make sure that they maintain control. This next Drake is going to be massive. The good news for EDG is they have a choice. They can force Damwon into a situation where, hey, do you want to do Drake, or do you want to try and fight as a Baron, maybe, depending on their positioning? The most important thing here is this mid-wave control, and so far EDG have been very consistent at fighting for it.
Yeah, I feel like the best response in those situations, when both outcomes are pretty bad for Damwon, is to try and force the fight. Because then you don't end up with one of the bad ends of the trade of objectives, since EDG have the upper hand here. You know, they're the only ones on soul points, so there's so much bigger rewards with fewer risks.
Right.
And so then if you force the fight and then you get to take whatever you want afterwards, it's king of the hill. Push them off.
Get off my land, off my lawn, as they say. It's Damwon Kia. They really want to try and find a way onto the map, but EDG have just owned everything throughout all of the watery parts, and they are the important ones. EDG, JJ just taking down the wards in the river, and with this Mountain Drake, it does open some doors for the Zoe as well. There are just so many corridors that get created.
So what I will say is Damwon just had a very good reset, because you look at their inventory, a lot of control wards at their disposal. EDG have been out on the map for a little while. Their itemization is good, but because of Damwon's base timing, they've actually been able to match pretty much across the board except for top lane. That's where Flandre does have the item advantage, and that's kind of where that goal difference exists. Good damage coming out from Showmaker. Forced to use the cleanse. And this means that basically the point I'm trying to get at, Damwon's in a good position right now and can definitely look to contest this objective.
They still need to try and get into the darkness that EDG have provided, and whether they can do that is going to be the question. With the ball helping out, you can see they have made their way into the river. Khan as well, able to put down his mist. I believe he's immune. People have told me that. Canyon.
Have they?
The back of the pit.
It's definitely frustrating.
All summoners are up for both sides, by the way.
This is the big moment for both of these teams. EDG wanting to get to this soul point. JJ's smites have just been so good. He dives in and of course he steals it away. Damwon Kia, can they actually find a team fight though is going to be the question. We still have shockwaves, there's still so much available, but Damwon Kia get denied even the fight.
He does it again! JJ gets the Dragon Smite. This is gonna be huge for them. Now they don't have to worry so much about that burst damage coming out from the side of Damwon. They get to capitalize on all of their efforts. The only response is a slight move up towards Baron, but with the vision existing already here for EDG, they also get the bottom lane push, more money off the extra tower.
The only reason why Damwon would try and force that is to try and get that TP out from Flandre. At the very least, get something back from EDG, but they realize it's not worth the risk. All of EDG has just gone back to base. But let's have a look back at this steal. So it's Damwon that controlled the pit. The sleep comes through. He goes in. And I think both...
Beautiful.
Oh, I mean, that was just a great smite overall. 1200 HP, and he's still able to secure it. And
both smites at basically the same time.
Well, yeah, I mean, at the bottom, it didn't even look like Canyon threw his smite out. But I'm never too sure with those cooldowns at the bottom. Regardless, JJ is able to secure it. EDG now find themselves with a 2.5k gold lead, and they are very likely going to be taking us to that Game 5. The problem is, they haven't really won a big team fight yet. They haven't really been able to secure something massive. This soul is valuable, but we've seen many teams lose the soul before.
Yeah, the Mountain Soul isn't exactly the most coveted one. That is true, but EDG still in a great position, and if they can keep forcing Damwon to fight where they want them to and being able to deny vision like this, how does Damwon get in there? They've got Beryl that wants to be warding, but he's Nami. And you're not really very safe when you try and move in to try and get vision back. So Damwon do need to move as a unit to try and do that. EDG just have so much more power when it comes to the tempo advantages, getting their vision where they want it to be.
Yeah, I mean, the Mountain Soul actually goes a long way versus those surprise plays of the Shockwave and possible Talon combinations that come out. So it's going to do a bit to protect them of what kind of occurred earlier in mid lane 2 and not having quite enough damage then to finish them off. And they should feel so confident here. I just have to say, again, re-emphasizing for EDG, being here in finals, so big for the LPL, and so much success off of one of the youngest players in JJ. And he had such big shoes to fill coming into this organization. You know, everybody always had eyes on Clear Love for the entire history of the organization.
Yeah.
But he's really putting up when the team needs him most.
I mean, it's been a... It's been an up and down year for EDG for sure. Their spring split was not the strongest, falling short, but in summer they really did step up. Many people didn't even expect them to take down FPX, but they really have been a very strong representative for the LPL. And while there have been a lot of doubters, I think that EDG is silencing a lot of those doubters and putting up a very strong performance here against Damwon. Let's see if they can close this out. And I just want to highlight MVP top tier 1. One of the big things and why this has been so valuable is Flandre has been able to sit bot lane, and EDG really haven't had to worry about that top side of the map because every time Damwon pushes in a wave, this tower prevents that wave from ever going past the river. So even though they may be losing farm at times, it's not a point that they really need to be concerned about, and it means that they can keep playing through 2 lanes, which EDG much prefers because then they can keep the Zoe with the group, and the poke is always a threat.
EDG trying to get some control back of this mid lane, doing okay at the moment. Someone with that control ward down, but EDG very swiftly taking it away. Vision being put down as soon as this Baron was started up, as Canyon able to parkour his way into the Brambleback pit, so he will be absolutely fine. But now EDG get themselves together. If that beach ball had landed, could have been a very dangerous time for Damwon Kia. With this Baron on the board, 2 minutes until the Elder Drake, where all of those big questions get to be asked by EDG. With their control of the map state, certainly is going to be on them to be able to control how this one works out. Close to a 3,000 gold lead, but I mean, it's starting to mean less and less as we tick past 30 minutes into this game.
Oh god, that's melting.
Yeah, this is going down so incredibly fast, and no one is in position. They just didn't even really know. It's Khan bounces into the pit and decides that he doesn't want that whatsoever. He will get popped, and now Damwon find themselves with a man disadvantage, and EDG with Baron as well.
EDG are pushing Damwon all over this map. Thankfully for Canyon, Talon is fine with being pushed all over the map because he can keep jumping, but that's not going to save them from this Baron push. This is going to be absolute control from EDG. Another objective. This one just burned down by them with superior positioning, getting there first, immediately just unloading into it, and with stopping some of the backs here too, they can take over everything.
Flandre is an absolute monster in this top lane. Level 18, by far the highest level in the game. He has 4 items completed, one of them being the Infinity Edge. No one can touch him in the 1v1 right now. And off the back of a Baron, EDG are going to very quickly take down 2 tier 3 towers.
This is actually reminding me of some of Flandre's old Gangplank games where he just gets levels seemingly out of nowhere and then he rocks up to a team fight with all of the items in the universe. This is, of course, dating back to quite a long time, but that's exactly what he's done right here. This Graves is 6 levels ahead of Beryl.
That's what dedication to pushing your side lanes gets you. Remember that mid lane play that we talked about where Damwon forced it by keeping all 5 in mid and Brute Force taking the tower and picking up the extra kill? EDG, well, a bubble lands here, actually.
Yeah, this could be the pick-off. The minion wave turns up in the nick of time, but Ghost could be the one to go down, and he absolutely is. The Heartbreaker comes in, but now JJ in a bit of trouble. He just gets himself over the wall. Canyon explodes as well, as Nami is turned into a fish finger. Showmaker now at about no health, as Khan's doing his very best to be the hero, but it's not going to happen this game. As Damwon Kia are routed once again, they're running the wrong direction, and EDG should be taking this game. In fact, Flandre, he's taking inhibitors himself.
Rumors of the LPL's demise have been greatly exaggerated at Worlds this year, my friends. EDG will just put a stomp down on game number 4. Push us to Silver Scrapes, push us to that game 5, Alice.
Now they both have a match point. We are going the whole distance. I don't think anyone was predicting 5 games to this series. I absolutely didn't, but I am so happy that we get to this moment and we get to see whether EDG can do it again. They've been put in this position in exactly the same way. It happened last semi-final. I think we know what the script says.
JJ, put some respect on his name, okay? Absolutely controlled from beginning to end.
And also just the adaptations in draft. Yeah, okay, they had the Nami taken away from them, but they also got themselves the Zoe. They had a very strong top side of the map, and it felt like that from start to finish, Damwon's only options was to try and attack that bot lane, but they never got a successful fight. They never really had a lot of crowd control, and EDG, even though it was a low-kill game, never relinquished control.
It feels like EDG have taken components of the fallen LCK teams along the road. They took the Zillion from T1, they take the Zoe from BDD, and they're using those components against their own region, actually getting these wins on Damwon.
And now in game number 5, have they created Megazord from all of these parts that they've put together? We have 1 game left to decide the winners of Worlds 2021, and we'll be right back for a preview to the tunes of Silver Scrapes.
5 games, let's go!
We did it, boys!
Would you ride for me? Handshake, one of a kind, homie. I be trying to vibe on the wave. I'm a big vibe on the wave. Look.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. For the first time since 2016, we are going to Game 5 in the World Final.
Oh, man.
One of the greatest League of Legends series ever between EDG and Damwon Kia. In the upcoming Game 5 of the World's title and regional glory is on the line here. The players on stage look to write their names down in history. If you thought that this World Finals and this World's tournament couldn't deliver anymore, EDG made sure to add one more page into the book.
EDG are playing 15 games in knockout stage. Best of 5 goes all the way. Best of 5 goes all the way. Best of 5 all the way. Every single opponent, they've been able to rise to the occasion, and it's been no different here today.
Is third time the charm?
Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, they've already done it twice.
Well, the first time and the second time was also the charm.
It didn't work the first couple times. But hey, I love the fact that you brought up at the top of the day, Azael, the fact that we had already made history in this World Championship with 5-game best of 5s, and we've done it yet again. But we got to talk about how it was done by EDG.
And I think in this case, Damwon got a little bit too cute in the draft. I think that they focused too much on denying what their opponents wanted and lost track of what they actually needed and their identity as a team. Taking away the Nami is clearly designed here. Okay, we're going to shut down the Lucian Nami lane. We're going to deny that from them. But they are generally a weak side, bot side team. They don't really spend a lot of time there. So not only did they actually lack engage and pairings with the Orianna, so they didn't really have a lot of options to start fights once EDG had been stacking the dragons through the mid game. They couldn't really do much about it. Yes, they bullied the bot side, but that actually pulled Canyon down there and made them play a different style than what they're used to, right? This wasn't Canyon going topside. It was actually the inverse situation that we expect, where he had all the jungle help, and the other side was playing weak side bot, but was actually much more successful with it and had a more functional team comp.
Yeah, I wasn't a huge fan of the Damwon draft. Double AP solo laners, like Azael said, very lackluster engage. You're relying on skill shots to hit, right? Jin W, Nami bubbles, Orianna shockwaves if they overcommit. Whereas EDG's comp kind of outranges you as well as having better forms of setting up objectives, right? You have Zoe, Lucian culling. So yeah, not a fan of Damwon's draft from the red side. I think they got a little bit ahead of themselves from denying picks. I'm expecting them to go to blue side now to see how that shapes up the draft. We saw what they did before. We'll see if they do it again with the Jhin first pick and the Jarvan bans. But like Azael said, it all started in bot lane. That's where the biggest point of focus was for Damwon. They were just camping bot lane. Canyon was actually missing out on a lot of camps ever since he lost his blue buff. All he could really do is play around bot lane in that winning lane. The Nami wins out against the Lulu, and that's where he put his focus.
I mean, so again, it's the junglers, right, who become the focus of our conversation. And while Canyon is definitely a star, it's JJ JJ, who's stepping up in a different way here in this final best of 5 when searching for the title.
Absolutely, and it just, if you turn off the nameplates, you would think the teams are actually switched. You would think that Canyon is JJ down to that bot lane, constantly, trying to get Viper ahead, but instead it was him playing towards Ghost, really trying to emphasize that winning lane that they had. Healing is greater than shielding in the 2v2. That's basically just how it works out. You can sustain through it and win out in the poke. But yes, they had pressure. They didn't really create massive advantages, though. The farm was just about dead even. Viper still was able to actually get a kill on the Lucian.
Yeah, and I think that it was good to get your bot lane ahead, but the problem is jungle fell behind so much.
Yeah,
if you take a look at the junglers, I think Canyon was just so far behind in raw stats compared to JJ. And if you look at it, at around 15 minutes in the game, he was 2 levels down, level 8 to level 10 of JJ.
10 camps down.
And camps down 41 CS. He's down 10 camps sitting around bot lane. Look at the bot lane jungle proximity. So Damon's bot lane was ahead, and they did draft to deny a winning bot lane from EDG, shutting down not only their win condition in draft, but in the game. And then it just came to the mid game, and your junglers just so far behind.
I mean, 18% of your time is ridiculous. When we saw the stats at the top of the day, it was Ghost with about 5%.
Right.
And on the other side, it was about 11, 12%, which was very high for the tournament as far as bot lane jungle proximity. This is much more than that.
Tripled it in this game, basically, for the side of Damwon Kia. And again, we do recognize the fact that it got a small lead for the bot lane, but the rest of EDG starting to run away with it because, yes, we've got JJ out to a big lead himself, but he's able to transfer that along with Rift Heralds into more of a lead. And time again around the Dragon, it was EDG coming out on top.
This right here is a Smite-defining series. JJ steals away the Dragon to get Mountain Soul for EDG. JJ, a player who's only ever been on EDG in his professional career, coming from the EDG youth team, now onto the main stage in his first World Championship ever, takes away the Dragon to help them get the Mountain Soul to help them win the game.
I mean, how clutch is that? Even in the previous game, he had the Smite steal on Baron. He has been playing incredibly well. The fact that Jarvan went from almost like this meme of like, why are you picking Jarvan when Lee Sin's available, to now it actually has to be banned against JJ because he has been so effective. And he's having this performance not against anyone, but against Canyon, who we kicked off the day talking about as potentially one of the greatest junglers of all time, as potentially the greatest jungler of all time. It's incredible to watch.
Well, so there you see it. It's an empty stage right now, but in a few moments, both of these teams will be loading back onto it one final time. And I think we got to start on the EDG side because it is a surprise to some degree that we're here in Game 5, but EDG as well has been a surprise all tournament long, right? Never making it past the quarterfinals. Not only do they do that, they get past the semi, and now they're one game away from taking the title. That's an incredible feat, to say the least.
It's been years in the making, right? 2014, they take Clear Love and FZZF from WE onto EDG. 2015, they win MSI, and now Scout and Mako, the pillars of success for 5 years, who have brought in Flandre from Snake, the veteran top laner, who's been playing the LPL for so long and has never been to Worlds, JJ from their youth team, and it's all coming together with Viper, the final piece of the puzzle from Griffin.
And I think it's just been so incredible to watch them be able to play to the level of their opponents. You don't expect a team who went 3-2 in the quarterfinals to be able to push Damwon like this, but they've been getting better and better and better. And Damwon on that other side, if they were to lose, it almost feels like it rewrites a lot of the story of the tournament,
right?
Of this LCK dominance. Everyone had, well, the real finals is T1, Damwon. That is the best two teams. Now, I think that's completely off the table. EDG has well and truly earned their spot here.
And a story it would be if Damwon does fall to EDG, but that's the thing about Damwon, you can never count them out. Again, they are the reigning world champions, and they're that for a reason.
Both teams on the cusp of history. If Khan wins, he'll win Worlds. If Flandre wins, he's the first Chinese solo laner ever to win a world championship.
Well, there you have it. The stakes are set. After weeks of grueling competition, everything now comes down to one last game between Damwon Kia and EDG. We will see the LCK dynasty come alive, or we will see the LPL squad, who's always been stopped on the international stage, come up in a big way and restore the glory of the LPL. Find out soon in Game 5 who comes out on top in this World 2021 Championship. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The beautiful tones of Silver Scrapes bring us to Game 5. The most unexpected Game 5 I could have thought about. The last time we had this was Samsung Galaxy taking on SKT.
No.
A brutal series.
Coming into this tournament, Atlas,
yeah, mate.
If I had told you that EDG and Damwon would go to the full 5 games, you would have said, I can see it happening, right?
Yeah.
Because the truth is, this is the #1 LPL seed, #1 LCK seed, and yes, EDG did not have the cleanest run to make it here, but the reality is that these are the best of their respective regions for a reason, and sure, maybe EDG haven't been the cleanest, but when has LPL ever been the cleanest? And they have multiple world championships.
Exactly, and the thing that curved everybody's expectations of this finals was the whole story of the collapse of the LPL as a whole, but it was not the LPL as a whole. We have seen first seeds from the LPL collapse before. EDG here in Game 5 of the finals, putting up.
And this is exactly how they managed to get to Game 5 and win last time around. They are so good in this position. You look on the other side, Damwon Kia, of course, 5 games against T1. No strangers on either way. But now blue side rests in the hands of Damwon Kia. And so these weird Nami mind games are not going to plague them this time around, you should expect. So, the Yuumi going to be taken away, and both of the key picks from EDG from Game 1 removed as well.
And I'm so excited to see what gets left up, because obviously we've seen 2 games of Damwon on blue, 2 games of EDG on blue, and depending on what side they are on, will depend on what has been let through. EDG is saying no to the Lee Sin. That will not be given to Canyon. That makes sense. The Ryze and the Jarvan both being respected, as you have already highlighted, Atlas. The question is, Aphelios, Nami, the Zoe, all these things are still up and available. Lucian as well for the side of EDG. What will actually be left up? LeBlanc is the other big pick too.
I mean, there's so many, right?
Well, I was going to say, the big question mark in my head is, are they willing to give Twisted Fate to Showmaker? Because this has been one of the most influential champions of the entire tournament, has been one of the highest pick ban percentages because of the amount of pressure that you can put out with it, and they don't want to do it. Unlike Damwon willing to get over to EDG, they do not afford them the same here. Showmaker and Damwon would just be too good at leveraging it.
The thing that's really scary about this draft right now, if you're a Damwon fan, is the fact that you are giving Aphelios to Viper for the first time this series. And that could be locked in here. Doesn't have to be, because they're also giving him potential Lucian, but there is no Nami there. They could play it alongside the Lulu once again, though, if they'd like to.
I think the biggest thing, though, is Damwon have realized, you know what? Flandre on Graves is too good. It gives EDG exactly what they want. They just don't go top lane when he's playing this champion, because he doesn't need assistance. You don't have to invest resources into him. You can just leave him do his own thing. And now Khan on the Graves was able to do a similar thing. They realize that this series is not about top lane, so give the top laners something that they can just be independent on and not fall behind with.
And EDG want to secure their bottom lane first with the Aphelios combination with Rakan, and leave up the question of, for Flandre, he has already played 3 of the best options into Graves, which are the Kennen, the Gwen, and the Jax. 2 AP threats to work around his passive, basically.
Jace as well.
And the all-in. So Jace also still being left up. You can't ban them all out, and he will have these options left up. It's just that on the other side here for Ghost, you know, after being pushed this far down, now him back on Zig's duty to do that wave clear. He's been very good with it, I will say that, and it does give them that AP from bottom side too.
Yeah, it's the Ziggs decision over that of the Jhin Leona that they could have played one more time if they would have liked to. It still will be the Leona, but the Ziggs for some extra support for, you know, the safety on that bottom side. Lots of extra wave clear that we saw, but the Ziggs wasn't successful in Game 1. We'll see whether it's going to work out here in Game 5. Scout now. What is his choice going to be? They could lock down counter pick or an attempted counter pick for the Graves, or they could just pick LeBlanc and then ban away answers to it like they have done in the past.
Wow. Remember that Showmaker's pool is very deep, but this is a big comfort pick for Scout if they want it. But I kind of like this a lot more. When we saw Flandre bringing out the cannon against Gen G, he was massive on the cannon. I will admit, he didn't look for a lot of flank plays, but what he did do was every time his flash was up, you know that he used it to get onto the backline. And I think that it offers so much teamfight power. When combined with the Rakan as well, I think that it is a very powerful pickup for EDG and can be a solid answer into the Graves.
And now we hone in on the jungle. Already with the early Jarvan ban there from Damwon, they're continuing to whittle down. Last time we already saw, goes to Viego next. Take this one off the board. They're playing chicken here in jungle ban, saying Canyon has a deeper pool than you. Yes, you've won some smites. Yes, you've won some team fights, but they're trying to push them off.
And if it's 4 jungle bans, there's a possibility we see the Graves flexed into the jungle, and then a potential cannon counter pick towards the top side of the map, and crazy stuff like that could potentially happen. But there is the Talon ban, Xin Zhao, the last one sort of left up, that is worth a mention here, and then we really do go into the dregs of the choices. But well, Xin is the obvious. If you want to ban a jungler, Xin is what you do. They're still thinking about it.
I think that they're debating the LeBlanc ban. I think
right?
that was the thing that they were debating. Do we get rid of Xin and really pinch the jungle pool? Or do we instead remove Scout's ability to play LeBlanc and actually just take him off of one of his comforts? Of course, Zoe is still up and available, and they could go for that if they want to. The question is, do they want to lock that in, or do they instead just want to secure themselves a strong jungle?
Looks like Zoe is going to be the consideration here. Thought Orianna could have been a choice as well if they want to go full team fight, especially with the pairing with Rakan, but no, it's going to be Scout's comfort. Once again, he's been so good on this Zoe and so clutch.
I actually like going for mid lane pick here and saving for jungle counter for EDG, because if Damwon go for the Xin pick, then you can play the Trundle into it and use the Pillar. So it's really effective against Xin, because Pillar, there's no escapes for Xin, and with a low cooldown ability, you can oftentimes put him in really bad spots where he has to burn ultimate or even a summoner spell. And Damwon don't take the bait. They see it coming a mile away. They're not going to fall into it. They take the Trundle themselves.
Yeah, so it's going to be the Trundle locked in. I'd very much like to see a Syndra response.
Yes, exactly.
And that's what he's going to go with. Showmaker Syndra has been very, very strong. When they hovered the Orianna, I'm not going to lie, I was terrified. Didn't like it very much at all, but this one feels a bit better. We'll have to see whether it's going to be locked in. There it is.
I thought the exact same thing as you, Atlas. I thought that Syndra made way more sense here, especially into Cannon, into Aphelios. All these champions that want to dive onto that Scat of the Week offers so much power, and also a very strong laner offers that much more early game wave clear and potential jungle setup when looking at potential strong 2v2s for them to play around. The question is, how will EDG round things out? Xin Zhao kind of looks like the last jungler left, and that is what they will go for. So, the final drafts of the World Championship 5th game have now been decided. EDG have a lot of team fighting prowess. They have engaged with the Rakan, with the Xin Zhao, the follow-up with the Cannon, strong poke with the Zoe, but Damwon, very powerful wave clear, very powerful pick potential, and pretty strong team fighting themselves.
And do you know what we've looked at, guys? We've looked at a mid lane getting priority and winning the game. That has been what this series has been about. And now it is so volatile on both sides. Syndra can win this matchup. Zoe can win this matchup. We'll have to see who's got the better hands for this one.
I think EDG might have flubbed a little bit on the last 2 picks there, because when they early show the Zoe, the Syndra, I really like into it because you can set up with the stun and go for those early pressure ganks, towards the champion and trying to burn those summoner spells. Whereas then they still ended up picking the Xin into the Trundle, which so many people like, for the Pillar, for the possibility of going for your red smite as well, and going heads up play. So a lot of it. Last game was big on jungle, and especially the early game pathing. This as well is going to be big on it, especially around that mid lane matchup.
I think we have to look at the bottom side, though. It all comes back to the beginning of the draft and what the big trades were. Every single time we get into a draft in this series, it's been big trades of these priority picks that both of these teams want. Aphelios in the hands of Viper is something that we can't afford to overlook. even though we haven't seen it for so long, because it's been denied at every opportunity. He's just not allowed to get it because his late game carry potential is so incredibly high.
That's what got them here to the World's Championship off the back of his victory over FPX.
Yeah, a victory that they, you know, a lot of people were saying is not necessarily the thing that should have happened in that moment, but they are really proving themselves as the definite first seed, bringing it all the way down to the wire. The first time we've had 15 games for a team in the knockout stage. The second time we've had a 5-game series here at Worlds. EDG could take it all.
This is it, gentlemen. The final game. Damwon versus EDG. A very exciting series, constantly going back and forth, constant adaptations in the draft, but no more opportunities left, no more chances. The representatives for the LPL and the LCK, these are the #1 seeds, and this will determine who will become the 2021 World Champions. And so far in this early game, not too much action, nothing too crazy, but you can see now the teams, the players, they're relaxed, they're feeling it, that confidence, that sort of shakiness that we saw in game 1 completely gone. These teams are ready to brawl it out.
You see the attempt on the top side from EDG with the level 1. See if they can pinch there, maybe get a summoner spell or an early E level at least from trying to close in on top side and then re-sweeping as they enter on red. Flandre, though, helping pull that red is going to take some bursts.
Yep, there's the lightning rush. Not exactly going to be what they want. Quick draw, and Khan is doing a lot of damage here with his buckshot. Yeah, that one hurts. And Khan is now going to try and zone Flandre away.
And he's doing a good job of it, playing the matchup very well early on.
Oh, that spacing.
Graves is just so effective, trying to deny Flandre as much experience as he can as well. Looks like he wasn't able to deny him as much as he would have liked, but still pretty effective. Meanwhile, the same thing's going to happen on the bot side of the map. Viper on this champion knows how to leverage the level 1 of Aphelios and is looking to bully this Ziggs, who doesn't have that very strong wave clear until that lost chapter gets complete.
Yeah, Ziggs will get pushed in, but they also know already JJ has made his way over after the early red Raptors, traversing over the ward. They've got the timer on him. They know that he's also, possibly setting up for a bottom side Scuttle Crab. Meanwhile, as you can see, Canyon looking to play off the big wave that is building here from Khan and his early chunk onto Flandre from the red pull. The patience, they're going to go for the dive on the big stacking wave.
Look at Showmaker's positioning as well. He's going to go back to base. He has the TP available. They can just threaten this dive, and I think they're going to commit.
Flandre's got to get out of there.
Yeah, exactly. Flandre, not a whole lot of options. I think Flash might have to be used there, as there we go. Pillar of Filth goes down. Flandre has to use the Flash to get out of the way, and now an entire wave should be denied unless he can teleport back in time. Oh, they even cancel the back as well. This is not very fun for Flandre.
What a start in Khan's last professional League of Legends game ever. Already talked about going into military service afterwards. He gets a big chunk on entering lane. Jungle comes up, pushes them off of the stacked wave. Flandre has to teleport back, and you will retain that CS lead.
Good bubble there from Scout. Going to be able to get a fair bit of damage here onto Showmaker. Has a Ghost Blade as well. Pretty good active to have just randomly picked up. Very nicely done. Mako moving towards this mid lane now, actually getting earlier roam than Beryl here. And Scout picks up Australia's. Teleport back from Khan. So things sort of resetting. Absolutely no leads for either team just yet. Is JJ going to be spotted here by Beryl? And it looks like a bit of a battle, but remember, you can't kill Leona. That is the rule. And Beryl is just gonna hit it.
Annoying him, trying to take away some of the Krugs. Krug defender.
I very much liked the Zenith Blade thrown at the Krugs because they were the threat in that moment. It wasn't JJ at that time, but of course not going to be killing either of them. EDG now with control of the wave.
We see a small CS advantage in favor of EDG for JJ, just because of the early gank that Canyon invested into top. Now Canyon's trying to answer it by stealing away the respawn of the Raptors. Timing just right for him. The question is, will JJ be able to get there in time? No, he won't, because Canyon's going to throw down the smite. He knows that JJ is on his way and is just going to walk away with this camp. So, well played there by Canyon. Good awareness. Has the push in top, also has the push in mids. And of course, we have to mention Showmaker's fabled Predator, Syndra, once again.
Yes.
Imagine that he will be looking for some roams. Speaking of, JJ looking for top play, but nothing really going to amount off the back of it. But I do think that when we talk about JJ, we're going to have to look at him in the context of the whole series. I do think that he overall has had an incredible performance. Throughout the series, he's had a 90% kill participation. Things happen when he is here. He is the cornerstone of what makes EDG action happen. And you talked about it, Kobe. Such a young player to have such a massive impact on this EDG roster, especially throughout the entirety of Worlds. Very impressive to see.
Yeah, you never quite know how players are going to react to this level of pressure and the magnifying glass of the final stage. And yet he has shouldered that pressure extremely well, being pivotal in their victories.
That 15 CSD really caught my eye as well. It just means, at 15 minutes, right? That just means that JJ's been getting to exactly where he needs to be on the map early in these games, and Canyon has leveraged so many victories off the fact that he can out-jungle you early and really get you on the back foot. JJ has just not fallen prey to that whatsoever this series.
A lot of it is working off those teammates accordingly, and I have to say this time around, you know, Canyon playing up to Khan and playing off that big minion wave in the early chunk that he got, it was very much correct, but it doesn't show in your individual stats as a jungler, you know? It shows in your top laner stats, so a benefit there to the team.
Yeah, and Khan's stats have been pretty good, so maybe that's something we can help attribute to Canyon there as well. Is Dragon going to get started up? Ooh. And Canyon looking for a bit of an early one here, still a minute and a half on the Rift Herald. It's just going to be this Mountain Drake taken down. So Damwon Kia, neutral objectives starting early, and that's a good sign if you're a Damwon fan, because they didn't get many of them in the last game.
The timing is really good here from Canyon because he recognized that Viper and Maker wanted to go back to base, get their reset out, and I'm very confident this is the earliest Drake of the series. Yes. All Drakes have been starting at like 11 minutes, 12 minutes after the first Herald has already been taken, but as you rightly said, Canyon wants to get ahead of the game here, secure that one for his team, and there will be no contest because, of course, the EDG bot lane is not there to contest, as Showmaker also looking for a quick base, has the TP, which he's now going to expend, and I think that makes sense. With the Herald spawning in about a minute's time, and Scout likely needing to reset himself, given that he does have the TP up and available, Damwon just want to keep this mid pressure up, and then look to contest that neutral, which will be spawning in 40 seconds time.
And you can keep your eyes on Viper because as a Aphelios, you're going to want to keep that white gun for the Herald that is coming, so use up a lot of green bullets when going for your minions here and going for some harassment. We'll see if he can actually finagle the perfect combination and keep it there around for the Herald. Yeah, you see, use all the green gun bullets here. Hold on to that precious white, Atlas.
Yeah, can we get to the red and the white? Severin. Quite powerful. You take a grab at him though, to be honest. Just don't think the others are necessarily what you're looking for. Showmaker here over to the side. Some control vision for JJ. You know exactly what EDG want. 5 seconds until Shelly does spawn. There she is. Hello. Canyon looking for some puppies. We'll be able to take that down as well as they move up towards the Herald pit.
It's important to take note of level 6s here because Canyon is still level 5. TP from Ghost is going to come in to the mid lane.
There's level 6
Scout going to do the same thing. So Canyon rightly hitting that level 6. This is going to be a big brawl. Flandre level 7, ultimates are available, support's still level 5, but the battle's about to kick off.
Yep, there's the Pillar of Filth, but Flandre gets himself over to the side, so they won't have the Pillar cooldown for the next little while. Beryl now just trying to navigate this area, the bubble. Not actually going to get too much joy as JJ taking some damage. Beryl dives on in. Now is very deep as they all try and collapse onto the Leona. Can we burst down the Herald though, Damwon, is the question. And the answer is absolutely not. As EDG, they get their pick. They look to try and secure it as Canyon walks in, smites it away. And Damwon Kia at least get the trade.
Whoa, they actually still get the Herald after Beryl went on a one-way mission there over the back of the wall. Thought they were going to get pushed out with some cover fire there. Showmaker lays down the stun. Canyon goes in. He salvaged the situation for Damwon, picking up the Herald.
So Viper actually hits the eye, does about 1,000 damage to it, and then immediately puts it in smite range for Canyon to secure. So nice takeaway there from Canyon, but as you rightly said, Beryl just wants to set up the engage, and I think the idea is good, but the ultimate comes through from Ghost, and you can see that it just doesn't do any damage. So the moment that he drops, EDG want to re-engage, but then you'll notice this auto attack coming out from Viper here, hits onto the eye, makes it low enough, and then he's able to secure that smite.
Yeah, you can tell JJ could be a little frustrated with that one because he played the opening so well. It was off his instant reaction with his Xin ultimate.
Oh, there's the flash forward. Khan is dead. He's extremely dead. The flash committed from Flandre. There was no options for Khan. Really beautiful execution.
So I at first didn't think that the flash was necessary from Flandre, but he's like, no, you're not getting away from me. I'm going to make sure that you don't have any opportunity to
when I said
disengage.
execution, I meant in the killing people style of execution.
That definitely was what happened. Beautiful stuff there from the EDG top side. They're now leading kills. Both those kills sitting on top of Flandre. We've talked about how he's kind of been this just reliable top lane carry that doesn't get a number of resources. He's getting those resources as Scout gets attacked.
Yeah, he's going to have to flash to get himself out of the way, but I don't think it's quite going to be enough. As the portal jump brings him back, he survives for the moment. Hextech Minefield goes down, but there's no way Scout's walking in that one, so he will survive this still. Damwon Kia investing all of Beryl's stuff, but otherwise not too much more as the pressure is going to continue. Bottom side of the map, though, Viper is getting more and more and more.
Big dodges there from Scout. They're still going to drop the Rift Herald in their patented Damwon play towards mid where they bring the bottom lane over. This time around, they're not getting paid for the dive, though. Really good stuff there from Scout, dodging away from it, allowing bottom side to keep on pushing.
Woo! I think it was a stolen exhaust, so Scout just using a few of his buttons there. Always gets a little bit frustrating with Zoe throwing out as many summoner spells as he would like. Now has a Predator available as well. Showmaker wearing the T1 colors. Moves back towards the mid lane to try and tidy this one up. So as the dust settles, we have about 1,000 gold lead, the 11-minute mark for EDG. And that is a fantastic sign for the LPL first seed.
If you want cool story stuff, Atlas.
Give me a cool story one.
It's Showmaker not only using SKT's skin, looking to replicate SKT's dominance throughout Worlds, but also it was he who was represented as Syndra in the music video coming into the World Championship. So what better way to end your tournament with this champion than to lead in with it. It's just, it all comes together, you know what I mean?
Foreshadowing.
The scriptwriters knew all along.
The scriptwriters are very powerful. It is, I got to have a chat with him for a little while, just before Hanwha got promoted to the World Championship. I was out of the loop after that, though, so things went a little bit awry. But EDG now defending here in this mid lane. And Scout just pretty comfortably dealing with Showmaker right now.
Yeah, he is such a big part about the set for both these two teams. As far as their mid lane, getting the long-range CC abilities ready for the Dragon. Moving in, clearing out this vision here. Showmaker tries to hover over, similar for Scout. It's going to be about skill shot accuracy, as it is going to be a full commitment. Flandre and Khan both recalling from top lane with their teleports ready. Canyon falling asleep and Flash already blown. He won't have it to get in for a smite steal now.
Yep, has popped the Predator to try and get himself there, but like you say, no way over this wall as Scout throws out the bubble as well. It is going to be a trade of Drakes in this early stage, but EDG will not be put in that soul point position this game.
And Scout moves around, gets the bubble onto the jungler, chunks him out, gets his flash, earns the team the objective without any bloodshed. No top laners have to burn their teleports either. Just going to be the draw there as they pick it up in the aftermath.
And I love the movements of EDG just because it feels like they're playing with confidence, you know? They know the position that they're in, but I feel like that we're seeing the same EDG that we've seen all series long, apart from the first game where both teams were a little bit hesitant to make that first play. But even then, it was they who used that Realm Warp to make that first blood happen in the bot lane. It's just every objective, they are there, they're ready to fight, and they're ready to contest to make sure that they can maintain this early game lead that they built for themselves.
Nobody expected EDG to win the finals in the LPL. Nobody expected them to win the finals at Worlds, and yet they are 2-0 ahead in the finals here, setting themselves up with some very good outs for later in the game. 2 of the early kills, both of them, all of this gold funneled onto Flandre on this Kennen. And with him reaching very close to level 11 and having his jungler here.
This is a problem. He's decided to commit, but he throws away the ultimate, and JJ's easily able to tidy it up.
What a juke. Flandre reels him in, and JJ cleans him up. Bottom side, Damwon know they have to make an opposite side of the map play here. Their top laner's already gone down. They know they're going to lose on top side, but trying to push them out off of bottom and make it a trade.
Yep, they're going all in on this one as well, as Mako decides to go forward. There's a Mega Inferno Bomb. This Viper not taking too much damage from it, though, as Damwon Kia, hard commit. They do take the turret. Satchel Charge going to help out, and Showmaker turns up. It wasn't necessarily needed for that one. In EDG, they trade on the top side after the kill onto Khan. He has teleport. In fact, there are 3 teleports up here for Damwon Kia. Not too many options as far as plays around the map. Scout gets that wave towards the turret. Now looks for a little bit more. The bubble connects onto a minion. It's not too much to worry about. Shirley available for the next little while, and we'll see whether she is going to be another point of contention once again.
Well, pings are coming down from EDG. That is a lot of red pings saying EDG is on their way. They want to fight for this as they have consistently done throughout this series. Mako is the first to arrive to drop those wards down. Khan looking to contest. We can see that Flandre does have the teleport, not level 11 just yet. I imagine that's what he wants to get before the fight kicks off. And there it is, the second point in his ultimate. An extra bit of damage coming into the team fight, which is definitely going to be very valued off the back of his rocket belt being completed as well.
Yeah, he's very scary cannon at this point in time. Mako gonna have to walk over some mines perhaps. No, he's gonna be all right.
Going around for a flank, but you see both sides are warded here by Damwon. So if Flandre goes for it, he's going to run into a lot of wards, and they take a huge amount of poke damage.
Yeah, Khan has found Flandre here. End of the line comes out as well, as it looks like Shirley has been started by Damwon Kia. The cannon very far away from this fight as the stolen ignite lands onto Khan.
Mako doesn't have his ultimate quite yet. They want that cooldown, but the Rift Herald might have to be given over. They can't afford to wait for it, and Damwon will sneak it through.
Yeah, the timing not quite right there for EDG, but it was smart of them not to decide to go further in. They can fight over this next dragon. As we, of course, have the Ocean Soul available to us. Showmaker looking for the stun, does get it onto JJ there, who immediately has the Crescent Guard to stop himself from going down. But now, another cooldown unavailable.
Scout did use his TP to join the fight. A lot was invested there. Good damage from Scout.
The bubble is going to land onto Showmaker as well. It's so important. He wants to get the Paddle Star, but couldn't quite wrap it around the rest of Damwon Kia. Golden goes barrel as Mako makes his way out of the fight, but he can't get back in, and JJ didn't have the ulti and will be taken down. Damwon get the pick, but it's just one.
Not only do they save Barrel, they extract him without even having to use his flash, but they also take down Jungle. What a team fight there from Damwon, salvaging this situation over and over. It's been some all-in kind of risky engages from Barrel on this Xin Zhao and has been turned around from him in the previous iterations, but this time around, they secure it onto JJ, they get that gold, and they keep this one within striking distance.
Honestly, I just think that it was a bit of an overcommitment from EDG because they'd already used JJ's ultimate in an earlier trade, but the moment the sleep lands from Scout, they see it. They see the play happening. JJ tries to land the W, doesn't quite connect due to a good flash from Showmaker, and then this pillar, look, everything gets interrupted from Mako. JJ has nowhere to run to. He ends up falling, and the follow-up just doesn't come through because Flandre is not in position soon enough. So EDG overcommit just a bit, and Damwon is very quick to punish.
Nerves of steel. How many times have stopwatches been the reason for overcommitting? Barrel there, he does not hesitate. He waits until he sees the whites of their eyes. The Rakan is right next to him, about to charm. Then he hits the stopwatch. They draw out the cooldowns. He still has his flash. He walks away unscathed. He makes it look so clean, so easy, baiting in EDG and securing that kill.
It's going to be turrets falling on the top side of the map. They were looking for the inner as well, but Scout is able to defend for the moment. Now Khan feels that there's going to be a lot of enemies in the area, and there certainly were, so he has to give up his own red buff. In fact, it's taken right on top of Vision, which is a little bit of adding insult to injury right there. Has to watch his prize fall. Now we'll be able to clear out the minions. Attacking his inner turret. Showmaker moving back to this mid lane now, and as the dust settles, it is very easy. 500 gold is in it here as we tick over towards 19 minutes into this game.
And I have to say that while we don't have a crowd in Iceland, I know that there are crowds around the world watching. Like, we saw on Twitter all the videos from all the LPL fans, like, filling up arenas and stuff, showing their support for EDG. You can only imagine that the same thing is happening over in Korea. The support and fandom for both of these organizations and these teams is absolutely massive. And you know that they both want to represent their region well.
So much pressure on this game. It is incredible here. And I love that it is the clash of #1 LPL versus #1 LCK to see who will write the history books. Is this actually the year, the resurgence of the LCK? You know, so much was made of the downfall in 2018 and those 2 years where LPL were champions, but Damwon trying to rewrite it now. If they would win here, back-to-back championships, start to create their own dynasty, whereas the rebuttal from EDG finally breaking their curse this year and just putting LPL right back on top.
And if EDG win, it's another LPL team that wins a World Championship title. Invictus Gaming, FPX, Suning making to the finals last year and falling short to Damwon, but to have a completely different team win in the span of 4 years, that just goes to show the breadth of talent that does exist in the LPL and why they are considered so powerful as a region.
Yeah, just incredible stuff here for both of these teams. The stakes could not be higher, and no one remembers second place in a tournament like this. No matter who wins this, if Damwon wins, oh, the LCK looked fantastic that year. If EDG wins, LPL had it all along. And that's just the reality of the situation. There can only be one winner at the World Championship, and EDG could completely rewrite the script by taking this one game. This one game at the end of it all, after the longest possible road they could have taken to get here, as Mako taking a fair bit of damage. The Mega Inferno Bomb actually thrown out a little bit hastily there from Ghost.
Yeah, you can tell. The pressure really is having an effect. Immediate follow-up there. It's a decently low cooldown ultimate, but exchanged for nothing there, so nice little adventure for Mako. Trying to get some vision for the team, trying to push away across halfway point. And it is fitting that our game number 5 is this close.
Yeah, I can only imagine what the players are feeling right now, because the tension, the single mistake, that one play that can define the entire series. Everyone wants to be the hero, but no one wants to be the failure that falls short in the final moment. The next Drake spawns in 1 minute and 45 seconds. Damwon currently have control over the bot side of the map. Khan is taking a bit of chip damage, but nothing really going to amount. I imagine this next Dragon is where we're going to see the big exchange between the two teams.
Yeah, I will say one thing, especially for Damwon, is watch your back. Mako keeps going on these adventures into the red quadrant of their jungle, trying to set up the vision so that they can have these flanks. They can have Flandre coming from one side, Mako coming from the other, and making the back line squirm. If they can get this setup for the fight. Hello.
Yeah, some ships in the night right
there. That's some honorable support play right there.
It's like, you go here, I'll go here.
Tipping their hats to one another.
We've got vision score to go after.
Yeah. How do you do, sir? Beautiful.
And a lot of it is, of course, around this Drake that we talked about a minute now. The top wave, neither team has gone for. They could send Khan up there. They could also send Flandre up there. Flandre's going to push out this bot wave, does have the teleport available, but have to bring up that vision that we talked so much about. Look at this bot control. All of it in the favor of Damwon, except for that one little ward just outside of the control ward's eye that will be a potential flank ward for EDG to leverage.
And you oftentimes will set jobs for people when there is a lull like this and everybody's looking forward to that team fight. Big part of the job's there for Damwon. Marking this cannon, a good use for Trundle Pillar is of course trying to find the cannon early, throw down the pillar just to make or delay that engage and force him to use some...
Showmaker.
Yeah, he's so far forward, has to flash out. The scan of the week is good, but it's not good enough. The slicing Maelstrom comes in and now Khan trying to take down Canyon. There's the collateral damage finally. He gets it done and he's not done yet. JJ taking a lot of damage. Khan will fall down. Ghost is still alive, doing a fair bit of work, but Beryl, he's in the middle of 4 people and EDG will wipe them off the map. It's just a lonely Ziggs and EDG have full control.
They find Showmaker and they put him in the dirt. EDG don't give them time to set up, time to hand out those jobs. Mako has been setting up this vision for the past 2 minutes. Vedius, all of that groundwork laid, adventure after adventure into the red quadrant of the jungle, and they find him. They find the Syndra.
And so much of this game is thanks to JJ, yes, but Flandre has been such a consistent and reliable factor, and the fact that he was able to get into that bush, the fact that he was able to catch out Showmaker, the top jungle duo together found their mark, they found the team fight, and now they have 3 Drakes and are looking to take control over this final game.
Yeah, it is soul point here for EDG. We have another 4.5 minutes before the fight for that soul, but it's so much extra control, and we saw in the last game, EDG are so good at holding onto it as we throw to the Axe replay.
No hesitation. Look at that. All 3 members from EDG. JJ hits the W, dashes over the sidewall. Both Rakan and Kennen engage, and now they're right back at it.
Yeah, Observe is a little bit trolled by the fact that it's Leona taking damage. She doesn't die, remember? Able to just wander her way out.
And that was all for the Scuttle Crab, as should be. World Finals, you should be competing. Every last breath for that crab. The EDG that secure it. 2K is the goal lead in their favor. To be honest, I feel like that if you could describe this series, it would be a 2K gold lead. That just goes to show how close both these teams are. EDG have been ever so slightly ahead in a lot of early games in terms of the gold, but Damwon have done a great job of keeping even. You can see second items are starting to come through. Flandre and Khan really are the big damage dealers at this point in time, but look at this, a Force of Nature completed by Jeje, knowing that the real threat are those AP threats. Beryl once again looking for a pick. Mako awkwardly stuck between a rock and a billet.
Yeah, that's you had a rock and a hard place opportunity there.
I know, I tried to be clever with it, you know.
The low-hanging fruit was not taken by Avidius. Not this time around.
Great evasive maneuvers there.
That was beautiful.
Successfully avoided.
And then I decided to run right into it immediately afterwards.
So much here comes down to it, though. And you see Damwon continuing to fish around, popping these sweepers, looking for the opportunity. They know if one person on EDG makes that mistake, this still can be blown wide open for them, trying to find that pick. They've got the follow-up. They do the groundwork here. Again, pushing out on top side. Khan, he's now the one with the Graves. Shoves it out on top side, gets the reset off before they can transition over, but right back at it. Mako constantly setting up for these possible picks, constantly getting this deeper vision, giving them the advantage.
Now Viper with his Bloodthirster completed. He's going to go that route as well. Collector done for Khan on the opposite side. Of course, the Bloodthirster is an option for the Graves, but he's not deciding to go that way. Is now Damwon position around this Baron that is under vision from EDG. Control it in that back of the pit. Damwon need to do their vision homework, clear things out as best they can. Mako coming back in yet again. After a fresh shot, does have himself just one control ward. There's will repair in that brush. As JJ goes in, immediately Mako follows up. The quickness stun, absolutely fantastic as the charm comes through, but the ulti from Viper doesn't connect onto the targets that they wanted in EDG. Not going to be able to find anything of note. Flash is almost available again for Khan and Canyon. Good scatter the weak for the stun there. JJ gets himself out. Half health, but still feeling healthy enough to fight for these objectives.
Really clean from Mako there. I thought that could have been another massive fight for EDG, but the follow-up wasn't quite there. Viper not quite able to land his ultimate. And Flandre didn't want to commit. Doesn't quite have the flash just yet.
Exactly. It's so imperative for Flandre to be careful with his cooldowns. Everything now riding on the Kennen, since the supports have traded their ults already, and Beryl has to flash as well.
Yeah, he's out of position. Flandre underneath this turret, desperate for it, but doesn't quite calculate effectively. And Beryl's able to successfully limp his way up, but no flash, no possible engage with that one now available for Beryl.
Wait, the two-man Baron is going on right now. EDG have no idea.
Yeah, and Damwon here can throw down the ultimate from the Ziggs. The Baron's still going down.
This is the World Finals, and they're sneaking it with two people. 3K left, Canyon going down, burning.
Mako, can he actually get a ward into this pit? He does, and he gets the bad news! It is taken by Khan. There was no smite because Canyon had to use it to stay alive!
Absolutely brilliant from Damwon. The bait and switch was real. While EDG were focused on securing that mid tower, they didn't even realize that the Baron was being snuck right from underneath their noses. Now with the Baron buff, they're going to leverage this to try and get mid control and look to fight for the Ocean Soul.
Damwon pulled a magic trick out of their hats in Game 5, 28 minutes in, now wearing Baron. This changes the entire structure of the game. They can now hard shove, already pushing up bottom side with Khan now joining the rest of the team. No more teleport left on him. He's got to get there because the long range picks with the mid laners are threatening once again. Moving into the river for the vision.
Oh, they're immediately starting off this fight. Yeah, the Solar Flare's going to land. Flandre goes golden. He can't use that on the offensive now in this fight if it does actually break out. But Flash, Slicing Maelstrom, both available for the Cannon. Keep your eye on the Lightning Mouse to see whether he can get the work done. But the Drake under EDG's control, and this is Ocean Soul available for the LPL squad. The teleport to come in through from the flank for Flandre. It's Damwon Kia, they're still biding their time, waiting for their opportunity as Mako goes in, pops immediately like a balloon, but Canyon going to follow suit. Flandre gets exhausted, and Khan now trying to continue this fight. Some low health bars as the flash comes forward. Khan goes golden. Viper is still alive though, flashes in, Showmaker down to 200. He's a sitting duck, and it's a double kill for Scout. Now he's flashing forward, picking up all of the summoner spells, and it is good night for Ghost and an ace for EDG.
EDG will smash the dreams of the LCK into the ground here. They get the soul, Venius. They clean up the extra kills off of the team fight, and EDG will push ahead, taking full control of Summoner's Rift.
It is EDG that is out team fighting the team fighting titans that is Damwon. No one thought that they could falter in the 5v5. No one thought that Damwon could fall short, but it is EDG that is stepping up for the LPL and is getting everything that they want against Damwon.
Mako sacrifices himself in the initiation, and it's about the follow-up from Flandre on the Kennen that got all these early kills. Mako goes in, locks up 3, gets bursted down, and then Viper dishing a huge amount of damage, but Flandre creates the space for JJ to secure the dragon while they're all getting picked off. And then Flandre escapes with the charge out off the back of the fight, and since Viper's been kept alive, he can flash forward on Aphelios once again. Where have I seen this before? The Aphelios, after the dragon fight, flashing forward, cleaning up the kills for EDG.
And also, I love that he knew that he could flash in, because all of the buttons had been used from Darwin in that engage. So he just knows, I can just take this.
It was definitely more clear in this game than in the FBX game. yeah, I could definitely fight for it. That one was a nail-biter.
Wow, but what a performance from EDG. They now have everything that they need to get the LPL their 3rd world title in 4 years. It was Damwon who was able to stop that track record. It was they who defeated Suning last year. But now EDG, a team that many coming into the tournament expected to be a favorite, a team that many considered to be able to rival Damwon, but not to be able to defeat them, is coming up clutch in this 5th game.
Especially for guys like Mako and Scout, who have put so much time into this organization, almost their entire careers. Mako 7 years, Scout 7, and Scout 6 after his T1 time.
Yep.
Those guys have really put in the time.
And remember that EDG, they weren't always the LPL's favorites, right? Like the fact that they
certainly were not.
They took apart WE, they took Clearlove away, they won MSI, but after that, they just kept falling short. Worlds became a meme for EDG, but here they are in the finals, so close to securing themselves the World Championship. And the fact that in their 1st year, they finally make it past the quarterfinals to win the whole thing would be massive for EDG and the LPL.
Okay, back to this game though, still some split pushing to be done for DK. They send Khan out to the bottom side, pushes in, forces the recall, forces the resets. They're gonna try and salvage this situation. It is an Ocean Soul, so you can cut the effectiveness by getting your grievous wounds. A bit easier than some of the other souls to deal with.
Yeah, but still going to be very difficult for Damwon to figure out, as we do have 1 minute and 15 seconds before the Baron does come back up. And of course, remember, it was double duty winning that fight, taking the soul, because it also wiped an entire Baron off the map. There was no way for that power play to actually work out in Damwon's favor. The amount of value that EDG picked up there now get themselves towards a 4,000 gold lead. More importantly, with that Dragon Soul available. 2 minutes on the Elder. Just 1 for the Baron. Damwon Kia not out of it just yet, but EDG getting very, very close to securing this game. And all of their control on the map is only emphasized by Scout's Zoe that has been just so good this series. Look at how dark it is.
Certainly has been. And they are denying as much vision as possible. EDG playing through 2 lanes right now. They don't care about the bot wave. They want to keep Scout with the rest of his team. They want to make sure that he can continuously poke. And look, you can see this kind of 1-3-1 throughout the top jungle where Scout is just wave clearing. And then JJ, Viper, and Mako are kind of like rotating between top and mid, making sure that this vision stays cleared out. And the moment Damwon tried to enter, this is where they're at most danger.
Beautiful vision toggle by the observers. Really conveys the sense of dread, the dread that Damwon are feeling, trying to walk in here, trying to look for an opportunity to get back into this game. They just hard shove out mid and try to find it there.
Yeah, it could be a team fight possibility as Khan's moving forward. Yeah, maybe a little bit out of sync with his team, but that is a tired barrel. That is not what you want. Scout taking a bit of damage back though, and Mako down to about 50%, but all he needs to do is get that team fight working, get it started in the right way, and he's still going to be doing his job. Mega Inferno Bomb doesn't do really too much, but EDG still slightly softened up, but now the value of this Ocean Soul comes in. They just wait a couple of ticks, and then they're back to fight and ready yet again.
Generation is very valuable here for EDG. The Elder's actually going to be spawning very soon. I'm pretty sure that we're going to be seeing a fight over the Elder before the first Baron of the game.
Yeah.
Which is definitely a little bit of the wrong way around. But here we are, saying that EDG will start off the Baron. They will force Damwon to come to them. Look at the positioning of Mako.
Yeah, Beryl's going to put a ward down, so he's going to be spotted out, but able to move out of the way of the Zenith Blade. Now Damwon here in position, but this teleport flank is fantastic from Flandre. The Moonlight Vigil not quite able to do enough there. As Khan's able to quick draw his way out, and Flandre's been spotted. EDG going to back off the Baron as Damwon Kia moving towards this Elder. It ticked down. It is spawned right now, and Damwon are like, well, you guys want to trade, we'll take this one.
Oh, Showmaker.
Oh, off to the side. Can he find it? No, Flandre able to get himself out as Mako now dives in. Canyon, the one that's going to be the target. Does he have the subjugate to keep himself alive? It does not work. And Scout locks down the jungle, and now no smite. And this Elder Drake is on the table. Damwon Kia, can they stop it? Are they going to give up an Elder? I don't think he can afford to do that. As they move themselves back around. Gravitum going to stun up Beryl, but he's able to get himself into the brush. The Elder, I don't think Damwon have an answer to this. 25 seconds on Canyon, but he has no teleport or anything, as now Flandre looking for Showmaker, the counter flash to come through from the Syndra, but he's so far away from the potential fight. Khan trying to fight this one out, as in they go. Mega Inferno Bomb comes down, but the flash comes out from Viper. He takes down Beryl. Now who is going to answer this AD carry? The shutdown onto Flandre some way towards the bottom side, but that's not what we're looking at. There is no smite on the side of Damwon Kia, but the dragon resets. Oh, the flash doesn't work out there for Khan, but he's still trying to get this one done. It does not work, and the dragon will be taken down.
Oh my goodness, are you kidding me? Showmaker gets the 1v1 kill on the outside of the picture-in-picture. Khan trying to come up with heroics of his own. Vedius inside the pit. He's unable to stop them, to deny them from getting the Elder Dragon, but Damwon are going kicking and screaming down in this game.
Khan is one game away from securing his first ever international competition. He was supposed to end his career with a win, and EDG is just taking absolutely everything from him, and it is Scout that is finding these picks, able to weave in the Q, lands the bubble to finish him off, and this is the 5v4 that EDG initially create. Then the dance begins.
So beautiful there, just playing around the cooldowns. As soon as they saw the Syndra knockback used, immediate follow-up there. Mako went in, Scout finds the kill, and now retreating to the dragon. They've got the Ocean Soul. They're healing up, and Flandre just wants to go 1v1 Showmaker, forces the flash on the bottom of your screen. They're out of sight. We're after the Baron in real life, it looks like, as we're still going through the rest of this one, finding the rest of the kills. Khan and Ghost trying to do heroics, and we're back out to it.
Canyon!
No. Canyon's behind enemy lines, trying to look for his opportunity. That wasn't a bubble that connected, but Mako's going to be able to get it with the quickness. There's an angry dragon that's going to eat him, and it's Viper that sends him to the grave. And EDG, they've taken down yet another smite, and they should be able to take down this Baron, as Damwon Kia looking to try and secure some funny business and try and get whatever they can on this map to answer, but they are just clutching at straws right now.
Yeah, Damwon saying, you're going to have to pull this Game 5 out of my cold, dead hands. They're trying everything they can think of. Oh, sneaky play here from Canyon. Maybe he can hide in the brush without being seen, and surprise flash over the back of Baron. No way. EDG, they find him, they sniff him out. Oh, maybe they can pull up the split push.
Well, Ghost is headed towards the afterlife. I didn't even see that he was there, and Scout just pops him. As now Showmaker looking to try and answer this. Zoe throws down the gameplay button, should have Scout of the Week available, and there it is. Not much you can do about that, and Scout, he tried to flash out of the way, but it didn't quite work. But the Baron, it's already gone, and EDG, they're going for a base race, and I think my money's on them.
Yeah, Damwon have to go for that play to pick somebody off, but it means they're not going to stop in the push for EDG. Baron up, siege continues.
Ghost has 20 seconds left. He has the ultimate available to him. Damwon need that wave clear.
Elder Drake just wears off now, so Damwon Kia can try and answer. Solar Flare does not find any joy whatsoever. Beryl's going to get stunned up. Mako diving so far forward. Moonlight Vigil not going to connect. One last Nexus turret is available, and EDG are like, all right, We've taken ourselves an inhibitor. We're not going to bite off more than we can chew. We do get a moment of respite.
So much power here on the side of EDG. And yet, Damwon, you see them pulling out the scraps, the low probability plays. Okay, yes, we have to give you the Baron, but we're going to try and push on this side. They shove up the mid lane wave. Oh, they go for the pick over on the other side of the map. And because they got Scout, they didn't get pushed all the way in. They were able to do just enough, Vedius, despite still being in such a big hole here, to salvage some of the situation. Scout, though, with the Elder Dragon.
My name is Zoe.
My God, he's so good.
Yeah, that
crazy bubble landing there to start it all off, and then landing the follow-up, too, with a body blocker there.
That's just ludicrous.
Regardless, we're still in this one. So close now with still 1 minute and 15 seconds left on this Baron. You have plenty of time for 2 more waves for EDG to be able to shove, to get more out of their rewards for that Baron. As much as Damwon are fighting, kicking and screaming, scrapping to try and avoid losing this game, EDG will steamroll ahead. They are inevitable. They will come for the siege. Ken in mid, push up that wave. Super minions on top side. You see Khan trying to buy some time there, and the rest of EDG looking for what they're hoping to be their final fight.
Well, Mega Inferno Bomb's going to try and deny it, but look at the Baron protecting these minions so well. The Ziggs, the wave clear doesn't really work, and now that's a teamfight tool that they're missing as well. Moonlight Vigil going to connect onto Ghost fantastically, but he does satchel his way out. Still, it's just going to be creating space to take down these inhibitor turrets and inhibitors. The mid lane going to go down as well, as EDG will crush the base of Damwon Kia. Do they have it in them? In order to close this one out right here, there is one turret between EDG and history right now as Viper dashes forward. Showmaker goes golden, but it's not going to keep him alive. Mako is going to be the sacrificial lamb, but it's a double kill already for Flandre. Lightning rushing his way out of this one, and now the Nexus is exposed. Damwon Kia are limping, and EDG have the man advantage. The Nexus will go down, and against all odds, EDG will be your 2021 World Champions.
They've done it! They've actually done it! The LPL is back on top. Vedius, combo breaker on Damwon's attempt for the back-to-back titles. So much prestige there. All the EDG had to do was break their world's curse as soon as they got through the quarterfinals. They make it all the way to the end. Champions. 15 games in the knockout stage. No other team has ever had to work that hard, play that many games to convert, to make it happen.
A historic run for EDG and a heartbreaking loss for Damwon. A team that looked so dominant, a team that seemed like a cut above everyone else. It was EDG that was able to match them. It was EDG that was able to get the better of them. But what an amazing final. We got to see 2 of the best teams in the world go toe-to-toe. Some incredible team fighting at every point throughout the series, but it will be EDG that comes out on top. It will be EDG that are the world champions of 2021.
The adaptations, the smite fights, so much work put in by this team.
It was just so much control for EDG, but in every single game, it felt neck and neck. So congratulations to EDG as we head to the trophy ceremony presented by Mercedes-Benz.
EDG is such an incredible team.
This EDG just feels different.
Now that they've broken that barrier, there's nothing holding them back.
Viper came to play today. This is how you do it. That must feel so incredibly good. EDG won it all.
Congratulations on becoming the 2021 League of Legends World Champions. We're very excited to present you with the first ever World Championship ring, personalized to commemorate your victory. Great job. Amazing. GG. Awesome job. Cheers. Great job. Great job.
Thank you so much for that, John. Congratulations, EDG, your 2021 League of Legends World Champions. Unbelievable. It is time to talk to our champions. And Meiko, I have to start with you. So many years on this roster, so much given to this team. What does it mean to you to finally lift the Summoners Cup?
首先，恭喜我们 EDG 所有的队员们能够获得这一次2021全球总决赛的总冠军。第一个问题想要问一下我们的 Meiko 选手 ，Meiko 和 EDG 一起走过了非常多漫长的时光，也为 EDG 付出了很多属于自己的青春。所以说 ，Meiko 选手觉得这一次终于捧杯，对于自己来讲意味着什么呢？
从我15年来到 EDG 嘛，就可能也刚开始也拿到过好的成绩，然后也经历过一些困难和低谷，就我觉得一起能坚持到现在，然后我觉得是拿到这冠军的话已经值得了。
So starting the journey with EDG, starting from the 2015, to be honest, we've had some very good results at the beginning, but after that we still got so many obstacles, so many difficulties, but now we were able to overcome all of them to just leave this trophy for us. I feel like efforts just paid off. Everything is worth of.
Everything is worth it when you win the World Championship, and not only that, you beat the reigning World Champions to do it in a Game 5. Meiko, what do you think the key was for your team to topple Damwon in this Game 5?
而且你们不仅仅是获得了我们 S11的全球总决赛冠军，而且特别也是在面对去年的一个冠军 DWG Kia 的时候，你们也展现出了很强劲的一个表现力。所以说，你觉得最重要的能够在这一场 BO5之中击败 DK 最重要的原因是什么呢？
我觉得是今年就是大家一直都是，就是刚开始吧，春季赛可能有一些挫折，然后。 就 BO5打多了，然后我觉得后面大家慢慢的心态啊，然后包括在这种最后一局的冷静的这种情况，我觉得就是还是大家一整年的努力和一条心吧，我觉得。
I really feel like starting from the spring split, to be honest, we really faced some obstacles. But after this, we really played so many best of fives through this whole years. And after this, we really learned a lot through this journey. And also, I think all of us just put in full effort into the game. And we have a very good teammates. We have a very good roster. So because of this, we were able to get the win for today's game.
And talking about the clutch, I have to ask JJ. You said in the EDG documentary that you felt like you weren't lucky when it came to important Baron steals and objective securings throughout this year. However, at the World Championship, and especially today, you were so important to your team. What gave you the confidence to perform as well as you did in this final?
那下一个问题想问一下杰杰选手，其实，在之前的纪录片中，你有提到说，好像感觉这一年在很多很重要的抢龙拼惩的时候，自己好像都不那么的幸运。但是在这次全球总决赛，特别是在今天决赛的 BO5之中，你的每一次表现总能为团队的胜利来更进一步。所以说，想问一下，你是从哪里有这样的自信，能够一如既往的有着这样亮丽的发挥呢？
就是之前已经失败太多次了，就想着这次应该能成功。
I have experienced so many failures from the past journey, so I just believe that this time we can get the win.
Absolutely. I would like to ask Flandre as well. You've traveled so many years to even make it to the World Championship. What is it about this team and about EDG that allowed you to rise above and beyond and now be able to call yourself a world champion?
那下一个问题也想问一下我们的上单 Flandre 圣枪哥。其实圣枪哥也是一名老将，一直来到全球总决赛的舞台，也是用了很多年，付出了很多的努力。所以说，你觉得这个 EDG 这个全员是为什么能够让整个团队变得更加的强大，然后最后能够获得这个全球总决赛的冠军呢？
首先，其实我觉得我来 EDG 的时候，其实对我来说算是一个新的开始嘛。然后其实。 中间春季赛的时候，其实大家成绩都很不理想的。然后我们夏季赛的时候，大家一起想办法，然后我们找到我们最适合我们的方法，然后现在也夺冠了，我觉得就特别不容易吧。
So I really feel like coming to EDG is a new start to me personally. And in this spring, we have so many difficult times, but we were able to just, especially from this summer, we just to try so many different strategies. We just share our ideas, and finally we were able to find a way that we can get the win. And I feel it's a very hard journey, but it's have a very good result.
Had a good ending. Flandre, I also wanted to ask you about last year. SOFM, your teammate from before, said that he wanted you to do well. And I've heard from Wendy that you have a lot of friends on a lot of teams in the LPL. Is there anyone you would like to shout out and commemorate this victory too?
那其实圣枪哥，其实在去年的一些采访当中 ，Sofen 是有在全球总决赛的舞台中喊话圣枪哥，说希望能够在明年，也就是今年，能够看到你能有一个非常非常亮眼的一个发挥。而现在圣枪哥也站到了总冠军的一个位置上，而且其实圣枪哥也在 LPL 有很多很多的好朋友。所以说，你有没有什么特别的想要对某一位选手送上你的一些祝福呢？然后来更多的铭记这一个时刻。
我觉得首先能赢，肯定是因为肥哥就是收粉，打之前就叫我帮他报仇嘛，然后今天就肯定得帮他报仇，然后还是要谢谢我刚打职业的时候老 Snake 那一批吧，就非常感谢他们。
So I think before today's game, to be honest, SOFM just said to me, like, please help me to take the revenge against Dom Kia. So we're friends, so definitely I'll just make this promise. And also finally we're able to just help SOFM to take this revenge. And also the one that I would like to share all my wishes is the former teammates from the Snake, my previous team.
Yeah, wonderful. Scout, when we look at the context of your career and where you started in 2015 on SKT, then all the years you have spent on EDG and all of the heartbreaks, this is a monumental moment for you. What does it mean to you personally to hoist the Summoners Cup and be a world champion?
那下一个问题，想要问一下我们的中单多多 Scout 的选手。其实回顾一下多多的一个履历，从2015年的 SKT 出道到2016年加入到 EDG 这个大家庭，你们一起有过很多的收获，但也有很多心碎的瞬间。但是在今天，你终于捧起了梦寐以求的召唤师奖杯。所以说，你觉得对你个人而言，这意味着什么呢？
我觉得一直以来都我自己挑战了很多吧，然后也失败了很多。 但是现在在 EDG 努力了很久之后，终于拿到了全球总决赛冠军，特别开心。然后特别是我算是帮李哥报仇了，所以特别开心。
So I really have faced so many challenges through this whole journey, so many difficulties, but finally I was able to just have a very good result. I'm super happy at this moment, and also I helped Faker to take the revenge, so I'm also very happy about this part.
A lot of revenge today, indeed. Viper, we saw you stepping onto the world stage in the first time in 2019. You have developed so much as a player since then. How do you look back on the journey you've traveled and the player you are today that is able to win the World Championship?
사실 19년도 바이퍼 선수 그리핀에 있었던 롤드컵에 비해 이번 롤드컵에 많이 달라졌던 것 같아요. 그래서 혹시 2년 동안 어떤 점에서 개인적으로 발전했다고 생각하시나요?
우선 스스로 좀 부족한 점을 많이 보완하고 또 발전을 시켜야 할 점을 발전시켜야겠다 생각했고 어떻게 잘 됐고 좋은 팀원들 만나서 작년과 재작년에 솔직히 만족스럽지 않은 성적을 거뒀기 때문에 꼭 이 자리에 서고 싶었는데 이렇게 설 수 있어서 정말 기쁜 것 같아요.
I really feel like previously I have like some parts I didn't manage to do so well, so I try to make some adjustments and adaptation to those parts, and also for some parts that I can develop more, I also worked on them a lot. And also for this year, I have been able to meet a very good teammates, a very good team, and also I really feel like through this whole journey that maybe there's some obstacles, but I'm very happy that I'm able to still be here to get this trophy.
那这个问题是想问
一下 Viper 选手，其实 Viper 选手上一次在全球总决赛的舞台亮相也是19年，伴随着格里芬，然后在这一次再一次的来到全球总决赛的舞台上斩获了冠军。所以说也想问一下，在这2年当中，可能他觉得会有哪些的成长和变化呢？那么 Viper 选手的回答也是，其实我感觉有很多我没有做得很好的地方，那我就是进行了一些完善，同时呢，可能我有一些就是我能够做得更好的地方呢，然后我也是进行了更多的一些成长，而且在今年我也遇到了一些很好的一些队友，可能在去年还有前年我们的成绩没有能够拿到很好，所以说能够在今年把这些给完善，然后能取得一个很好的成绩，我非常的开心。
Thank you so much. Finally, I'd like to ask the coaching staff some questions, but maybe Maokai and Zukan. First off, you have traveled such a journey with this team, especially this year, and these accomplishments are incredible. The LPL championship and now a world champion. What would you like to say to your team, and not just the people we see on stage, but also backstage, that have helped make this a reality?
那这个问题想问一下2位教练，其实感觉这一年对于 EDG 来讲是一个像比较奇迹的一年，获得了 LPL 的夏季赛冠军，然后来到全球总决赛的舞台，也斩获了全球总决赛的冠军。所以说，或许2位教练有没有什么话想要对所有 EDG 的大家说的呢？不光是在台上奋斗的5名队员，还有所有在幕后一直工作，然后一直支持 EDG 的所有的工作人员们。
首先我觉得真的像一个奇迹，然后但是我觉得我们5个选手从这一次来到冰岛之后，我觉得他们是最值得称赞的5个选手，他们发挥的真的很棒，所以今天的胜利完全属于他们，他们也配得上。然后，但是除了我们队员之外，其实包括我们教练组，包括来冰岛所有12个幕后的工作人员，其实都非常辛苦。我们整个团队其实都很向往这个冠军，大家都做得非常非常的棒。然后不止我们来冰岛的12个，包括在我们国内的，包括我们的老板，对吧？每天都会关心我们，嘘寒问暖。包括像阿布今年也加入到我们教练组，其实他在国内也给了我们很多很多的建议和意见。像我们国内的运营团队也会给到我们很多的帮助和支持。所以说，这一次的获胜或者这一次的冠军，其实是属于整个 EDG 的冠军，是这个大家庭的一个冠军，所以我觉得是整个 EDG 的胜利。对。
So first of all, I would like to appreciate all the teammates on the stage. All of them just put in full effort, and I really think they deserve this champion. They deserve this trophy. And also, I really would like to give my thanks to all the staffs from EDG, the coaching staff, and also the 12 staffs that together with me, together with us to be here in Iceland after the long travel. I really appreciate that because they all put in full effort. So this is the miracle that made by all of us. And also I want to give thanks to our CEO, that they really helped us a lot as well, and also to the operation team and also Jixing, the Abu, another coach he joined our coaching team in China for this year. And also we really feel like also not only in Iceland but also in China there are so many EDG staffs that helped us a lot. So I really feel this miracle is not only belongs to us but also belongs to this EDG family as a whole,
across the whole world. Is there anything you'd like to add?
首先我觉得大家这一路走来都非常的困难吧。然后我觉得可能就是最后面，就是我觉得我们队伍身上最大的优点就是我们会去想尽办法去改变，然后去进步，以及我们有很强的从失败跟挫折中恢复过来的能力。然后我觉得这个冠军就对我们而言是。不负我们的坚持跟努力吧。然后我觉得就是非常就是感谢大家所有人的一个付出，包括我们的幕后团队，包括我们的所有选手，包括阿布，我觉得，然后包括就是老板，然后谢谢。
So I really feel through this whole long journey, we have faced so many obstacles, so many difficulties, but we were able to just make the improvements, the adjustments, have changed our minds, and also we have the ability to recover from the difficulties very quickly. And also, I think all of us just put full effort into this tournament. So I really want to give my appreciation to all the teammates, to the EDG coaching staffs, to all the staffs that's supporting us, to Abu, to our CEO, to all of them.
To everyone. Thank you all very much. Our champions, that means there's only one thing left to do, and that is to crown our Oppo MVP.
the MVP of LPL Finals.
Scout is going for more. Gonna find the slow. Gonna find the assassination. Scout is here for supremacy. Scout could theoretically go for the big root. Yes, he does. The flash follow. That was beautiful. The youngest player left the world sets up first blood. And it's a swoop in. The slicing Maelstrom turns it back. 3 kills so far. Kennen gonna make it a 4th. And now Tidal Wave coming across. Big damage. The bubble's gonna land as well. BDD, he's ignited. He's got a shield. And he's just gonna drop. Gonna go in for the play, double auto, gets the Q, get the oh my word, that is a lot of damage, and execution from Viper's.
Scout, congratulations. You are the finals MVP, and when we just told you, you seemed pretty surprised to receive the honor. What is your first reaction to being voted the finals MVP?
那首先恭喜我们 Scout 的选手获得了我们 OPPO 的 FMVP。那第一个问题也是想要问到的是，其实刚才在宣布的时候 ，Scout 的选手露出了一种比较错愕、比较惊讶的一个表情。所以说，能问一下，当你得知自己获得了 FMVP 决赛 FMVP 的第一反应是什么呢？
挺意外的吧？我觉得这5局自己的表现不算特别好吧。然后我自己觉得是，就第5局开局之前就觉得感觉我们打野选手玩的挺好的。然后要是我们赢的话，我是以为会给打野 FMVP 吧。
So I'm really surprised that first time I have noticed that I'm the FMVP because I really feel through this whole 5 games I didn't manage to perform that good. Yeah, and also before the 5th game I really feel like maybe the FMVP should give to our jungle player JJ because I really feel JJ played so good for this whole set.
He also had a phenomenal performance, but Scout, if you look at the entire World Championship, you showed us rather a lot of different looks, a lot of different styles, and a lot of different situations you also had to get out of EDG. If there is something you could pick where you're really proud of that you did this World Championship, what would it be?
那回顾整个这一次的全球总决赛旅程 ，Scout 的选手为我们展现出了很多样的面貌。你有着不同的打法，有着不同的风格，但是每一次总是能够帮助 EDG， 然后呢来获得胜利。所以说，能问一下 Scout 的选手，如果回想整个在全球总决赛最让你印象深刻，或者说让你想回忆的一个片段，会是什么呢？
感觉8强之后都是3比2拿下的比赛，所以感觉。 每一次比赛都是挺印象深刻的感觉。
So I really feel start from the quarterfinals. Every time we got the 5 games for every single best of 5s. So I must say every game is very impressive to me.
Yes, and it was very clutch. Finally, we saw the images even when you won in the quarterfinals and then in the semifinals of people in China going absolutely crazy for EDG. I will leave this last moment to you to talk to the fans worldwide of EDG who have seen their team finally win the World Championship.
那下一个问题想问一下 Scout 选手的是，其实，在 EDG 晋级到8强、4强，最后来到决赛舞台，有很多 EDG 的粉丝们都是一直为你们应援，一直为你们加油打气。所以说，最后 Scout 选手有没有什么想要对全世界一直支持着 EDG、一直等待着这一个时刻的 EDG 粉丝们说的？
谢谢在全世界的粉丝们都等到这个时刻了，然后我们也会不停的。 努力，然后以后也继续加油吧。
So I really appreciate fans all around the world who are just waiting for this moment. We will definitely in the future also put in full effort into every single games and try our best to show you guys performance. So thank you all.
Fantastic. Congratulations once again, Scout. You can join your team. You can also give us those. There you go. Go ahead and join your team for the final celebrations. Your 2021 League of Legends World Champions, Edward Gaming.
Such an incredible performance from EDG. Nothing but tenacity and then nothing but class from Scout. Well deserving. I think JJ was my initial thought, but those last 2 Zoe games, gentlemen, he was just on another level.
I love it. Giving credit to your team. You know, JJ played incredibly well. Flandre also playing incredibly well. And
just imagine you World Finals, you get given MVP, and then you say, I didn't play that great. You know, just classic pro player mentality, right? And you know that EDG is going to be as hungry as ever coming into next year as well. We have a lot of great teams all around the world, and I'm just excited to see what this team will continue to do in the future, because it was a hard-fought year for this organization. We heard from all of the players saying how many difficulties and struggles they've had throughout many of their careers. So to finally get to this point, and for all of their hard work to pay off, a massive achievement for the players in the organization.
And I feel a little bit guilty, gentlemen, because we've spent a lot of time talking about Khan and his striving for that one last opportunity. Mako has been on EDG for so incredibly long. Flandre has been without a trip to Worlds, was so good on Snake. He had some of my favorite plays of all time, you know, pairing up with Crystal and some of the weird shenanigans they got up to. And both of them, Flandre on his first time of asking, makes it all the way through. 15 games in the knockout stage to pick up this trophy, so well deserved from the top laner of EDG.
And it took so much endurance from this team too. It took every game we're capable of scheduling for them to get through the entire tournament and complete that journey.
It's been an incredible Worlds. I wasn't expecting the 5 games, but EDG delivered, and they gave us an incredible, a truly incredible World Final.
Yeah, absolutely unbelievable. We couldn't have asked for more, but the evening is far from over, ladies and gentlemen. Because after the break, Dash, Kadril, and Azael are ready for are they ready for Worlds Cooldown? I'm not entirely sure, but we'll get more reactions on EDG's win. Don't go anywhere.
We like reset. We've only come back stronger.
We have good confidence.
Not a shred of doubt. We worked hard to get here. We have all the potential.
I'm coming back. I really want that win. I want that dub badly.
Hopefully we can create a dynasty for NA.
오히려 잘할 거면 더 잘할 수 있다는 생각밖에 없기 때문에 저는 진짜 압박감은 하나도 없습니다.
Welcome to Worlds Count. Cool down. Oh my goodness, Cable, you infected me.
We're not starting this again.
We're doing it. You totally did it to me. I am Dash, joined by Azael and Cajal to close out the 2021 World Championship, where Edward Gaming comes out on top in a grueling best of 5, one of the best series we've ever had in a world final.
My prediction aged like milk, didn't it?
It absolutely did.
Damwon.
I wasn't even going to bring it up. I was going to be a nice guy.
I'm so happy, honestly. A 5-game final like that. Again, similar to the T1 Damwon series, coming down to an Elder Dragon. Khan's tanking it, trying to find a way into the pit. Showmakers 1v1ing on the side against Flandre. Man, I was on the edge of my seat.
I mean, there was so much intensity in the final, 10-15 minutes of that game. I think that alone makes this the best finals we've ever had at Worlds, is how close and competitive the 5th game was, down to the wire. We had that 2-man Baron sneak, which at the time felt like, hey, that might actually decide the game. They're almost executing to the Baron, trying to do this with Trundle and Ziggs or whatever.
No smites, Rakans in the area.
Right? Playing on a razor's edge. But the first 5-game series that we've had in the World Final since 2016. Azael, I like where your head's at. This is quite possibly or definitively the best one we've ever had.
I have to say, JJ, massive props. First, he steals the Mountain Dragon in that game 4 and then wins them the game with that steal. Then he gets him the Ocean Soul. He gets them everything. He gets them Elder. This guy played so well on the Jarvan. This is a player who was subbed out in the playoffs against WE. This guy was subbed out, and he is the most consistent factor for them in the World Championship. I have to say, massive plays from Scout, very well-deserved MVP. But for JJ at his first Worlds ever, this guy was playing in EDG's youth team not too long ago.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we were talking about this, as you said, well-deserved by Scout. He played incredibly. He had to shut down Showmaker. He was able to in a lot of their wins. But really, there's a number of people on EDG that the MVP could have gone to.
Absolutely.
Really, anyone on the top side, I think Mako as well. Any of those 4, and I would have been pretty happy to hear that they had won the MVP. I think that coming into this, everyone was looking at the top side of the map as such an advantage for Damwon. Khan got gapped by Flandre. JJ played out of his mind. Scout was incredible. This was just an amazing performance from EDG. It was them playing at the best of their ability.
And that's it. Flandre is the first Chinese solo laner to win a World Championship. IG won with Korean top and mid, of course, Shine rookie. FPX similarly with Doin being Gimgoon. But this time around, he is the first Chinese solo laner to win Worlds.
Ignoring 2012. I will call that out, because 2012 there were solo laners who were not Korean who won. But
Chinese.
Oh, you're right.
Chinese,
First Chinese.
yes.
Okay, non-Korean is what a lot of people have been saying. So I just want to make sure we call that out, just to be completely accurate. But for EDG, they ran the gauntlet, man.
Absolutely.
3 5-game series.
I mean, it's crazy. It boggles the mind, man. 15 games in Worlds knockouts for them. Everyone going the wire. And I think this is something that a lot of fans, really underestimate, is that it can be small differences between going out early and literally winning a whole event, right? And so many people look at it as like, you lost the 3-2 in quarterfinals. Well, you were never going to go far anyway. You weren't that good. They barely won the quarterfinals, and they are the world champions. They barely won the semifinals. They are the world champions, right? It's one of those things that sometimes it is these tiny differences. Teams can rise to the occasion. EDG did that so well here, and I think that's such an important example to realize that it can be these slim lines between the utmost success and heartbreak and failure, going out even in groups sometimes.
Little did we know it was all going to come full circle. Candace said it actually at the top of the day in the interview, make or break really does apply to this team when you get pushed to the limit every single time, but you find that small advantage. You find the way to push or tilt the scales just barely in your favor. It's the year they break their own world's curse and make it past that quarterfinal, and it's the year they bring the title home to the LPL, and they do it on the toughest possible road and finish off defeating the defending world champions in Damwon Kia.
Unbelievable. And now it's 3 separate teams from the LPL who have won the World Championship. It's not a consecutive, it's not a back-to-back. SKT, T1 now are still the only team who have ever won multiple World Championships.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible, obviously, how good LPL has been. This is, 4 years in a row now that they've had someone in the finals. They've won 3 out of 4 of those years, if I have it correct in my head. They have just been playing at such a high level. And I really do think we talked about, after game 4, how this kind of shifts the conversation, because I do think coming into the finals, it was like, well, LCK is so by far the best, right? Everyone was looking at Damwon or T1. They would have just slammed whoever came to the finals.
Right.
Well, EDG had something to say about it. The LPL #1 is the best team in the world.
And I saw the T1 Damwon series, and I saw the flexibility in draft. We talked about it in Countdown, how flexible Damwon and T1 were against each other, and EDG and Gen.G more so stale, playing towards comfort. The series finish. The reason I favorite Damwon is because it's a week until finals. You can't scrim anyone unless you're scrimming some. We saw kind of jokes on Twitter about these McDonald's teams scrimming up against EDG and just kind of players from Europe scrimming. It's really hard to find scrims or scrim an opponent at your level as world finalist level, right? On top of the fact that you're 2 patches behind in the worlds and playing in solo queue without those scrims, right? You can really not find much innovation or creativity on a patch like that going into a world final. So I expected Damwon to be more well prepared, but EDG looked so solid.
I appreciate the points on Damwon as well, you know, referencing the fact that for many, looking at that semifinal, at the time that it was played, people were like, well, that's the world final right there, right? And then believing that Damwon would smash the competition no matter who they faced in the final. The idea that they did have such a handle on drafting, I think it's a good opportunity for us to send this team off by still recognizing their achievement in reaching back-to-back world finals and being just 1 game away from joining that elite club.
Absolutely. I mean, it's the slimmest of margins, really, right? And I do feel bad for Khan. You know, this is one of those series that I think is going to haunt you. You know, if this is, in fact, his last professional game that he ever plays, this was, you know, his worst 5 games at Worlds, really. Like, he didn't play, I think, as well as we have seen him throughout the rest of the tournament. And this is something that you so badly want to end your career on. And so, you know, I am heartbroken for him, knowing that he is going to have a lot of regrets, I think, from this series.
Not only that, but he was 1 game away from winning MSI as well. 5 games the LPL wins. RNG take down Damwon in the game 5. Again at Worlds. This guy has been 1 win away from an MSI title, 1 win away from a Worlds title. He's been at an MSI finals before with Longshu. He's been so close, but this year is the year of the LPL.
And while they are undoubtedly crushing defeats, you know, from an emotional point of view, again, the fact that they made it to those finals back-to-back, both at Worlds and then MSI in between, I think speaks to the overall level of this roster, both the core members and then Khan as well in joining.
And the region of the LPL, I just want to mention as well. Massive props to Damwon, of course, because they're the ones who made MSI. They're the ones who made the World Finals. T1, of course, stepping up, but LPL as a whole, RNG wins MSI, EDG wins Worlds. RNG and EDG go to 5 games in the quarterfinals. Let's not talk about what happened at FPX, but I think two big things we saw from Worlds and the year as a whole is LCK is not so much a 1-team region as we saw last year. You know, T1 was good, Gen.G almost beat EDG, and then the LPL, they're just such a powerhouse region as a whole.
And I think that's one of the most exciting takeaways from this tournament for me, right? Is that I really came in, I thought Damwon was going to be the only team from the LCK that could compete with the best LPL teams. That was very clearly not true. And the LPL, you know, you're going to be looking at this, yes, FPX flopped here, but if they can bring the level that they brought in the LPL, they can compete for the championship. RNG can compete for a championship. EDG very clearly can compete for a championship. It just puts so many teams at that upper echelon that there's much more opportunity to have these incredible, memorable series that we were treated to this year. You know, all of those series that EDG went through, they could have lost, yet they are the world champions. I just think it was such a beautiful thing and such an amazing finish to what was an incredible tournament.
And again, while history could have been made either way that this broke, I think so cool for EDG as an organization, so storied, again, bringing us back to the top of the day and what we were talking about, the winningest domestic organization in the LPL, but had always fallen short internationally. For them to be, except for that obvious 1 MSI win all the way back in time, to be able to pick up the victory here means a ton for them individually, but it also means a ton for the region, right? Bringing it back from the LCK, and so reigniting, I think, that conversation between the 2 regions, that when you get to that international stage, who really is going to come out on top? And right now, LPL sits squarely on the throne.
I mean, it's so interesting because it was always kind of like LPL maybe had an edge at MSI, it felt like, versus Korea, but at come Worlds, it was always about LCK. When you think of the previous 2 LPL World Champions, it was actually over Europe, right? They didn't have that climactic finals against the LCK. It was the 3-0 stomps against the European representatives, right? Who were the kind of the ones that beat the LCK almost for the LPL oftentimes. So it is interesting to see, you know, that it did end LCK, LPL, #1 from both regions, and what a clash.
There's, 5 full games. Everything that Azael just said means that it is very much set in stone. EDG just won the title after one of the best finals we've ever seen. So let's take a look back at the greatest moments in our Axe Effect highlights.
In 1 hour, 2 teams will walk through this entrance onto the stage for the series they have worked their entire professional lives to reach. In 1 hour, 2 teams will fight to the limit, but only one of them will lift the trophy in the end.
This is a day, a year in the making. This is the pinnacle of our sport. And this is a trophy that every fan imagines their team lifting.
In 1 hour, one of Edward Gaming and Damwon Kia will show us why they deserve to be the 2021 League of Legends World Champion.
And while these two can be proud of the achievements that they have made at this year's World Championship, only one can be crowned champion.
And EDG have done it! Atlas brute force right into the face of Damwon on this Baron. It's going down low as he's trying to fight for it. It's down to 15. Damwon Kia, they will rout EDG and they will win game 2. Can't make the big play, can't into the backside though. He'll be able to do it. This is the team fight that Damwon Kia have been looking for. Damwon Kia will move to match point in this series. He absolutely is. The heartbreaker comes in, but now JJ in a bit of trouble. He just gets himself over the wall. Canyon explodes as well as Nami's turned into a fish finger. We did it, boys! And Khan now trying to continue this fight. Some low health bars as the flash comes forward. Khan goes golden. The Viper is still alive though. Flash is in. Showmaker down to 200. He's a sitting duck. And against all odds, EDG will be your 2021 World Champions. They've done it! They've actually done it! The LPL is back on top, Thaddeus!
A historic run for EDG.
What a way to close Worlds 2021 as EDG make it through 3 Game 5s in the knockout stage to bring the trophy back home to the LPL. It's been a great tournament from start to finish, with moments that will be remembered forever. In the face of a global pandemic, we've once again done the impossible, moving Worlds to a new country on short notice, thanks to the tireless work of an incredible crew, not just here, but around the globe. But from there, it was up to the teams, and they delivered on every level to give us a phenomenal Worlds, one for the ages. And to you at home, we've had such an amazing ride this year, and seeing the passion from fans shown across the globe has been incredible. Thank you. We miss seeing you in person, but hopefully we'll be back together in arenas next year, because nothing beats the roar of the crowd and feeling the stadium shake as we share in great moments together. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other. Good night.
It all leads to this. Make or break.
Vitality will take them!
A new era is awaiting. Make it yours.